And the idea that we all have to be walking around on our freaking feelings and like tiptoeing around your sensitivities, literally it's crippling to actually all of the work that we're talking about in this conversation about the positivity we can do. It's disgusting.
So as I was saying to my stream directly, is that we're going to have a discussion on responsible platforming. This is a thing, been a big discussion on my channel, especially for a very long time, since I started doing panels, which is almost since I started this at all. So it's for months and months. I've been attacked on this specific issue, and I'm curious as to what everyone thinks about this. If there's ways that we can improve, or are the attacks against people who do this type of platforming, is that fair to begin with? So we're going to explore all of that. All right, I'll introduce my guests. I'll start with Mix Vivian Wolf, who actually inspired all of this. Mix Vivian Wolf, thank you for being here, as always. Really appreciate you, friend.
Hey, thanks, Prime. Yeah, I am Mix Vivian Wolf on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I mainly talk about cults and extremism and trans issues, and I do stuff around that area. Thanks very much for having me.
Okay, thanks so much. Next, we'll introduce our friend Destiny, who is not a patron of this channel. Just want you to know that. Destiny, thank you for being so kind as to stop by. Tell the world about yourself if they don't know.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I have a far left, center left views on social issues and economics. Some people call me a sock dumb. Some people call me a Nazi. It is what it is. And I debate and do politics and philosophy online and play video games.
Thanks so much. All right. Next, we'll go to Eris. Eris, thanks for being here as well, friend.
Hey.
Eris does a lot of work for this channel, and I thought she'd be a really good addition for this. Shout out to my producer, Spectre, for throwing her name into the pot. Eris, how are you doing?
I am quite good. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah.
So, basically, I'm Aristocracy on Twitch. You can actually my exact Twitch account right now is Aris on Discord, but it will be changing to Aristocracy soon. You can follow me on Twitter and everything. I first kind of, I guess, got into the debate world by debating Nazis in the Discord section, and I also created Calliopean Club, so you should definitely check out that server as well. I'm a history grad student, so I usually bring a historical perspective to things. But I guess like with this stuff, I've like owned a large platform for 3 years, so I've kind of like had my ups and downs and gone through the same struggles. So I'm excited to get engaged with this topic.
Okay, nice. Me too. All right, next we will go to Fanatic. Fanatic, thanks for stopping by once again. How are you doing today? And tell me a little about yourself.
I'm doing absolutely amazing. Almost did. I caught it before you said it. I'm doing absolutely freaking amazing. Let's see. I'm an ex-pro fighting game player, professional musician. I stream a lot of politics now, I guess, in video games. I probably have the best practical ear musically on Twitch. One of the best ears in the world. And
wait, what?
Oh, for sure. We can test it. It's quantifiable.
Wait, what note is that?
I don't know. Give me that. I'd have to play a note, and then after that, it'd be perfect.
Oh, relative pitch, not even perfect. Careful.
I didn't say perfect.
Albert on here. Oh,
I didn't say perfect, and then I also transpose very often, so it throws off my perfect pitch. But I actually, if you test me on it, I could like literally with one note, I could probably have like literal perfect relative pitch, such that it would be perfect. Right. But that's why I said that most perfect.
I'm getting my hits in early. Sorry.
Perfect applicable ear on Twitch, because I can like parrot things and play things back at like a professional level significantly better than pretty much everyone else. I know, right? Anyway, my point being, so that's who I am. I'm a musician. I do politics and do all that stuff. Destiny's already coming for you, boy, bro. I'm a fan. Come on. I'm kidding. All right, yeah, that's me.
You're kidding? You're not a fan? Oh, okay, I see. All right. I've lost more than one black friend over the N-word debate, so don't worry. I'm just kidding.
It was a tough day.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. All right, what are we doing?
Okay. Well, that's the thing that's happening. Great. Last but certainly not least, we have Vaush. Vaush, thank you for stopping by once again to the channel so soon. Vaush, how are you doing today?
Yeah, good. I guess I'm on Twitch now, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm Vaush. I'm currently the world record holder in the first to the finish Bloodborne playthrough.
Was that an A?
So far, I don't think anybody else has beaten Margot's Wet Nurse.
I want to
so
see if that was an
I'm
A
at
flat.
that level,
A flat or
and
an
I
A.
guess other
Let's see.
people are
Real
liking
quick.
mine. No deaths, of course. It's been fun. Every once in a while, I talk.
Nope,
news,
C sharp.
you know,
Or was that C?
Seriously?
I
Oh,
don't know.
like
I gotta hear it again.
from time to time.
no. The Bloodborne thing, like.
Yeah, nobody's beaten. It's crazy, right?
I'm so far below you. I don't even want to. Oh, I don't even want to talk about it. Oh God. Maybe I just need to put time in practice. Okay, I don't want to discuss it. All right, this makes me really
Use the
depressed.
dodge roll to roll out of the. They call them damage zones in the community when they do the attack.
Okay. Dodge rolls. Thanks. Really. All right. I'm gonna write this down. All right. Moving forward. So once again, thank you all. So we'll start with like the basics, right? Like, what is responsible platforming? What do you all think?
Opening statements. I don't know.
Well, it's less of an opening statement, but we can. Yeah, you can do it that way. Sure. Go ahead. Mixed Vivian Wolf.
Awesome.
Time it.
Fuck yeah. Okay. So, in the anti-fascist community, it is almost a mantra that we do not debate fascists. We consider their views beneath contempt. But it's not just an emotional response. Deplatforming works. It works to curb the ability of hate mongers to recruit and organize. It tanks the followings of extremist internet celebrities, and it detoxifies community spaces and protects people from harm. In this space, there's a large social pressure to debate people from as far across the aisle as possible in order to create a spectacle which is popular for entertainment. Mainstream media has often fallen prey to these motives in platforming extremists like Richard Spencer and Milo Yiannopoulos. And the content creators here will tell you their work de-radicalizes or otherwise pulls people away from the far right. While I have my own problems with these claims of de-radicalization, there is no doubt that some people are dissuaded from further radicalization partially through what is effectively the countering of far-right propaganda, which the two larger content creators here engage in regularly. That is a social good and an integral part of anti-fascist work, but it does not need to include the far right to do it. They will tell you that a direct argument with an extremist personality gives access to their audience of that celebrity. And again, they're right. But it also gives their audience access to our communities, an incentive to enter into them and potentially recruit or do harm. Here in Twitch Politics, we are a massive interlocking communities with overlapping membership, and it is home to many marginalized people who have found a home among the major followers of major content creators like Destiny and Vaush, and who would be prime targets for the violence of far-right extremists. Also, an argument or debate with one of these extremist personalities encourages further from smaller streamers and community members, and the results of the wave of debates with hate peddlers are unpredictable and sometimes disastrous to the point that international investigations have taken place. A win for me, although unlikely, would be to convince either one of these large content creators or a majority of the Twitch community, who can then place pressure on them, that we ought not debate a person whom the broader community already accepts as trafficking in hate, or someone for which good case can be made for their status as a hate peddler without their presence. Instead, I would like to see this community become aggressively anti-fascist and pursue the only path which is proven to reduce the harm that hate mongers can do within communities, that of being aggressively anti-fascist and so aggressively deplatforming any person who, the broader community agrees, traffics in hate.
I'm not nearly that prepared. I'll make sure all of you. I'm nearly that prepared.
I didn't know that we had to prepare opening statements.
Well, you better start writing.
Yeah,
I wrote one down. You didn't bring your notes?
God damn it.
Jeez.
Okay, but Mixed Vivian Wolf impresses as always, even if I may disagree with you on some issues. But thank you, Mixed Vivian Wolf. All right, if you want to go next, Vaush, go ahead. And thank you for the support I'm seeing the Hype Train. If you could continue that support, that'd be awfully kind of you. All right, please.
Yeah, so I think that platforming and deplatforming aren't exactly equal and opposite responses that people like us are capable of taking, because I can't deplatform anybody. Twitch can, YouTube can, Twitter can, but I don't have the ability to remove a person's platform. Now, deplatforming done selectively and for good reason, completely agree with it. I'm 100% in favor of that. But I don't think that there's some mutually exclusive dichotomy between wanting to deplatform X or Y, but also being willing to engage with those ideas. There are a lot of really weird fears that leftists have about engaging with our opposition, which is unfortunate because our opposition is stupid. If you're arguing with fascists, their arguments fall apart like this, like it's 30, 60 seconds. They make themselves look ridiculous almost immediately. Even the most intelligent fascists and neo-Nazis usually end up tripping over themselves if you can manage to talk with them for like 15 or 20 minutes, you know? The idea that like engagement with these communities leads to them recruiting from our community, I think that's ridiculous. I've never seen any like indication that left communities get pulled from to form the basis of fash communities. The opposite is true. There are tons of people on the left who were, when they were 14, 15, 16, 17, very far right. They get uded over because they fall into these content creator circles when they're young, you know, Sargon of Akkad, Nick Fuentes, whatever. But usually it's aggressive exposure to the opposite side that pulls them out of that. That's usually the knock on the head that they need. I just don't think there's much harm to be done with it. We've seen, by the way, the consequence of what happens with the online left doesn't engage with its opposition. That was called YouTube circa 2014 to 2017, which was completely dominated by the far right. We had no voice whatsoever. The most we had were milquetoast feminist channels that existed exclusively to be made fun of by people like The Quartering or Sargon, you know? Getting into what we've been doing lately, aggressively challenging these ideas, has been to our benefit, and we've never enjoyed more powerful and, you know, prestigious influence in these communities. So I say we should take advantage of that while we can. Don't worry about platforming fascists. Worry about platforming them irresponsibly. If you're going to bring them on, make sure you've got a good argument, you know? If you can't debate too well, maybe don't have them on. Because, I mean, that's what you're there to be doing. Just make sure you're handling the process well. The problem with people like Joe Rogan isn't that they bring these far-right types on. It's that they bring them on unchallenged. But if you challenge them in the right venue, you can make these people look ridiculous with very, very little effort.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, why don't we move on to Mr. Fanatic?
Yeah, so I hadn't written anything. This is actually ridiculous. But I'm just going to go ahead and try really quickly. I think that ultimately we are our brother's keepers. I think we are responsible for our constituency and within reason, obviously. No one's going to ever be perfect enough in their diction such that they can control their words, such that no one would ever be able to take them out of context or that people couldn't glean misrepresentations of their work in isolation. But I think it's actually inherent in our language that sometimes in our speech we might say things that a caveat is needed in order to like further elucidate our position. But speaking in that way, in a linear way, allows people to take the speech without the caveat and then use that to try to misrepresent your positions. So I think reasonably, I think we should be responsible for our platforming, and I think people who are doing noticeable harm, I think some of those people should be deplatformed if we can like really test their harm. But I think it needs to be very stringent. I think there should be due diligence in making sure that this isn't something this isn't a prominent part of their message. And I would think that in most cases, when people do things or say things that are harmful or that can be interpreted as harmful, that we give people the opportunity to further explain themselves and see if their position is harmful. If they double down on such harm, then I think the idea of deplatforming them, having done due diligence to make sure that we're fully understanding their position and that it is something that is egregious and hateful, I think then deplatforming is reasonable. As far as platforming, like bad people, like conservatives and so on and so forth, I think that you should be able to do that for the reasons somewhat that Vaush stated. It's the easiest thing in the world to dunk on alt-rights or far conservatives. It's really, really easy to dunk on most of those people. Most of them won't engage you in a debate for that reason. But I think that there does need to be... It's really difficult because there are plenty of people who think they're a lot better rhetorically on Twitch than they actually are, and so then their attempt to dunk on conservatives does nothing but empower them, misrepresent the position of the left, and so on and so forth. So I think it is within reason. I think there's a spectrum. I think the idea of never engaging these people causes further division such that we won't actually heal or move forward as a country in any of the things that need to be discussed. Topics are divisive, and I think the idea that we would just completely eradicate them from conversation is absurd. We'll never win people over, and we'll just further entrench them in their views.
I love how you were completely unprepared, but then you were so eloquent and like stating your point. It's really nice. I don't have that skill, but thank you so much, Mr. Fanatic. And next, let's go to Destiny.
I think that if the election of Donald Trump showed anything, I think it's pretty obvious that deplatforming strictly on its own doesn't work. I think it's important that we have these conversations oftentimes to remind ourselves of why we believe in the things that we do. So I think that there's a value there in having that conversation, both in you can kind of demonstrate to the other side why you believe in a particular thing, but also so you can demonstrate to your own side why you believe in a particular thing. I hope we don't end up talking about this because it's such a cliche topic, but like some of the quote unquote cancel culture stuff has gotten like laughably stupid as of late. And there seems to be almost very little to no pushback at any of the more left-leaning communities against it, I guess, unless you go to like dirtbag left stuff. I'm thinking very specifically more recently about that Vogue editor that just got like kicked out of her job because of the dumb shit that she tweeted when she was like 17 years old. So I think that the conversations are important because it's good to have that counterbalance there just to keep ourselves honest so that we understand the arguments. It's good because you can pull people over from the other side into your own arguments. And I think it's kind of been demonstrated that just strictly deplatforming people over and over again doesn't seem to work because a lot of this like kind of undercurrent of, racist thought or hateful thought still seems to exist despite the fact that we've been like deplatforming it at record levels, that more than we ever have been able to in the past.
Aris, please.
Well, I don't think it needs to be either or. You don't need to accept the choice between, say, doing like free Nazi marketplace of ideas or just fully deplatforming, like what Viv said. I just want to reiterate also like what Vaush said, like you can platform responsibly. And I think it's a fair thing to say that it's totally fair to say you didn't platform this responsibly, or you didn't engage with that directly, or you weren't prepared for that argument. And then the end effect was a lot of people ended up being converted. Those are totally legitimate criticisms that Vivian had. And I think that a lot of us probably on this panel have had, maybe of ourselves in the past, right? Or other people. But I've had like both stories, and I'll be happy to get into it like in a bit. But there have been situations where, say, like I debated someone like JF, and I didn't feel that good about it. Or there were situations where I platformed on CC someone like Posey Parker, right? It's like a notorious TERF. I got so much hate about it. The end result of because I think we platformed her in a really responsible way, like just making sure that the trans people in our community felt safe beforehand, doing a lot of trans educational content beforehand, preparing people on how to engage with TERF narratives. The end result was that almost all the TERFs I had met on the server got their mind changed. It was pretty fucking fantastic. So there are ways that you can do this in a responsible way that ends up with something that is useful and constructive in the end. However, the other side of that is that you need to also be honest with yourself when you don't have that ability to be able to platform responsibility, because it's really, really hard, especially with complex issues like Holocaust denial. It's one of the reasons why I don't always allow Holocaust denial. I don't allow things like race realism, because to battle those things, you actually often really need to be very educated on those issues. And it's just, I don't want to just leave that up to like the mob or just me on a random day to be able to counter, because you might not do that in a responsible kind of way.
So I guess I'll state my piece on this. So I didn't start Twitch with the idea of doing panel shows, which is what I do constantly. Not at all. I just started Twitch, and I took out the most interesting news stories of the day, talked about them, gave my opinion on them, and then I turned off the camera because that was it. I kind of just fell into this. But when I did, I figured the best way to do this, right, was simply to let everyone be able to state their case, make it so that everyone felt comfortable in my channel, and just try to create an open environment. What that attracted, especially in the early days, was definitely a very, very wide range of opinions. Not so much now.
Hey, where's Thunder Goes? Thank you so much for that.
It's not as wide as I would like it to be.
I appreciate you for reaching out and
Still,
telling me that.
I state.
What made you decide to do that? I appreciate it.
Same mission goal of creating an open environment, because I think there's value in it. Hearing all these different voices when people don't agree with you, because we get trapped within these echo chambers, right? Every so often, we have people who come onto this platform who are problematic, would be the least of what we could say about them. But what I'm very proud about is that when that does happen, since we have such a wide array of voices, and so many different minds here, that we can tackle pretty much anything, right? Pretty much anything that's thrown at us, we can handle it on the spot. Or I can just DM someone who I know can handle an argument that maybe I can't, or whoever's on the screen can't, and they can come in and they can directly counter irresponsible narratives. So I think that's the best way of handling this. I like what some of what Eris said there, and that, like, making sure that you have people around, you have the tools around to be able to make sure that your platform isn't being used to spread misinformation or hate or whatever. So that's what I try to do here. However, not everyone agrees with this mission, right? I'm told that having open forum is amazing, and people will congratulate me on this, right? But that's only when there's 10 liberals or leftists against one conservative, and we're really destroying that person, right? Like making them look like a fool, right? But when you have more than that, more conservative, more of an honest mix there, right? And you have people who simply won't back down, who won't be intimidated by a bunch of leftists, right? Then that person, well, it's clearly irresponsible. Why is this person here, right? I've literally lost friends over the way I've run my channel. And so, I wanted to just have a deeper dive in this conversation, find out, well, maybe I am doing something wrong. That's a possibility. Or maybe it's that people don't actually want an open forum. Some people don't actually want an open forum, and simply want to have their ideas.
I'd be okay with that, Vital. Even if I'm largely invested. The vast majority of my money right now is in stocks as opposed to in my bank account. But I can understand why.
Who spread those ideas completely embarrassed. So, okay. So let's just get into this.
So a couple of points that I noted there. First off, Destiny said something about Trump being an example that deplatforming doesn't work because he got elected, but he got it supports my argument because he got something like $5 billion worth of free advertising from the media constantly covering him. And although that was in a negative light, although that was constantly mocking him and making him look fucking stupid, he still wrote that free advertising to the White House.
To be clear, my argument wasn't that necessarily that Trump got elected. My argument was that undercurrent of thought that would allow him to get elected seemed him. My problem is that I don't think I will speak for myself, and I will speak for every other left-leaning person in this country. I don't think anybody thought that somebody like that could win an election in 2016 in the USA. There was no way. That seemed like impossible. And the fact that he just, I'm sure, the fact that he soared through that with untouchable problems, I think demonstrated that okay, well, maybe it's not just enough to screech racism, bad racism over and over again. Maybe you have to take these discussions a little bit more seriously.
George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
Obviously, Trump got a lot of free publicity and everything, sure.
And I agree with you about not just you but other people who mentioned it on the panel about frivolous calls for deplatforming, right? You mentioned the lady that was getting fucking fired for some thing she tweeted while she was a fucking teenager. I think that's fucking I think that's fucking bullshit, obviously. I'm talking about people who the broader community has agreed are literally peddling in hate, trafficking in hate, right? And that they're currently doing it, not that they said the N-word playing fucking Fortnite 20 years ago, or whatever the fuck they would have been playing 20 years ago.
That's somewhat nebulous, though, right? Because when the second you start saying, for example, the terminology you use, the thing that the broader community accepted as someone is trafficking in hate, that's going to be very, very different for different people. I've seen, I feel like there's a lot of times, even when it comes to trans issues, where specific people are deplatformed for saying things that are responsible and reasonable, in a given field, and then the trans community reacts in a specific way. And typically, just on Twitter in general, you'll find that there's a lot of stuff that's really pushed here that's so absolutely ridiculous that it's wait a minute, this isn't a genuine conversation here, and it would never be had in anywhere besides Twitter and online Twitch spaces, right? Or Discord, right? It's only online, only from these
young children who don't really have. I think to be clear on this, I think you should really qualify that with an example, just to be clear on that.
Okay, so for an example of that, there's this going around position where people say things if you're a straight man who won't date a trans person, or a straight man who won't date a trans woman, woman, then you're a transphobe. And I think that in and of itself sounds a little bit ridiculous. Now, will I say...
Right. There's not a broad consensus among the trans community at all. And in fact, like, that's a very hotly contested issue. There's only really being discussed because of a turf conspiracy theory about a Planned Parenthood meeting like fucking 6 years ago or some shit, right? Like, the conversation's only being had in reaction to propaganda, hate propaganda being spread about trans people. But I agree with you in general, right? Like, that where the line is drawn and understanding what the broader community defines as, like, somebody who is, you know, somebody who makes their profession trafficking hate, like, that's something that can definitely be discussed, like, as to where the line is. But I think that the easiest way to work out who ought to be deplatformed and who ought not be deplatformed is to have this standard, which is that people ought not be trafficking hate against people for immutable characteristics, right? Sure. And to have a broad consensus, broad realization that this person is. And then if everybody kind of agrees that they are, they can then work to deplatform them, right? But like where the line is, yeah, that's absolutely something that would have to be debated and discussed.
There's a balance here, too. I mean, Ben Shapiro got made fun of for saying this a while ago, but he was kind of correct, just on the opposite side. He said, the only time you should ever talk to a leftist is if you're in public and you're planning on humiliating them, or something like that. And people made fun of him for that. Oh, you run a cult, you want to distance your followers from talking with leftists because they would understand how good our arguments are, etc., etc. But
it's not wrong.
Logic is really sound, especially when it comes to public platforming. I think one of the big issues that we have is that there are a lot of people who are maybe not far right, but they border on a lot of reactionary rhetoric, but people don't want to come off, you know, too snowflakey, so they don't distance themselves from these people, and they don't play them down, they still continue to interact with them. And I think what that does, essentially, is normalize their positions. But there's a way to responsibly navigate that interaction, too. If you think that a person's behaving in, like, behavior that's publicly detrimental or irresponsible, if you can confront them on that, I mean, not just like debate bro stuff, but just talk with them about it, even in a public setting, I think it's way more effective at pulling people over to your side. There are a lot of content creators out there right now on the far right who I guarantee you would not be if they had had someone on the center or on the left to have been their friend back when they were out getting red-pilled in 2015, 14, 16, whatever. And because they didn't have that person, the only people who were cheering them on were people on the far right, and the only people decrying them were people on the left. They move towards the community. People will always adjust their beliefs to conform to the wishes of the community that they're a part of. So you want to do that. You want to let the left be accommodating to people on the right because it gives them a chance to move over, and you want to give people on the right the opportunity to be able to come over, because otherwise they're going to be locked into a social group that will never let them change their mind.
I hate the fact that the right is so effective at doing that too. Like, it feels like it's way more common, and this might just be a feeling, maybe I'm wrong on the data, but it feels like it's way more common that you hear that, like, I used to be a liberal and now I'm on the right, blah, 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 or I used to be far left and now I'm a quote unquote liberal. But that's because it seems like the right is like very accepting of converts. It's like, oh shit, like, you think that ideology is dog shit, you want to come join us? Then fucking A, dude, come on. I don't care if you were literally a communist yesterday. Like, if you've got a story about how you left the left, then come on and be cool.
Whereas, they never like, purity test. Never.
Yeah,
anybody people, just come all, you know?
Oh my God, dude. People will find tweets of you saying, like, I don't know about Stalin from like 2002, and they will destroy you over it. It's like, oh my God, like, the difference is unbelievable.
So this is my biggest issue, right?
True. But sorry, like, this comes from like having a left-centric fucking viewpoint and only seeing the kind of like quote-unquote cancel culture that goes on within the left. But like while you're correct that in the broader right, like, most people can kind of move over, once you get further and deeper into the right, there is cancel culture fucking galore, buddy. There are like schisms between fucking Christians and fucking pagans and fucking Nazis and fucking
the only time someone gets canceled on the right is for like pedophilia. That's the only thing that I could think of, right?
The critical point, though, that doesn't happen to be entry, you know?
Hold on, one second. Eris, please, go ahead.
So, okay, this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, the obsession with the left eating its own is really, really toxic, and it's hypocritical more than anything, right? Like, the moral purity that's rampant, like, on the left is just so much like the religious right. And I don't know why the left is always against retributive justice when you're talking about criminals, right? Or prison.
Always for it.
But, And then but unless you do wrong thing, right? Then boom, they love retribution, and like that's
It's not
just I
about
don't that's
retribution.
It
It's
is
not
about
about retribution.
retribution.
It's about
But-
quarantining the fucking mind
If that
virus.
was true,
Really?
then
I don't think that's always. I
But
don't think that's always.
the critical distinction is that the gatekeeping happens at the beginning of the left, whereas on the right, the gatekeeping takes place in the far right. By the time you're reaching like people arguing over whether or not Nick Fuentes is white enough to really be a neo-Nazi, you're already so deep into the right that you're not going to get bumped out
No,
of it.
no, I
because
think the
of an infighting.
gatekeeping.
Yeah, exactly.
We just have different fucking standards. Like the gatekeeping happens at the entry of
standards
the
are
right.
insane.
You say-
Standards
So,
on the left
wait.
is stupid, though. That's the problem. The standards are garbage. They're dog shit. They're
I agree
dog
with
shit.
that.
Let's
I
just
agree with
look
that,
at-
but there
okay,
is
let's just look at
gatekeeping.
someone like ContraPoints, right? Let's just look at
Who's
someone
been canceled by the left like 3
who-
times.
Like, look at ContraPoints, who has contributed like so much good, right? How many people has she converted? Has she changed people's minds? And then boom, she gets completely bullied, right, off of YouTube for a really long time because of the way she got treated by the left. So like,
It's back
what
into
it,
drug
the
abuse
stuff that
because of like woke stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
like how is that okay? Like, and I've seen that defended. There's so many leftists I've met where it's like, well, she said this vile thing and this vile thing, but it's like, does it deserve that? Like, holy shit.
Well, just to be
This
clear,
reminds me
there
of-
is
we
some
had a
canceling on the
conversation
right.
once on this panel that this reminds me of, where people were talking about. Oh God, fuck! I just lost it. I'm sorry, forget it.
Well, I was going to say, to be clear, there is some canceling on the right. I remember Megyn Kelly, she got canceled for coming out as like as pro-choice, and I remember she like lost her job and stuff like that. The thing is, the reason why we typically would look at like deplatforming on the left and say that it's so much more severe or so much more commonly occurring is because typically these kind of conversations, political discourse, such that there would be something to cancel, happens a lot more broadly on the left, right? Like Twitter and all these other companies are leaning more left. Twitch is obviously a more left-leaning space, and there does seem to be a lot more bullying if you speak out against those things, because that's the most prevalent thing. That's just a common occurrence. Now, when you look at the right, like they would cancel people if they were in positions of power or if they were speaking on their platform.
I don't
like
think that's true.
I for example, if you were to go on were to go onto Parler or something, things like that, yeah, you would get canceled pretty hard. If
They would
I
let
was
you on there. That's not true, though.
no, so they would let you on, but then they would there would be some insane decrying. It's just that again, most of the time they don't have the positions of power to be able to quote unquote cancel you, but there would be some obviously overt ostracism and like demonization of the person for speaking of you that counters to the other. The only difference here between the left is that we're like now coming to a point of literal deplatforming in the sense that we're removing your ability to post anymore. But just removing your ability to post shouldn't be the limit.
It's more like who we decide to deplatform. I think is like kind of the central disagreement. I remember. So the other conversation we were having was it had to do with representation. That's what it was, and it was mind blowing to me. It feels like when you talk to like white nationalists and Nazis that when it comes to representation, they will take literally whatever the fuck they can get because they don't give a fuck as long as it gets them even marginally closer to like whatever like white national shit you got. A really good example of this was Donald Trump. There were a lot of alt-righters that like didn't really, because Donald Trump is not like a white nationalist. For whatever you think of him, he just isn't that kind of person. But there were a lot of alt-righters that saw him as like, oh, this guy's a useful tool. It's really funny that he unintentionally makes like a lot of great arguments that white nationalists really like. Banning
strategically.
Yeah, yes.
And then there was a whole load of them.
Yeah, and it's just like, and people on the right are so much more strategic about who they support. And then meanwhile, on the left, people will argue that like we need to delete like fucking Pocahontas from everything because it's too offensive. And it's like Joe Biden is like a literal fucking Hitler. And it's like, oh my god, like I spent so much time in right-leaning communities where they are so crafty and they're so strategic about who they support. But on the left, people will just like cancel you over the or not.
The dichotomy is so
Okay, one time. Go ahead,
Vivian.
The further you go into the left, the more I would say responsible people get with their fucking platforming. It's when you're fucking talking about like the vast majority of people you would consider to be vaguely on the left, right? Like liberals or Democrat voters in the United States who like basically will just fucking champ at the bit to like cancel fucking anything for like almost any infraction. You're absolutely right. Like at the fucking entry level to the left, there's a real fucking problem with extremely frivolous attempts to deplatform.
What? I think the total opposite.
The distinction is social spaces versus advocacy spaces. I feel like a lot of people on the left, they only want people to be added to the left if they could be friends with them. It can't just be that they have shared political goals or that they're traveling in the same direction or there's some kind of broader ideological objective they're trying to achieve. They have to be comfy. They have to be someone they could be friends with. But that's not how political movements work. You can hate people that you are political allies with, you can find them uncomfortable in certain respects. You can find them problematic. But if they're pushing in the same direction, that's what does it for you. And the ubiquity with which the left will frequently like firing squad its way out of any situation. There are like viral tweets every single day on the left that the message of which is akin to effectively, if you're a white guy, you're not going to be treated well in the left. That's like the underlying message of a significant number of viral tweets and general sentiments that come out of these communities. Often they're being posted by white guys. But the message is like, hey, you know, if you're one of these things, you should like shut up and listen to other people, you know? If you're one of these groups, are you really surprised that we're suspicious of you? And when like these attitudes, I understand there's an academic space where you can qualify these ideas. There's some legitimacy there. But if you're trying to build a public movement, my God, I mean, do you really think we're going to get a red army out of like obsessive Twitter gatekeeping? You're not going to get it like that. You need to at least put the gates a little further back from the front, you know.
An example of that, I remember Vaush.
I don't want to reintegrate the Vanguard back into the means of production. I'm not a tanky. I don't want a fucking red army. All right.
Okay, it was a euphemism. I mean a popular political movement.
Right, but hold on. I want to.
You're right. Like fucking idiots on Twitter and shit are fucking idiots on Twitter and trying to communicate complicated academic discussions about like, responsible platforming, about like critical race theory and race relations and so on. Like that shit, they take it in really, really fucking stupid directions, and like they shouldn't. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not advocating for those.
I'm just saying, like, we can work on that. We should improve on that.
Yeah, we should.
What I'm confused about, though, is that, like, I actually agree with you, right, that a lot of things should be deplatformed. I believe in that concept, at least in certain instances, right? It's just, I guess, like, the way I've seen you do it, like, you're talking about, like, this Twitter left as if it's, like, such a far thing, but I feel like you've participated in that in the past. Right, like, I mean, even the other, like, a few weeks ago when I was talking to you about being put on a unicorn riot list, right? You like defended it because I was like Nazi adjacent or something, or I was like Nazi adjacent to someone who's Nazi adjacent.
Because you were talking about it as a list, like some kind of fucking hit list that you were going to get some kind of like really horrible shit happen to you from, when actually all that was happening is people who investigate extremism were fucking drawing up like a list of contacts between like essentially Doobie's server, which has contacts to like actual fucking extremist groups and shit, and the other kind of contacts that server had, and you happened to be in that sphere, and you reached out to them and you went,
so I'm adjacent to someone who's adjacent who's adjacent to someone who's adjacent,
and nothing happened. It was like a fucking investigative thing as far as I can work out. It was just like
death threats from tankies all the time.
Happens to be friends with somebody who happens to be friends with a lot of fucking Nazis. Are they maybe a Nazi? We don't know. Let's have a look. And then they looked, they found out you weren't, and everything was fine, right?
I think I would really love to draw. I'm going to bring up one example. I'm sorry, it's going to trick the fuck out of you people, but maybe we can just go off the main space topic. Okay, but a really good example of this is, okay, so for Kyle Rittenhouse, now regardless of whether you think he was good or bad or anything, right? I think everybody here agrees he's stupid or whatever. One of the really weird things that I saw that's in line with this form of thinking is people were saying like, oh, Rittenhouse was a Nazi. And that was an interesting claim to me. So I go and look it up. And the way that we arrive at that claim that Rittenhouse is a Nazi was that in the group of all the people that showed up to counter protest that day, one of the people in all of the counter protests also shared memes that were probably Nazi memes. But like through that one person, every single counter protester there became a Nazi. Like that kind of stuff, that kind of shit, which sounds similar to
the. Had we only been more charitable, he could be with us on the left right now.
Well, no, hold on, no. Like, I think.
Okay, wait, real quick. So like that kind of like meme right there. So it's like really nice to like pay lip service to whatever, but like it doesn't count if you only want to be nice to like the most obvious people or the most obvious targets. Like the problem is you have to extend it like a little bit farther too. And the inability for us to recognize the difference between like a Nazi and like a fucking conservative is one of the cringiest fucking things in the world to me. When somebody says, and I know there are at least
agree with that.
two people on the, well, but you just made a joke about it, right?
When people say shit like, you're just a conservative.
Wait, hold on, but how pervasive?
When people say shit like Blue Lives Matter equals white nationalist or Nazi, it's like, okay, oh my God, like where the fuck is the conversation going?
Well, sure, but hold on. Okay, first off, you have to. I feel like you're like saying that this thing was happening, but you can't say how pervasive that idea was. It's not like everyone believed that Rittenhouse was a Nazi. That probably could have been. That could have been as fringe. That could have been as fringe of a case for those people
calling Kyle Rittenhouse Rittenhouse announced.
Sure, there probably were on Twitter. That's as fringe as a position as some of the other nonsensical positions. Like, that's the problem when we started getting into these conversations. That there's no way of actually quantifying this. It's not like there's Pew Research being done on Twitch Spaces to be able to determine what the outcome of these things. And then furthermore, like, and then also, I do think that I do think that there is a when you start recognizing how consistent there has been the presence of specific white nationalism with or Nazis, actual Nazis within different police departments, such like when we had the Rampart division that was completely like taken apart because of the fact that they had so much overt racism, or when we find out that they're using literal black they're literally using black faces as target practice in different police precincts in Florida, or when you find out that there are actual recruits of KKK members within police, such that there's a significant number that the FBI needs to start talking about the fact that there's a significant presence there, and that's in their reports. So I think the idea that when people start saying Blue Lives Matter, which is not all police officers, but it starts to be like this idea that the people that literally feel the need to oppose Black Lives Matter, which is not the organization but the movement, when you find the people with the need to oppose that you would start coming to the conclusion that these people, like typically the people that are not just neutral but staunchly opposed to this, would probably be more likely to be akin to some of these other groups. I'm not going to make the statement that anyone that says that phrase is automatically a Nazi. I think that's ridiculous, but I don't think that's probably the argument that people are saying in the first place. I think that's a misrepresentation.
This is why you just have to be careful with the label, because if we go nuclear with every label, then I think like a third of the American population is a neo-Nazi, and at that point it doesn't mean anything to the people we're trying to dissuade.
I agree.
I would bet money. I would bet so much money that over 80% of online leftists can't define what a fascist is.
This is why people need to engage much better with fucking extremist researchers and anti-fascists who do this sort of fucking shit for a living. Because a lot of us are very, very, very fucking specific about the words that we use when we refer to certain people. Like when an anti-fascist is compiling a docs, they will have a ridiculous amount of fucking information to back up the accusations, that this person is like a Nazi, a white nationalist, a fascist, whatever fucking word they choose to use.
What do you mean by do for a living?
Sorry?
Dox people
for a living? What do you mean by do for a living?
Do as a vocation, whatever. The people who have been
are they getting paid for this? Like, who gets to put them? Who puts these people in those positions of power?
When I hear the answer, there are extremist researchers who do this shit for a living, right? Who run basically work as journalists, right? Reporting and researching on the far right. They might be involved in like non-profit organizations, etc., right? And then there are activists who do it like more as a vocation, don't necessarily make much money out of doing it, right? They literally just do it because that's the work that they feel they need to do in order to keep people safe. So yeah, it's like a dichotomy, right? But a lot of them have many, many fucking years of experience in the field, right? And I think that the problem is when these things get communicated to people. So for example, I say quite often, QAnon is a neo-Nazi death cult. Right? I say that when I want to be fucking provocative. Now, if that gets filtered down to your average fucking Tumblrite, they're going to go, anybody waving a fucking Q flag is a Nazi, right? Which is not what we're fucking saying. We're saying that the core of the fucking ideology rests upon a neo-Nazi conspiracy theory and a millenarianist apocalypticism, right? That means that the nomiker of fucking neo-Nazi death cult is appropriate for the ideology of this movement, but it doesn't mean that absolutely everybody who's involved in the fucking movement is a neo-Nazi. And just like with Blue Lives Matter, right? Blue Lives Matter being the fucking paradoxical statement to Black Lives Matter, right? In support of police who have been fired from their fucking jobs or denigrated for police brutality against black people, or even housing fucking neo-Nazi gangs within their sheriff's departments.
That's
right?
What Blue Lives Matter means.
I know there are some lefties who are proportional about this, but
the majority of people who follow it, right?
Did anyone see that Twitter thread where this one girl
to say that this Blue Lives Matter is a Nazi? It just wouldn't, right? Even though at its fucking core there is a lot of fucking white nationalist ideology alongside it.
You have to treat the Blue Lives Matter the same you would the Black Lives Matter, though.
No, you do not.
Hold on. Let me finish. Jesus fuck. I'm sorry. Christ, let me finish. In that, a lot of people will try to demean Black Lives Matter by pointing to 2 or 3 of the most radical people and saying that's what all of Black Lives Matter is, right? You would never accept that, though. And the correct response is BLM is literally just a label. It is a decentralized thing. There is no official BLM movement. Anybody can do it. And if you point to 2 or 3 extremists and try to all of Black Lives Matter is some black separatist Nation of Islam group, that's absurd. Don't do it. It's horrible to do that.
Yeah,
then it's the same thing with Blue Lives Matter. They're probably are some fucking Nazis or whatever that are in the Blue Lives Matter group. There's also just a lot of dumb fuck conservatives that like police officers, because newsflash, most Americans still have a favorable view of the police.
Exactly.
There's a lot
That
of,
is
like,
exactly what I'm saying.
Wait, no, hold on. But I think no. There's a distinction. There's a distinction to be made there. If you really pay attention to the fact, hold on. Let me just really quick. There's a distinction that's to be made, right? When you want to start saying that Blue Lives Matter, it's just like we should be treating it the same as Black Lives Matter. Blue Lives Matter was literally erected as a contrapositive. Wait. Can I just finish the statement? Let me just finish this one statement really quickly. I'll let you finish, right? Blue Lives Matter is literally mentioned as a contrapositive to Black Lives Matter, which is what allows us to make some of the presumptions that we would make about Blue Lives Matter. In the same sense, so you can't then equate the two of saying, well, people are detracting from the Black Lives Matter by pointing out to a few extremists, and then say, oh, see, it's the same thing with the Blue Lives Matter. One is literally a contrapositive to a positive thing that we think. No, he doesn't. He doesn't agree with that. He doesn't agree because you literally said we should treat them the same.
No one disagrees.
Destiny, respond
Start of, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have phrased it correctly. I phrased it incorrectly right now, the optics or whatever. I understand. Nobody thinks that Blue Lives Matter start off the same as Black Lives Matter. The purpose of nobility or whatever of both groups is obviously completely and totally different. Everybody obviously agrees with that. I'm just saying that we don't paint every single person in a particular group as broad as Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter with the same brush. Not every single person that joined Blue Lives Matter is thinking like, I want to go protest BLM and I hate fucking BLM. A lot of people are just like, oh, well, I like and support cops, so sure. Just like the people that slap the fucking I support our
troops. This is literally what I just said.
No. I want to get on. Eris, then Vaush, please.
Okay, but Viv, exactly what you were saying, right? About the fact that this was like a large, this wasn't an official organization; it's a larger movement. Okay, and I think the words that you used earlier before was that it was from the ground up, and like. But that's exactly my problem with it, is that who are those people? Like, you said that they were journalists, right? And I think you consider yourself a part of that. Like, there's no like oversight of who gets to be a part of that. So why is it okay that they have so much power in their hands, like that they can do things like, collect lists about people, which you said was investigative. It was a doxing list, right? And the list I got put on, it had nothing to do with being friends with Doobie. I got put on that because I had to ban someone from my server, and they used the fact that they were in a power position in Unicorn Riot to give me shit. So like, and that's exactly my point, because they're not like this proper organization. You can't.
If that happened the way that you're saying it happened, it shouldn't have fucking happened. And whoever fucking did that is a fucking asshole, all right? If they did it like as personal revenge to you for getting booted off their fucking Discord server, that's a fucking dick move, okay? And you're absolutely right. But like when somebody produces a fucking docs, like the evidence is fucking there for anybody to look at to determine whether or not this person actually is a fucking white nationalist or whatever, right? Like this isn't like, oh, we just say this.
Yeah, but who gets to decide who gets to decide if that evidence is legitimate? Who gets to decide if that? It's like there's just no oversight there. It's like it's just mob rule.
Whoever gets to fucking look at it gets to decide whether or not that evidence is legitimate. And you can investigate evidence.
That's the kind of knowledge that has led to so many people believing the Holocaust didn't happen, right? Like I don't trust those people to just like look at that evidence and somehow come to the right conclusion.
And we should know this by debating not because this is the ultimate dishonest tactic, is when you bring up like, well, here's a massive list. You can do the research on your own. Check out my paste bin with 72 links. Like nobody looks at it. Everybody just
nobody looks at it. Please, Vaush.
Nobody looks at the evidence. There are maybe a select group of lefties who actually care about that. The vast majority of them do not, okay? The vast majority of people form their political opinions on others and their affiliations by reading one or two Twitter headlines and then running off on them for the rest of their lives. Yep. I mean, for God's sake, did any of you see that it was that youth staffer for Kamala Harris's political campaign, and it was some TikTok dance or something, and people quote tweeted it calling her a war criminal. This girl, like this kid who worked with the campaign, these lefties were calling her a war criminal.
Oh, she was like 19 or some shit. I remember
yeah.
I remember what you're talking about. Yeah.
Nothing. No, No, people do not engage.
You're making my point for me.
People don't engage in a proportional. Huh?
That you're just making my point for me that like the profession or vocation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, of doing this kind of anti-fascist work, of categorizing, following, and reporting on far-right extremism ought to be something that, especially you as a fucking lefty, should be pushing more to your fucking leftward audience, right?
Hold on. The consequences of pushing
categorization and definitions.
So just to be perfectly clear,
on Twitter aren't fucking going after someone calling them a Nazi because of some
consequences. Hey, holy shit! the consequences of telling my audience of hundreds of thousands of people to go form dox lists on people they think are Nazis would not be positive. Okay? No, stop. Hold on. There are different places for different groups of people, okay? You can do what you do. That's good. That's great. But for larger audiences, the fact remains that generally speaking, engagement with these ideas is going to be limited to performative social media shitposting at best. And if you're actually doing that, you should probably do it in a responsible way. Now, a lot of people on the left don't engage in it in a responsible way. I get called a Nazi from these people, for fuck's sake. I don't even know what these words mean anymore. The more I do this and the more I engage with these people, I feel like it's actually much better to completely ignore labels and identifiers and focus exclusively on actions and ideas that individuals hold. Because the fact of the matter is, you talked about people waving a QAnon flag. Let's talk about storming the Capitol, you know? A good portion of the people who stormed the Capitol, probably legit neo-Nazis. If they could have put a bullet in Pelosi's head, they probably would have. A lot of them were probably just LARPing dipshits who were running along for the ride. If you had the opportunity...
Be really careful about how we classify them, Vaush,
wait. Then if we're not disagreeing, then you don't need to interject and tell me we're not disagreeing, Vivian.
Let me finish, please.
So, if you're actually engaging with an individual from this group, or you're trying to take down their ideas, or God forbid, if you're trying to platform them, I think it's probably easier to ditch the identifiers and just stick to whatever it is they personally believe or what they personally do. And I think that would fix a lot of the problems that we're having right now, both with platforming and with appropriately assigning identifiers and labels to people. Yes, true. I'm glad we all agree. Thank you.
My point is right that by engaging with professionals who actually do fucking research this shit, you know, and some who have been doing it for fucking actual decades, right? We can gain a better understanding of what they believe, right? Because these signifiers, these labels, as you're talking about, actually signify sets of beliefs, right? When we say somebody is like a fucking civic nationalist or a Western chauvinist or a fascist or a Nazi,
I don't disagree with
the all have very individual.
I'm just saying that most people don't engage with that. Nobody has ever been canceled, online or offline, because of the dedicated research of a collection of Antifa super soldiers, okay? I love you. I love the work you do, but it's not how these things play out.
They have and are regularly. People lose their fucking jobs. They get fucking driven out of their fucking communities, right? People get fucking removed from positions of power within the police and the military on a regular fucking basis because of the research of anti-fascists, right? This happens on a regular fucking
I'm not discrediting it. Just nobody was talking about the individual research
removed from power because of the fucking leaks from Iron March forums, right? Like, no, you're just simply wrong. They have a fucking real world.
Do you agree or disagree? Do you think the vast majority of discourse online for who should be platformed or deplatformed or whatever is being driven by anti-fascist research docs?
No, which is why
that's the only thing that I was saying. Nobody here has said that what you do is bad. I don't know. You're very defensive on this. I don't know why. It's good. Continue to do the research. I just don't think it's descriptive of the way the majority of people engage with this sort of thing.
No, and that's entirely my point, right? If we're bringing this back to like the deplatforming argument and what kind of people should be fucking platformed and whatever, and how we come to our information and knowledge about what these people believe, how they recruit, how they organize, etc., right? You need to go to the people who've been fucking researching this for fucking decades. Okay, that's the only way you're going to gain that knowledge in any kind of like speedy way, unless you fucking start from scratch yourself and study it for like 10, 20 years, right? So like, and so when we're defining like who is too fucking dangerous to platform, that all I'm saying is that we should be engaging better with the people who are fucking researching this shit, rather than relying on like what some random fucking person tweeted on Twitter about some TikTok Kamala Harris girl, right? Like, that's all I'm fucking saying.
Wait,
yes,
that
the liberals
matters.
are fucking dumb on Twitter. Like, try and push.
We can't write off hundreds of thousands of people engaging in ridiculous gatekeeping because there are some people elsewhere doing a doc? What are we talking about? If we want to talk about improving the online atmosphere, improving the environment, okay? It doesn't begin and end with getting people fired for being Nazis, okay? The most important thing we need to do is win minds over. And we are simply not going to be able to do that with, what are we talking about here? A technocratic, expertise-based approach to deplatforming Nazis? We need to make good arguments and win people over by building communities that they can be a part of to integrate and then move to the left. That's how you win popular movements.
You can actually simultaneously do fucking both. When you're deciding who to platform and what kind of communities to intermingle with, and you're right? Like, the research fucking shows that if you take somebody with like extremist views and you put them in a group of people who just don't agree with them, like their brain literally physically fucking changes, right? They become much less likely to engage in extremist violence or propagate extremist views or use hate speech, etc. You're absolutely fucking right. Isolation radicalizes people, right? However, you have to put the protection of your communities and the people around you first, right? So you have to like fucking quarantine these people away from people that they could otherwise fucking radicalize. That's the argument.
I just don't see evidence of that happening. Like you're like, hey, my reactionary friends, do you want to join these lefty Discord servers? And they walk out with more right-leaning people. I've just never seen that happen. I really do think
that once you see that happen, this seems like complete fucking speculation.
It can happen.
It
can totally happen, especially if it's done in an irresponsible way.
For years, I'm loud online. What do you mean? It's anecdotal. I just don't see it happen that much. I think that we have a much more we're much better at pulling people over in our spaces.
You have some random moderate people in your fucking Discord who you don't speak to, who've never spoken to you, right? Who sit in one channel in your Discord for a few hours a day with a couple of Nazis, and eventually they leave your community. You've never spoken to any of these fucking people. You don't even know who they are. So you can't even make this statement.
I think it's absolutely possible that some people do end up going the other way. It really just depends on the type of the debate. I think that if you kind of dive into the online discourse, I think you can kind of get a feel for how people will go based on the conversation you see. You have to watch like your own forums, and then you've got to watch like the adversarial forums or the opposition forums. And you just have to see like the general gist of it. If you have a conversation with somebody and you're seeing a lot of doubt on the other side, and this doubt is in the form of like saying like, oh, well, for some reason my debater was a cuck this debate, blah, 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 blah. Like that generally bodes well for you. If you see like a lot of doubt expressed on your side, then that generally bodes not well for you. So it just depends really on your performance time and time again. There are definitely I'm sure that some of Nick Fuentes' fans probably came from me at some point. Some of Mike from PA's fans probably came from me at some point. Like I'm sure that there have been other extremists that I've bled fans off to. Yeah, but I mean, like you have to do your best. But like one general trend of this conversation too, and I know that the response is going to be like, oh well, we can do both, which I agree. But it feels like right-leaning movements are so much more constructive, and left-leaning movements are so much more destructive. Like in my idea of like a right-leaning movement is people going out and finding out how many people they can radicalize, and left-leaning people are just like how many people can I go out and destroy and keep from being de-radicalized. I feel like you're always one step behind when your focus is on destroying other groups.
Yeah, no, we absolutely have to do both. Absolutely, and I consistently advocate for like community organizing, community outreach, and all that sort of fucking shit, right? And not fucking like just shitting on random liberals because like your mum and dad are probably fucking liberals. 90% of the fucking country is some dipshit fucking liberal, right? Like, I completely fucking agree.
So the simple way that
right-leaning people are not saying, hey, make sure not to let any lefties in our Discord servers or they'll convert people, They don't do it. They have a way more laissez-faire attitude towards this, and they're able to recruit way more effectively. I think in large part...
If any lefty goes into their Discord, they just get bullied the fuck out. Like,
but that happens in right spaces too. But that happens in right spaces all the time too. There's plenty of right-leaning people that specifically won't come into these conversations specifically because of the fact that they feel like they're just going to get bullied. And what the argument is whether or not that's beneficial, whether or not that's harmful. But like simply pointing out that left people going to the right, that doesn't like actually benefit your argument at all. Furthermore, the way someone said it in my chat, which I thought made a lot of sense, is they were saying that the right, the left does purity tests and then the right does impurity tests. And it's pretty gross. If you really look at it, like it's almost impossible to line up with the exact definition of what some leftists feel is like appropriate, and then no matter what, you end up getting canceling just like for literally having even a small disagreement on a specific issue. And I think that the left is significantly more hard-lined in this. Like you believe the way we believe here, or if not, there's a label thrown at you, and then that's it. And it's very hard for you to find
Nazis.
Right, you're either a Nazi or a transphobe or a racist racist or a homophobe or whatever other label, right? Or whatever. So like there's always a very cute label that we just have for any person on the right that disagrees with us that just literally kills the conversation. There's no engagement. And then furthermore, I think there's literally the other part that's so toxic about the left's cancel culture and like deplatforming status is that most of the time there's literally no way, like there's no path for reconciliation. There's no path for like rehabilitation. It's always just, nope, this person said this, they believe this, and then that's it. They will never reach out again. It's over. And so then there's like actually, so then what it causes is people just to feel like, yo, this is just toxic. And so now people just hide a lot of their views while still maintaining them. And the conversation isn't moving forward. And we're just hoping that the left gets more power so that we can actually move our stuff forward.
If they're hiding their views and sitting in a community that does not agree with those views, the research shows that they would be like swayed towards our position simply by existing in that fucking space, right? If they're just sitting there not fucking saying anything. So like the idea that
make more friends with right leaders,
or they just slowly bleed out of those communities because they don't like have much in common with those people.
I want to hear from Eris and to the rest of the panel. If you could please check the group DM, it would be quite. And respond to what I asked. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if we look at, like, say, an issue like Holocaust denial, right? One of Vaush, I think you mentioned that when you bring up a lot of these people's arguments, they're very easy to break down. But it totally depends on who you're engaging with. Like, I have met some Holocaust deniers that are incredibly effective at using their rhetoric skills, argumentation skills, like all of that stuff, to make their point seem incredibly effective and really, really smart. I've met them on Politics Server, plenty of places. And if you're not armed with like the right tools, with the right amount of evidence, and you're not prepared to engage in those arguments, it's very easy to fail in them. And I wouldn't even think that someone was being stupid.
Really tough to argue.
Yeah, so like
they always know
that's
something,
why...
some little fact, some piece of
Exactly.
information. Yeah, and they could make it up too. If they just make something up on the spot, you have to be like, I didn't heard about that. I guess I'll look. It's like they can completely throw you for a loop on that one.
Yeah. And this is why I've like, it's one of the few issues that I have, I guess, quote unquote, deplatformed on CC, because of how much I just don't trust the average person. No fault to them. I just don't trust the average person to be able to engage with it. I know historians that have challenges engaging with it unless like they specifically have focused on Holocaust denial itself. So the solution that I found with this, and Viv, like this is what I wish more anti-fascist groups would do, is I created like an entire doc and resources on how to engage with Holocaust deniers and how to defeat their arguments. And it's something that I just spread amongst CC, and I just like wish that the anti-fascist movement, and maybe they are doing this and I just haven't received it, but I think that would be a super effective way to send it to content creators, to send it to anyone who has platforms, right? So that they can engage with that stuff in a responsible way.
Yeah, countering anti-fascist propaganda is countering fascist propaganda is an incredibly important part of anti-fascist action, and it's a good thing that most of the people on this platform, on this panel, already do. And I'm no way like denouncing our ability to talk about these issues, and to like explain why these fucking opinions are stupid. Like that's something we should absolutely be doing. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
So we're all in agreement then that platforming is okay if you do it responsibly, and that the left really needs to take the stick out of its ass when it comes to
the point is, right, like when you have somebody onto your stream, right, and you argue with them and they're like fucking neo-Nazi or whatever, the results are incredibly unpredictable. You think that like responsible platforming means being able to just like make them look like a fucking idiot, right? But just because you think you made them look like a fucking idiot, that doesn't mean that other people think that they look like a fucking idiot. You gotta
be good at what you do. You gotta be cool like me, and then it works.
It's simply engaging with like a big fucking name content creator or whatever can give like somebody prominence and fucking notoriety within their own fucking movement. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose the argument at all. It also allows their community to come into contact with your community, the results of which are extremely fucking unpredictable, right?
Okay, and but I would have...
Wait, how is it unpredictable? I feel like there's a pretty predictable result when I argue with fascists.
sometimes have actually resulted in international fucking like investigations into neo-Nazi terror groups who have tried to fucking dox like mods of people's fucking discords and shit. I've been a member of like 2-3 de-radicalization fucking discords that was set up during my period where I was like, maybe we can somehow set up like this kind of like safe space for de-radicalization without any of the experts being fucking involved. That did eventually devolve into international fucking like investigations against
it's done
like
responsibly.
But Vaush,
I mean,
hey, Vaush, really quickly.
We know they're scared of this stuff.
No,
Like,
Vaush, most
You know,
people aren't capable. Just so that we're clear here, most people aren't going to be as rhetorically proficient as you are. So the idea that like we can already pretty much assume if you get in a conversation with a Nazi that we know the outcome, that's I believe that in almost every case. I believe the exact same thing about Destiny. But I would say 85% of Twitch streamers outside of YouTube, I don't feel that same way. I'm not going to go ahead and just name drop everybody.
Yeah, but the thing
so
is,
it's hard to
and this is
qualify.
what's important to remember. There will always be lefties for people on the right to debate. If you're a fasci, if you're a Nazi, if you're a conservative, whatever, if you trawl around long enough on YouTube or Twitch, you will always be able to find somebody on the left to argue with. And because you're prepared and they're not, they will almost certainly win, the fascist that is, which is why we need people on the left who are committedly competent at debating, because we are the breakers of that tactic. That happened for years on YouTube. Sargon, how many feminists did he run through? He talks to me twice. He puts out a video saying he'll never talk to a bread tuber again. These people are paper tigers.
Yeah.
All you need to do is put a couple of competent rhetoricians midst the mix, and you can completely deflate them. It's like throwing balloons into a room with like 2 or 3 needles in it. You know, eventually, all it takes is one pop, right? That's what I'm advocating for here. And if you're not that competent, then maybe step aside, do your video essays or whatever, and let people like, I don't know, Destiny or myself handle those.
Yeah, but right, and that was the question: is who determines that?
Trying to follow those footsteps. Everybody will take a leaf out of your book and be like, yeah, I can fucking debate a Nazi, I can debate like whatever, right? Like,
well, you can teach them how to debate better. I'd like to think that my audience benefits from some of that. You know, you try to, you show it, you know, give them some rhetorical skills.
Yo, thank you so much, the Rude Boy, for the 10. I appreciate it.
I think the average person can do pretty okay against a Nazi.
Again, even if they get dumpstered in debate, there are factors beyond like whether or not you won the argument that like can affect people negatively.
Not just to yourself, you know. I mean, you want their side to think like, oh God, that was embarrassing. But that's the goal, right? Your audience likes the debate. That's fine. They were going to donate anyway.
Their reaction to that embarrassment might not be like, oh my God, I don't like this guy. It might be, oh shit, this guy is actually a fucking threat to us and our community and the things that we want to push, right? And that might result in fucking attacks against your mod team, against your community, and so on.
I think you've got until you see like somebody like me or Vaush get like assassinated in real life. I think most other people are okay. If that was going to happen.
Also, you can make that argument with anything. Don't make video essays debunking these people, because then they'll talk. That happens. There are YouTubers who have had their accounts taken down because of false flagging from neo-Nazis because they didn't like the 12-minute hit piece video on 6 Hexenhammer or whatever.
Yeah,
that's going to happen because the right is out there.
Works and they use it all the fucking time.
Well, the
but
problem
then I'm
is,
saying
I don't think
that's
that
not a
there's
unique
another solution.
debate.
I don't think that there's another solution to de-radicalization besides like what the people right now, like in this room, are actively doing and participating in. Like, Viv, didn't you like create a few de-radicalization servers? And I've seen
one myself, but I've been like,
or maybe you participate in them. Like I've participated in a few of them, and what ends up happening is like they just get infiltrated by Nazis, and it never actually de-radicalizes anyone, because no Nazi or no person that is, you know, Nazi adjacent, as you guys call them, right, is going to just like sit in a server that's dedicated to changing their mind actively. Yeah. That's just not what's going to happen.
The chick underneath me is Vivian. Her name is Eris on Discord. She's a
in my
VTuber.
opinion. I don't think
Really
that we
smart
can
girl.
just fucking reach into Nazi communities and go, ha, you're a person, we're going to now talk and I'm going to fucking de-radicalize you. Because they just go back and they
that's fair. We have to learn
reinforced by their community when they go back. Yeah.
People have fun. That's what they care about most.
People have to already be not on the fence, but like in some way doubting, to be willing to engage enough to leave.
Well, the thing is, you have to start that. I don't think it's that. You have to start the initial doubt, and that initial doubt seems to be best done in a debate. Unfortunately, as stupid as it is, because like at least in my personal experience from the emails I get, maybe other people found other ways to do this, but my emails is usually, hey, like I used to be a fan of this person, and I hated you when you had a debate with them, but like it felt like when they had that debate, I don't know, I felt like they were kind of dumb compared to what I expected them to be, and that's usually like where it starts. Like it's never going to be like, oh my god, I watched you debate him and you crushed that guy. Like I'm a far lefty. It's usually just more like I saw my person that I like debate a person that I hate, and it felt like my person wasn't as satisfactory as I wanted them to be. And then that's kind
all
of
they
like,
care about.
And not only
is
that,
strength.
dude, I
They're
have a
like,
perfect
pack
also go.
dogs.
I have a perfect example of that. Like, this is really, really hyper embarrassing to admit. I was a huge fan of Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, all of those people like, on the right, like for quite a while ago. And the very first time where I finally saw through like the nonsense that all of them spew was the first time when there was this kid named Yusuf who got on there and just absolutely destroyed Steven Crowder, and it was just like, whoa. And I saw all of his debate tactics he was doing to get past the kid, and he was like just literally schooling him. And then I went back and watched some of the other videos and saw like, oh my god, he's doing that. And he also happened to talk about a topic that I happen to like be very familiar with, and I saw like a lot of the tactics he was doing, and it was like, oh, this guy's a scumbag, he's not genuinely arguing, right? And like, so it took a debate from a competent person, because but I would say, to Vivian's point, the fact that I had been watching so many of his videos and I had never seen it because he had just been plowing through all of these really uninformed college kids who can't really formulate their ideas or don't even have a good foundation for it. Like, that was like the whole time it was just reinforcing all of my bias and all of those things. And I'm just like, yo, this dude is base. He really is arguing for me. Same with Ben Shapiro, dunking on these college kids. And then you finally, like, it took me watching a bunch of Destiny content and like just learning a lot myself. And then it was like, when I'm listening now, it's like, oh my God, you're so feckless and dishonest and disingenuous. It's disgusting. But so to Miss Vivian's point, the fact that if someone's able to debate and debate all of these other people, and like they can go ahead and just argue all those people for forever and never actually find their way to Vaush or Destiny. If I was a person on the right, I would never argue against Vaush or Destiny. I just wouldn't do it because it's like my idea is like I just want to get some easy dunks, so I'm not going to sit there and argue like against those people, right?
Thank you. That's very kind.
You might not even watch their videos if you're on the right? But
it's hard to miss, bro. They're pretty popular in this space.
Right. But their videos and their debates will almost certainly inspire other people, less competent people, to have those debates, and those will be the ones that you'll fucking see as a member of the right who's cheering for your stan, right? And
I don't know if that happens.
I had another
I'm gonna
point.
make the more extremist argument. I think everybody in the world should be a Nazi if it's that powerful of an ideology. If your ideology is so absolutely fragile that like exposing other people to conversations,
get out! I don't like this take.
Flop that hard, then I don't think it deserves to exist that long. I think we better learn how to live in the new Nazi paradigm. Maybe get Nazis to like black people or Jewish people or whatever, and move in that. Maybe that's a more positive direction. I just think the idea that like just having conversations with these people on the far right is just so absolutely destructive to your ideology. I don't buy that. The whole reason why I got into doing these debates is similar to what Vaush said earlier. Lefties and liberals are so fucking scared of Nazis, but like 95% of what they say is just so patently fucking absurd. And it feels like I was the first person, it sounds stupid to say this, but I really feel like I was the first person on the internet to realize that. Like, wait a second, why are you guys running away from all these incredibly fucking stupid arguments and like being scared and deplatforming? Like just have the conversation and show how stupid they are. And instead you get
losing a debate.
But Destiny, you're incrolly skilled with rhetoric, right?
Yeah, but other people.
Most people
I
aren't.
think anyone could do that.
No, Vaush.
Don't care
through reasoned debate or reasoned argument, right?
No,
they reach their opinions through like fucking exposure, peer pressure, a whole bunch of other fucking reasons.
Well, there are other care about strength. That's what they care about.
Why is nobody in the public sphere, or maybe I've missed it, or actually I've seen it one time. We need to have like more good faith engagement with people like Jordan Peterson. Like that guy, that is a guy where if he was up against another person that really knew what they're talking about, would be destroyed. If like Jordan Peterson had to talk to Sean Carroll for like 2 hours, that would be an amazing conversation. But instead, what happens? He ends up going to platforms like Joe Rogan where he gets no pushback whatsoever. You know, like I don't know. It's sad to me how fragile.
With regards to broadly debating these groups, it's really important to remember that fascists really do just care about strength. When you take a look at these big online fascist communities, they are not jerking off over the sanctity of their ideas. They care about owning the libs, they care about making trans people cry, they care about pain and suffering and how much damage they can inflict. Which means all the video essays in the world are not going to change their mind. They will write off anything that is thrown their way, except for public humiliation of the person they idealize. The only way to do that's in a debate format. You can't really humiliate a person in a video essay. And I sincerely believe that all it would take, unless you're like really anxious or a super shy person, I mean, if you're like a reasonably social person, all it would take is a couple months brushing up on the issues, a little bit of rhetorical, know-how, and you'd be able to crush pretty much every online conservative content creator, with the possible exception of some extremely talented ones or ones that rely on conspiracy. I really do believe I think you're putting them on too high of a pedestal, frankly. What we need to do is train people. All these lefties, they're shaking in their britches over there. They're wondering, like, I hope I never have a confrontation with these people. The people they're afraid of are morons. They've never put 5 minutes thought.
Okay, Vaush, is there anyone that you could think of right now, right? You don't need to say their name, like, you don't need to give them more credence. But is there anyone that you could think of that you would feel uncomfortable platforming, right? Because their rhetoric is so good.
So good at this point now. No, I used to think that about some people, but at this point now, they're so transparently dumb. Everything they say is worthless. The only exception would be again the conspiracy bit. If somebody wants to argue like
topic. Because like if
denial or something, that could be
people, Holocaust denial or like race realism, depending on the person you get, that's just some shit. You would have to spend like fucking weeks reading up on like one topic to be ready for every random fucking thing they bring up. But I think
even part of consult them. That works.
Well, you could, yeah. Part of the training, quote unquote, that people are talking about, you don't have to train people also to be like master debaters. They just need to know a few talking points. Like I noticed that like after I have a debate with somebody, like usually your fans will carry those talking points into form, and usually just that one talking point is usually enough to shut down most conversation with like people that are being stupid. Like it's better to have the talking point than to just have people endlessly and needlessly moralizing everything and then just looking.
Yeah, and then they'll scream at you, they'll mock you, they'll use any fucking thing to get out of it. They'll make a performance out of it or what have you. But it doesn't really matter. Like I said, you can swing, you can expose hypocrisy, which is like one of those things that's often a trigger for people like leaving extremist movements, is seeing hypocrisy within their own movement, right? And they can't fucking piece together shit. So like I don't know, neo-Nazi fucking or Christian identitarian finds out the leader of his group is like having an affair with somebody, right? They're like, oh fuck, like this obviously doesn't pertain to our ideology, and that's the sort of like trigger for them like rethinking their position or whatever. And one of your fucking debates or arguments with them might also be that, right? But it also like it helps to elevate with them within their own community sometimes as well, right? It encourages other people to debate them as well. I feel like we're going around in circles because you're saying like reasoned debate does help pull some people out, and I'm like, yeah.
I just want to make one last
point. Wait, let me just respond to one thing real quick from Destiny.
I'm almost done. But it's unpredictable, and there are a lot of other things that happen when you platform somebody like that in terms of the communities that follow and like the effects it has on that particular person's career or what have you.
Well, I was going to say, like, this is a counter to Destiny, what he said earlier. But overall, I agree with your overall point, by the way, just so we're clear here. But the thing you were saying is, like, you have to do so much training and stuff for like, specific topics like that, right? And I think that the reason why we have to do so much training for those kind of conversations, I just recently had a conversation with someone on that, like literally a week ago. Or no, it was like 3 days ago. I'm really bad with time. But the thing was, I did have to do a little bit of research on it and stuff. But there's been plenty of times where, like, I know I'm about to have a debate with someone on a specific topic, and I swear on my life, I just go pull up the Destiny debate that I watched on this topic, take down some of the talking points, and then it's like, okay, let me do a little bit of research based on these talking points so that I have a better foundation, and then I'm good to go. There's plenty of times where these conversations are really, really circular, and a lot of people are just really parroting back some of the same points that they've already heard other people say, or just whatever the same talking points that they've just never been dunked on before. So it's really, really simple after a while. It's just that conversation isn't one that's in it's not hotly contested or constantly talked about. If you were to have a bunch of those debates, I would imagine that a lot more of the left spaces would be more comfortable having those kind of conversations, specifically with race realism. It's just not one that comes up real because it's been debunked so frequently. It's starting to gain, it's starting to rise. So in the same sense, I think this speaks to your point that it actually, platforming these people in reasonable debate can arm people in a way that helps to get rid of those arguments. And at the end of the day, I genuinely, I don't know what the solution would be if we just decided we're just going to have a staunch opposition to platforming in any way, because then at the end of that, then like literally nothing will ever counter these people's ideologies, and it just seems like they're just going to be more entrenched.
I mean, people like once you've pushed them into like a tiny little space in the back end arse of the fucking internet, right? Like they're much less able to recruit people to their side, grow their audiences, etc. Right? And at that point, like I mean, the far-right hemorrhagers fucking members all the fucking time for like a multitude of reasons. Something will change in a person's life and they'll be like, well, fuck, I don't really want to be a part of this shit anymore, right? And we should absolutely have, and do have actually, people who are engaged in exit work and offboarding and stuff to help people reintegrate back into society and into communities, right? Like, we can do that. I'm not saying that we just like put them in the arse of the fucking internet and forget about them, right? And just leave them to fucking continuously radicalize. But like, I think we have to stem the recruitment before we can start addressing like de-radicalizing in general.
Okay, I'm just a little confused, right? Because you had criticisms for Doobie. And you had criticisms for me for being associated with Doobie, and for Doobie for being associated with people who are associated with Nazis. So it's like, but you were also on, like, didn't you work with Jesse Lee Peterson, and you were on Jesse Lee Peterson's show? Like, what was your reasoning for doing that?
I went on to Jesse Lee Peterson's show, and I've said multiple times since that I think that was probably a mistake.
He's a cool guy, though, right? I mean, real friendly.
I don't think that it did like a huge amount of harm, because I think that I presented myself relatively well, and I have had messages from conservatives since saying, "Oh, I really liked your performance on Jesse Lee Peterson. I wasn't so sure about like trans stuff, but I guess they're not so bad, I guess, right?" Which is nice, but like ultimately, like, so in individual interactions, it can be that a net good result occurs, right? I think that the only way to avoid harm,
but only when you're involved, not when anyone else.
Sorry?
Yeah, it feels like it's like when you're involved, then it's a net good. But whenever anyone else is, like, then they're Nazi adjacent, and they're in trouble.
What? No, I'm saying I probably shouldn't have done that, right? And I can't calculate.
But you still have his
not,
videos on your YouTube channel and stuff.
I can't calculate whether or not that interaction was like a net good, right?
Well, he was platforming you, given your relative sizes.
I mean, more than anything. Yeah. So I think it's highly unlikely that it was like a net bad. The very worst thing that I could have done there is provide Jesse Lee Peterson some kind of propaganda he could show to his audience. And if it hadn't been me, it'd probably be somebody else, right?
I bought his T-shirts. I gave him money.
Wait, no, but you can't do that, Vivian. Miss Vivian, you can't keep going like you can't say, well, like, yeah, overall I qualified it as a net good, so I'm still maintaining his stuff on my YouTube channel and
wait,
all
hold
of
on,
those.
real quick. This is being talked about a lot. What Vivian is saying, hold on, real quick. What Vivian is saying is that in her particular case, it might have been good one time, or in Vaush's or my particular case, it might have been good one time. But what she's saying is that overall, there is undoubtedly some kind of harm that's committed there. So it's hard to make a general rule saying like it's okay.
I guess, but then that's all of our point. We've been saying that the entire time.
A general rule that like nobody engages in it, right? In order to avoid the unpredictable results of engaging with and platforming.
And that's where my problem is. You can't say there should be a general rule that no one engages with it while still maintaining your previous experience where you're engaging with it, because by simply leaving your videos up on YouTube, you are still tacitly engaging in it. It's still an active engagement. The second you remove all of that whatever, and you try to distance yourself from it, then if you really hold this position, then you should be removing that content. You can't maintain and say, well, because I personally feel like in my experience it wasn't a thing, but in general, no one should ever do this. But I'm going to continue to maintain to doing this while it's actively happening. That doesn't sound right.
I hold the position that it is effective only when the majority of people agree to do it, right? If the majority of people don't agree to do it, then it doesn't fucking work. Because if like random people are doing it all over the place, it doesn't fucking work. Okay? Now you're right. Like I would ultimately take those fucking videos off my channel if it was that I could convince the YouTube and Twitch community that we shouldn't be fucking doing this shit. But meanwhile, everybody else is doing this fucking shit, right? And I don't think that my example is like a particularly bad example of it, and it helps me to like gain a greater platform and say the things that I need to say to people. So I might as well fucking keep it up for the moment.
Wait, but you literally shamed me for backing out of that situation. Because you were trying to get me to go on Jesse Lee Peterson, and I backed out of it because I was anxious because I didn't realize before I agreed to it who he was.
Go on. Doobie asked me to fucking recommend you.
Sure, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Viv, right? But then afterwards, when I backed out of it,
ask her something. Let her respond to it.
But afterwards, when I backed out of it, right? Like you shamed her.
No. She asked her something. I want her to be able to respond to that. And I do actually want to move this into a different
Miss Vivian was interrupting her. What?
Okay, so go ahead, Big.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no. Doobie asked me to recommend her to Jesse Lee Peterson to go on his show, and I was like, sure, whatever, right? Because like and yeah, and she just basically like never got back to me, and I had all these fucking messages from Jesse Lee Peterson's producer going like, oh well, when is this person gonna like I've messaged them, they're not messaging back, blah 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 blah. Like you could have done me the courtesy of just saying, hey, I'm not actually going to go on that show. I
didn't have your contact, right? Like Doobie was the one who was being in contact, but it's regardless. Like I backed out of it, and Doobie knew this and probably communicated it. I backed out of it because I was uncomfortable as like a Jewish person, right? Like, and it's totally fine for other people too, but I was just a little nervous about being exposed to his audience, right? So I just got anxious about that, which I feel like is really fair, and that's why like when I hear you talking about deplatforming, it just feels like so hypocritical. And you got super mad at me for backing out of it.
So yeah,
I think we need a platform.
I got annoyed because I was constantly being pestered by Jesse Lee Peterson's producer, and I had nothing to fucking tell him because nobody was telling me that you were.
Move past this point. All right, but like we stumbled upon one of the things I wanted to ask about is like the monetary incentive here, right? So no matter if you think you are engaging in responsible platforming or not, right? The response will be for people who disagree with you or whatever it is you're doing, is that you're doing it for the money. That you're making these choices and not with any eye to how you can engage with these topics, right? How you can counter toxic narratives, right? It's only because like you're doing it for the views, you're doing it for the donations, for the hype trains, for the what's that on YouTube when you send the messages and the money you get.
Super chat.
Yeah, super chat. Yeah, you're doing it for the super chats, right?
Chat.
Okay, which are very lucrative. How much truth do you think there is to that? Because, well, I'll state my opinion on this. It's like, well, I really do. Me, honestly, I really do like engaging with these ideas. Like, I actually really do. I think it's a lot of fun, and I think we can actually get something out of it. I think we can actually have some valuable conversations, like I said before. However, also, we live in capitalism. And it's true.
Yeah, that's definitely a happy profit motive.
And audience members.
Content warning. Don't remind me like that.
And audience members like you, yes, you at home, right? You seem to love it, right? You love the drama.
Oh, it's a pitch. I didn't realize it was a pitch. I thought we were still talking. Go.
No. It's not a pitch. No, I'm sorry. See, this is it, right? This is literally it. I'm just trying to engage with the audience here. You think it's a pitch? No, I'm saying yes. You at home. You love the drama, right? This is what like you ask for, right? The numbers go up when people are yelling at each other for anything. It really doesn't matter what it is.
Absolutely thought it was a swag way. There's no way, there's no chance I was passing that up. What?
So,
that's wild.
Without actually literally giving away all the money you make and like not making any sort of a living doing this, right? Which takes up a lot of time, as you understand, because of being Wolf, and as everyone else here understand. Like, can we actually? Is there ever a way we can actually engage with this, right? In a good faith manner, without ever being, definitely being accused of doing it for the money. Like, is that impossible?
This accusation sounds like it's not even that big of a deal, because at the end of the day, like if we are doing it for money, it wouldn't change anything, right? Like I'm a freaking musician. That's what I do, right? Like I've loved it for my entire life. Like literally seemed like that was what my life was like gearing me towards. So that's what the hell I do. Like the second someone wants to come at me with like some sort of ridiculous, unfounded purity test of you're not really a musician because you're making money from it. It's like what the hell kind of ridiculousness is this? That sort of toxic ideology was what kind of kept a lot of African Americans out of like specific success circles, because they felt like if I sign to a label, I'm selling out. And it's like that's ridiculous. Ridiculous was the word I was going to say from the beginning. It was a stutter. So the idea that it's like, yeah, people can make that accusation. I would think it. I would think that a lot of the reason why Destiny gets in some of the debates he is, I would think it's a combination. Most of the time, the way you become successful is to find something that comes more natural to you than it does to other people, because you're more likely more than likely excel in that kind of thing. I would imagine for people like Destiny, Vaush, me, like people who love debating, people who are good with their words, you're gonna start debating. Like that's what you do. Like I do it in my real life all the time. Whether or not like before I even started streaming as a kid, I debated a lot with my parents. So like yeah, if I'm making money from it, like that's not a detraction. I don't understand how that would even be like. How is that a criticism?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Usually thrown out in bad faith.
We'll get to you. Don't worry.
Got it a microsecond faster. Yeah, it's normally thrown out in bad faith. That's actually the stated reason why Sargon said he wouldn't debate me anymore, because I make money off of debating him. He's been doing this longer than I have. I'm not sure how that tracks exactly, but at the end of the day, whatever the reasons we do the things we do, I think we should just talk about the things we do. Trying to speculate on like, well, you're just in it for the money, I think it's dumb. I honestly think the whole grifter discourse, I engage in it too. I think it's kind of worthless, because to the audience of a grifter, they don't care
Jesus,
or know.
How did y'all like what I said that much? I appreciate the follows, though.
And if you're outside of that audience, it doesn't, knowing that they're grifting doesn't affect the harm or good their beliefs hold. At the end of the day, you kind of have to hold everyone to account for what they say they believe, whether or not they actually believe it, unless you making evidence of hypocrisy is part of some 4D chess strategy to make them look ridiculous publicly. But generally, like, what? So people make money doing this? Okay. I think it's I love it when people on the left are successful. Some people want to drag them down. You know, what's that old quote? When I was poor and I asked why they were poor, they said I was, they said I was bitter. When I was wealthy and I asked why they were poor, they said I was guilty or something like that. If lefties are succeeding, if we're in a position to even debate whether or not people are leftist for their own good or not, we're doing better than we used to. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I think what matters is not like whether somebody's doing it for money or not. It matters what they're doing. We have to recognize that there are incredibly the bigger you get, the bigger the social and economic pressures on like content creators online, and we have to like recognize what those social and economic pressures are and ensure that it doesn't like push us into engaging in actions that we would consider to be immoral or harmful, right? As long as we're doing good, who gives a fuck whether like you don't know what somebody believes in their fucking mind, but as long as they're doing good things and saying good things, it doesn't really fucking matter at the end of the day, I don't think.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I gotta have the moral high ground here because CC, as a nonprofit, I make no money, right? I make zero money. So yeah, that's the one benefit I get, which is probably why you should sub to me on Twitch. But just
so
in
you
general,
do make money,
I just got my sub button, so as of now I'm not making money, right? But hopefully I will be. But,
as the resident tax guy, I would like to correct that. You can actually make money off of a nonprofit. You can pay yourself a salary. You just can't profit as a business entity. But.
Yeah, that's true. But there's a problem. Just in general, there is a problematic incentive structure. What I would encourage people to do is to just like speak with your wallet. I mean, honestly, like my favorite videos that I discovered Vaush recently, like after having that debate with you, and with some of my favorite videos of yours is when you just were talking about other content creators with like compassion, and it was frilly and nice. And so like those are the videos that I give views. Yeah, so those are the videos that I give views to, right? Like just speak with. If people don't like that incentive structure, then like the problem is it's the audience that gives that to people in the first place.
I think if we're more aware of it, if we're more aware of the pressure, then we can, we can act to counter it. It's one of those things. I think that like the market forces and the whole social capital shit, like generally pushes people in sort of harmful directions because they want to have more explosive fucking arguments with people. There's also the pressure to like always be fucking seen as right, which might cause people to double down on previously like really fucking shitty positions or make them much less likely to like change their minds on something that is really fucking harmful. And I think if you recognize like what are actually your reasons for sticking to a particular position or engaging with a person in a particular way, like perhaps it's not necessary that you engage in, for example, some of the like hardcore fucking sea lioning, shouty down kind of debates that we see here on Twitch, right? Like maybe you don't need to do that because it's like harmful to the mental health of the people involved. It creates a hostile environment in which people are constantly attacking and harassing each other, and that environment is conducive to making a shitload of money and getting a shitload of views, but ultimately you're fucking hurting people. So maybe you should fucking tone it down a little bit or try and promote a little bit of understanding towards your fellow content creators, etc.
I think this goes back to the general question of just like responsible platforming once again. And again, like it's going to be really hard for anyone to actually determine what's accurate there, right? Like it's almost impossible to determine someone's actual intent, right? And there's plenty of people out there that like might profess specific ideologies that they don't actually hold. Like, no, I'm really doing this out of the charity of my heart. Like, these are the things that I believe in. But in reality, like, there's actual grifters. No one on the planet of Earth can tell me that Candace Owens genuinely believes any of the thing that she's actually talking about. She's a really well-spoken person, super duper intelligent. There's no freaking way she believes any of that stuff, right?
I don't know, man.
Come on, man. No, Destiny, don't do me like this. There's no way.
The two people that make me wonder about that is Jesse Lee Peterson is real. That dude is one.
Yeah, he's not there.
And also, have you ever watched a YouTube guy called Anthony Brian Logan?
Oh my God! Yeah, I watched your debate with him. That's how I know about him.
That guy is real too, and man, these people are stones throw away from Candace Owens. I don't know, man.
Jesse Lee Peterson. No, Jesse Lee
specifically has done a lot of back and forth, like real obvious back and forth. I think.
For sure, and I think
who are true believers.
Yeah, and Jesse Lee Peterson, like his whole thing, like. This is not trying to sound ableist, like, because, you know, you're able to do whatever the frick you are, but I think there are, like, some pretty obvious, like, indications of, like, cognitive decline in certain ways, which is a terrible thing. My grandmother passed from that.
He's a massive dumb fuck that's being manipulated by a bunch of right-wing, like, white nationalists. Yeah.
Sure. So it's really hard.
Yeah, I'm pretty dumb. I'm kind of stupid. Can you repeat that?
But he's doing that because that's part of the Uncle Tom, like, I'm not going to say that phrase. The Uncle Tom.
You can say it. We can't say it.
Yeah, I know. But I'm going to try my best to be responsible here. Destiny converted me. So I'm trying, but you can tell very much like he's tokenization, and we'll use that word, right? That's very much his Uncle Tom tokenization, where he's like literally saying all of the stuff that we know that Republicans want to say that he can't, and he knows that it's lining his pockets. So there's no way, as much as there's some cognitive decline there, there's no way he doesn't recognize when he's doing that he's playing into specific stereotypes. He's doing it on purpose, and he literally starts using those and weaponizing those same things. Like, it's one thing when you're doing like you're self-effacing, but there's a total different thing when you're like weaponizing it against other black people, and he does that on a regular basis too. So it's like, I think my point is, I mean, without getting too long with it, there's just a very obvious difference, not obvious, but very big difference between grifting and someone making profit from something that they happen to be very skilled at. There are plenty of people who can't formulate their words really easily, and they probably shouldn't be in these spaces trying to debate Republicans. There are people who can. So whether you make money should never be a defining factor. It's whether or not you're doing
something for money doesn't make you, even if you say you're doing it for money. Is Elon Musk a grifter at being a CEO?
Right. Like what does that mean?
It's nice to get paid for the things you like doing.
Well, I think grifting means that you're misrepresenting your viewpoints just to get paid, is what people are.
Right. I'm just saying, like, just doing it for money doesn't make you a grifter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, like, Joe Rubin's, like, a good example of this, right? Like, he was on the Young Turks. He was, like, 11.
I wanted to say the C word,
he got, like,
but I wasn't
sponsored by
allowed
the
to say
Koch
that.
brothers or something like that.
Wait, Dave Rubin.
Oh, not the Rubin Report, whatever.
Yeah, Dave Rubin. Yeah.
Dave Rubin.
Yeah. Okay.
Dave Rogan Report. Gay MMA superstar.
Okay, so I think we've kind of reached a consensus there. I wanted to go back to something that was also said at the same time previously, along with this money incident. It's about going on problematic platforms, right? So we had Bernie Sanders go on Fox News, right? And we had Crystal Ball. She's interacted with like Tucker Carlson, right?
Not based.
No, I had a feeling. We had Crystal Ball do that, and Crystal Ball actually also runs a show, The Hill, with Sagar and Jati, right? And it's two different voices with two different perspectives there, and getting along, right? Like we want in a liberal democracy, right? But people disagree. Think that disagree with their actions. Think that they're only co-signing these other people's views, right? So, like, is there value in that, right? Like, should Bernie Sanders had gone on Fox News, right? There was that moment they had like a little town hall with Bernie Sanders, and if I'm remembering this correctly, like Bernie Sanders like asked about like like would you want Medicare for all or something like that, right? Or you think it's a good idea? And like the Fox News picked audience like raised their hands, right? They were like, oh yeah, like what you're selling, we're buying here, right? And that was an amazing moment. That was an amazing moment. Like, so we can imagine that Bernie Sanders reached a lot of people, like introduced these ideas that would not have gone on that platform at all, right? And then on the other side, there's like dealing with someone who's terrible, like Tucker Carlson, one-on-one, as Chris Baldwin and other people have done, other people on the left. So if you don't like her, there's other people who've done this too, right? Who've gone on and engaged with them. Like, if you do that, do you have to be like from jump, from like as soon as you go live? Do you have to be absolutely combative with them? Is that the only way to do this, or is it that you can't be there at all? Like simply putting your name on their Chiron, right? Maybe that's a failure in and of itself. What do you all think?
I don't think it's a failure to ever do it, but again, I think there does need that same purity test that we'd be talking about for who's actually responsible and able to actually come and debate these people. Again, I would love. Nothing would make me happier than to see like Destiny or Vaush go and freaking Tucker Carlson. Like it would, I would, yeah, I would make a mess in my boxers, right? Like, but
what would I argue about him with? We both agree the rich are bad.
Does he actually believe that? I don't think so. But you, what do you? Yeah, I think okay, good. Because what he would be doing is just shooting over you. I mean, he'd be just shouting over you the entire time, repeating himself and not letting you get in words edgewise. That's the only problem because of his platform. But at the end of the day, like, yes, I think again, if we could get responsible people in there, I think it'd be great. I come from a hyper conservative family. When I say hyper conservative family. I mean, I feel like as we've gotten older, my siblings and I have become a lot more like not that way, but growing up and my parents, they were hyper conservative, right? So I know how very little we get that interaction with people on the left. The Fox News, they're platforming these issues, and a lot of times, like parroting what Vaush said earlier, a lot of the reason why these ideas get perpetuated and why the right is able to be strong, such that they can get to QAnon and stuff, is because a lot of people are really feckless and afraid of debate. We're so interested in deplatforming, we're not actually engaging. And then if we ever do engage, it's literally just to label.
If we were that interested in it, we'd fucking do it, wouldn't we?
We do it anytime. We do it literally every time someone says something. Right, and it's not our ability, and literally anytime someone voices an opinion, like anything that we consider like egregious and objectionable, we do deplatform. So but that's not the problem. The problem is that what we're recognizing is that the vast majority of these times Republicans are not encountering data that's like that they would from the other side. Facebook, Twitter, and the way these algorithms work, it literally formulates echo chambers. They reward you for only talking to people that you're more likely to agree with and engage with, and as a result, most people are not encountering information on the other side. Notice Destiny's not debating a whole bunch of people on the right anymore. Them niggas aren't that interested. What they really want to do, they really want. So now you got to kind of start if you ever want any like reasonable or explosive conversations. You're gonna have to find specific distinctions of people on the left, because at the end of the day, Republicans don't really want to debate, and most Democrats don't want to debate Republicans either. They'd rather just cancel them.
Okay, but the argument that I've heard against this, right, is that you're giving like legitimacy to those platforms or to those debates. So they'll say like there are some things that are just not up for debate, like human rights, trans rights, women's rights. I think that's bullshit. Like that.
The only people that say this are delusional people that think that these sites have no legitimacy, but they do because they're popular. Like you. Also,
those things are absolutely up for debate, and if we don't take our positions in that debate, we'll lose the debate. I.e., we get sent to camps. I think we can all agree that what Bernie did. I'm sorry?
Do you think everything's up to debate?
Up to the debate in the sense that it can be brought to debate. Yeah, sure. And if it is brought to debate, then we need to be willing to debate it. Sure. Now, me personally, do I think that a person can debate whether or not gay people are human and be a good person? Like, is that a subject that I think is worthy of real discourse? I obviously don't. But if a person, or let's say a massive Fox News host, is holding that conversation, if nobody's willing to take them up on it, then that idea is just going to spread unchallenged.
It doesn't spread unchallenged if you deplatform them.
Wait, hold on.
But we don't have the power to.
Wait, stop. I said Fox News host. You can't deplatform Tucker Carlson by pointing out that he's homophobic. We know. Everybody knows what he is. We already know what he is.
Yeah, everybody knows what he is. But we all have this fucking idea that, like, in our lovely liberal democracy, we should just allow these ideas to be fucking spouted on these.
Who's saying that?
Please don't. Wait, hold on. Wait. Please don't try to out-lefty me, okay?
Oh, sorry. What?
So wait, hold on. Okay, I agree that the liberal notion, the liberal idea that the only way you can challenge ideas is through discourse is obviously incorrect. At the end of the day, politics is about power, and if Nazis were taking over our government, we would be obliged to engage in basically any action necessary to protect democracy. Certainly not just debating them on late-night talk shows, okay? I get that. But in lieu of our ability to deplatform Tucker Carlson, if these ideas are being normalized, you have to find counter-arguments to them. Now, when Bernie Sanders goes on Fox News, I think that's double-based. Because Bernie Sanders is stone cold. He's not going to go up there and start affirming Republican talking points. He's going to go up there and say the exact same thing he's been saying for 40 consecutive years. Okay, he's going to talk about healthcare, students, what have you. Fine, he's consistent, you know? Now, my concern with, say, Crystal Ball is that when she goes up with Tucker Carlson, she's looking to agree with the guy. They'll agree on light criticisms of society without actually talking about the solutions. But the problem is, the statement, there's a problem with the elites in this country, is held equally by anarcho-syndicalists and neo-Nazis. They just don't agree on what elite means or what the solution to it is. You gotta agree on solutions, not problems. I don't have a problem with legitimizing these institutions either, because was Fox News not legitimate before Bernie Sanders went on there? Or even Joe Rogan. I mean, I think there's a little bit more discourse to be had there, but I think that Bernie Sanders going on Joe Rogan was awesome. Exposed millions of people to his ideas. You know, it was pretty good. I feel like the only people who were mad about that were lefties who felt like Bernie Sanders was injecting energy into the online Nazi sphere or something. I just don't think that.
But Joe Rogan's not a Nazi.
Say, like, I don't know, there was a huge purge, right, of subreddits, of problematic subreddits. So, like, Gender Critical got purged, and it's like, I won't say completely destroyed the movement, but it has significantly reduced it, especially its ability to recruit other women. So, like, are there areas or are there platforms that you think do deserve to be deplatformed if you can do it?
Sometimes. Wait, but I want to say really quickly, like, yo.
Is anyone else having a problem with audio? I'm having like a little static here.
Nope.
Is everyone else coming in clear?
Sounds fine to me.
You're a little bit choppy to me.
Look.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Go ahead.
Really quickly, Mix Vivian, like, this is something that I just tweeted out, like literally yesterday, I want to say. The idea, like your idea of deplatforming and all that stuff, it sounds particularly powerful to you because of the space that you're operating in. But, like, for a lot of people, like, I'm telling you, like, this leftist idea of, like, bullying anybody that disagrees with, not, okay, maybe I won't say it pejoratively. The leftist idea of bullying people. Okay, hold on. Bullying people, that's why I decided to be more charitable in the way that I said it, but you're still going to address it anyway, that's fine. The idea of bullying people specific, like, that you feel or that it warrants, or deplatforming people because you think it's, like, effective, that's only good for Twitter Spaces. But for people who have actual and active identities outside of Twitter, it's not really that huge of a deal, right? Like, Destiny has a new Twitter account. Like, Destiny has a new Twitter account, like, literally every 6 hours. Okay, I might be exaggerating there, but it doesn't change anything. Like, his overall life, he still has his Twitch platform. He has been deplatformed on Twitter. But my point is that's the extent of it, because of the fact that he has obviously his following on Twitch, he obviously has his YouTube channel, he has other means, he has a real life where he's doing active work in actual political spaces. Then your bullying stops there. Like, people keep trying to threaten me on Twitter, and I'm like, y'all niggas know that, like, this is not my life, right? Like, I tweet for fun. So that idea that's the limitation on your bullying. The idea that you just brought the reason I know you keep interrupting, it's fine. The reason why I'm even bringing this up right now is because what you just said is you brought up the idea of canceling Tucker Carlson as if anybody in any left space has any sort of authority or any sort of power that would literally negatively impact anything he does. We don't. So you got to make sure that you're always keeping things in context and reality of what the pragmatic application of this canceling idea or deplatforming idea is, because It's getting out of hand. Y'all niggas need to chill just a little bit.
I can't even fucking finish my statements. You can't even say what I was advocating regards Tucker Carlson, okay? I was trying to reply to Vaush, and then Eris talked, and then you fucking talked. I've listened to like nearly 10 minutes of you people talking about what I've supposedly said.
You people! No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I apologize, Viv. I'm sorry.
Vivian, please.
Fuck me. So yeah, one, Eris is really right to bring up the fucking subreddit thing, right? There were actually fucking studies done on this when like our fat shaming and our gender critical and a bunch of other subreddits got fucking banned from Reddit. Not only did it decrease their ability to recruit, it decreased
that is the perfect way of saying it, Backlash. I totally agree with that. Perfect way of saying it.
Reddit as a fucking whole.
I've been talking too much, so I'm gonna chill, but I want to say that.
It was a really fucking good thing that Reddit did.
And I love the fascism grows in silence.
Fucking on top of it, so new subreddits grow, like pop up all the fucking time, and eventually you'll end up back in the same space if you aren't constantly vigilant against this shit. With regards to Tucker Carlson, Fox News tried to set up and are kind of trying to set up again, tried to set up a news network here in the United Kingdom. They tried to set up a Fox News UK, but they couldn't fucking do it. They got taken off the air in like fucking no time because our Ofcom just wouldn't let them spread the fucking bullshit that they were spreading, right? We have fucking journalistic standards here in the United Kingdom that don't allow for Fox News to operate the way that they do.
If you get a chance to red pill Tucker Carlson's audience, you probably should, right?
They're already pretty
good
red
kind of red pill. Sorry, not the bad kind.
Okay.
The green pill? The green pill?
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Well, there's nothing wrong with deplatforming as a concept, okay? I think that social spaces need some kind of terms of service agreement that should be held to. Otherwise, they all turn into rancid cesspools.
Billy Drill Kill.
Okay? I agree.
That's what the point is. I was missing that.
It was good. It's a good thing. Those subreddits were taken down. But the fact remains, the places like Fox News and people like Tucker Carlson aren't going anywhere. If you have the opportunity to present your platform on those platforms, they're platforming you. Not the other way around. If I went on Tucker Carlson, I would not be platforming him. He would not get one iota more legitimacy for my presence on that platform. He would not be empowered in any way, shape, or form. I would be. Massively so. And I think that lefties should take advantage of that. Now, with the case of Crystal Ball, the reason they let her on is because they know Crystal Ball does this, hey, maybe the populist right and the populist left don't have too many differences between them, huh? You know, whatever, we both hate the elites. That shtick. So they let her on. They probably wouldn't let, I don't know, Sam
Looking
Cedar
forward to Jimmy Dore's spot on Tucker Carlson. That's going to be fun.
Or Jimmy Dore, my favorite
fucking idiot
thing. Yeah.
So,
no, I agree, right? Like, I never said that these interactions can't produce positive results, right? However, the only thing that definitely fucking works is deplatforming and progressive deplatforming throughout fucking society. Like, we're not going to fucking deplatform Tucker Carlson tomorrow. I'm not fucking delusional. The only way to do that would be TOS, right?
Don't tell yourself short.
You can't fucking deplatform Tucker Carlson tomorrow, right? But you can try and create a society that is aggressively anti-racist, aggressively anti-fascist, that simply does not allow these fucking conversations to take place in the public sphere. Like, you can do that.
Well, hold on, Vivian. Actually, throwing you a bone right here, which I think I think I would totally agree with you in this way. Somebody pointed it out to me just now. The idea of like deplatforming like an entire like a subreddit or like a sphere, if we have the power to do that, right? Like for example, if we had the ability to deplatform Fox News, I think that would actually do a lot of good. Right? I totally agree with you. If we had the ability to do that, I'd be 100% on board with that. I know we don't have that ability. And I think
that deplatform me. Oh, God.
I think
but I think there's a very big difference. I was going to say we don't. It's well, I mean, if no. But talking about what we're going to be able to do over centuries of time, that's literally outside of this. That's out of the. Well, okay, fine. I wasn't being literal, right? But I'm saying talking about what we can do over like a hyper elongated experience or a hyper elongated period. I think that's a very big. That's outside of the purview of this conversation because this conversation is specifically talking about like canceling platforms, like specific people, the specific streamers, so on and so forth, right? But that's a very big different thing.
The health and for me, this conversation is about the health of this particular community, the Twitch politics community, right? And advocating for what streamers and people who watch and participate in this community ought to hold as like the standard for like who ought to be platformed and who ought not to be. Prime extended that conversation beyond the bounds
I'm not missing that, Triple O. I'm aware of that
specific area, right? And obviously the answers change and our tactics change and the time frames for the things that we're able to do change as we broaden the community to mean the entire fucking nation or the entire world. Like obviously we can't here say, oh well, Fox News should be deplatformed and then actually be able to do anything significant about it. But if the broader left it actually started working towards deplatforming Fox News at all, right? Like
what
we could eventually.
Yeah, how do we do that? How do we work towards that? In your worldview, tell me what that looks like. How does a broader left start working towards deplatforming Fox News?
And keep in mind, we can't get too spooky anti-free speech here because at the end of the day, I don't want to normalize the state being able to crack down on any news institutions that it finds inconvenient. So what do we do? I mean, it used to be the case that news organizations had to give fair side to both issues, didn't it? There was something that got revoked.
They did, but the fairness doctrine. So the problem with the fairness doctrine is that, like, back when the media environment that existed under the fairness doctrine, people took the fairness doctrine to mean that they ought to give like a fair amount of time or whatever to both sides, right? And they tried to present a more objective news. Like journalism was about trying to objectively report on things a lot of the time, right? There were definitely propaganda outlets and shit, but there was definitely this idea.
Yo, listen, I appreciate all y'all for following,
report the objective facts, and we've lost that now.
Some takes y'all not gonna like me because I am not a leftist. I'm not a big fan of leftists.
Doctrine would not. It just wouldn't work.
So y'all probably not gonna be huge fans.
So that would work. So you can either go two ways. You can either try to ambivalently improve the standards of discourse by implementing fact checkers or having an independent review board that tries to assert whether or not a news organization deserves like some penalty for misinformation, or you can just say, nah, fuck it, these topics are off limit. You can just say, no, sorry, this enables racism, this enables xenophobia, etc., we can't allow that.
I think it has to be like a cultural change, right? Like, just like you, well, not quite like you, because Chomsky, anarcho-syndicalist, but just like you, I'm an anarchist, and I think that like, community organizing and doing things from like the bottom up is the best way to fucking get shit done without authoritarian overreach from a government that changes fucking hands every 4 to 8 years. Right, like I completely get that we don't want like the government having really fucking broad powers to suppress freedom of speech. I don't want that, right? But I think that like a dedicated core of like left-wing activists could take steps to change the culture to make certain conversations excuse me unacceptable within the public sphere, and could take further steps through direct action to make Fox News like actually doing their programming or whatever just cost them too fucking much to run. And that's all I can really say about that, because like I'd go.
What I mean to say there is that there really isn't like a hard solution. The best we can really hope for is that our society becomes progressive enough that institutions
Fox News is a huge fucking target. We would, we need
half the country is conservative. We never get rid of Fox News. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
I'm just saying.
That's what I was going to say.
These institutions exist. We should exploit them to the greatest possible extent. Whether that's going on their shows or making fun of them on social media until they quote tweet you and then changing your Twitter username to they smell like eggs. Anything you can do, really. I just don't like the idea that we're somehow bolstering these institutions by participating in them.
Yeah,
also,
and
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, a little bit of a 90-degree offshoot. But like something that I think is also really important to bring up is that I think that you need opposition voice, because I do think that without opposition voice, you will run really far off in the other direction. I know that some people aren't like a fan of that idea, that people think they can just have some ideologically pure thing that isn't like susceptible to any type of like too far radicalization. But man, some of the conversation online has just completely and totally escaped like whatever reality is.
Need leftists and super leftists.
Yeah, well, and even forget leftists, even just like very progressive woke people sometimes like need like sometimes a counterbalance. You need somebody there to like remind you that like, hold on, I don't know if somebody tweeting something when they were 16 years old like commits them to a life of being a horrible racist piece of shit. And I think that when you stop debating conservatives and instead you guys are like having debates on like, well, hold on, like how many Black History Month posts did you do last month on your Facebook? Oh, only 47. Like you're a racist piece of shit. Like I think that when that becomes, and man, dude, when I did the local stuff in Omaha and I was going through people's Facebook profiles, I did not realize how many woke progressive white people there are that just incessantly post about Black issues. It is unreal, and it is like creepy. It almost feels like a fetishization of those problems. It's unbelievable.
And while
like maybe it's good to have that other side, and when I say other side, I don't mean like fucking Nazis, but maybe just like the people who are like, well, I don't believe that any race should be different. We should be colorblind and blah blah blah. Maybe it's good to have those people so that we can center ourselves and just know what we're kind of like aiming for, and it's not like hyper left, ultra woke, whatever.
No, but this is a real issue, right? Like when you have echo chambers, right, it leads to people becoming more and more radicalized, right? That is just like a fact. And it's one of the reasons why I admire Prime for still putting people on that are right wing, or people like Doobie, right? Which is kind of what this conversation is really about. Because the other side is exactly what Desi was talking about.
What he brings to the community, like it's not necessarily about the views that he expresses on the panel. It's because it's like constantly partnered up.
No,
with
but even before Doobie, it was someone else. Like people are always telling Prime to deplatform anyone who was right wing, right? And what they basically want this to become, and any kind of leftist environment, is a pure echo chamber, and that's just gonna like devolve into further radicalization and people ending up with ideas that they just don't know how to actually back up properly.
100%. The very first time
I decide what types of discourse produce good outcomes or are productive. So I think this is a fact. The Republican Party is constitutionally incapable in its current state of producing good discourse. They have no part in the conversation. They add absolutely nothing. Now, if you want to argue that good discourse can be produced by arguments between moderate and progressive Democrats, I think that's a defensible argument. I think you can banter there. I think that there's some worth to be had there. The Republican Party is so out of reality right now that any engagement they have with these ideas serves only to distract and distance us from real solutions, not to help us form some kind of golden mean approach towards a plurality of issues.
As long as you're talking about the Republican Party specifically and not like the voters, right? Then I agree with you.
Platform of the party. I mean, like right now, like we're
just as long as we're talking about the GOP, then I think I agree with you.
So Destiny, like I understand that you think that we would need some kind of like moderating views, or at least something to like be against that isn't like, so we're not continuously moving into like more and more hyper puritanism, which is absolutely a problem within like ideological spaces. It's like something that I talked about before with cult like coercive behaviors within ideologically based social groups, right? But I don't think that we live currently in a space in which we're just up against people who are like, oh well, I just don't think we should see color, right? Like we have like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress. We have Fox News being like fucking huge, basically. Fox News and OANN having been elevated by the president. Like we live in a media and social ecosystem in which like much worse opinions than like, oh well, we should just not see color are commonplace. And I would like to see the Overton window shift a little bit, that way before we start saying, oh shit, maybe we've gone too far into hyper puritanism.
Can I just touch on one thing Destiny said earlier?
I want to ask some other questions, but go ahead, please.
All right, this is like slightly tangent because like it was just a point that he made, but I just wanted to echo it because I think it's 100% true. And then this person, Joe, the silly serious, she made this point also that it's absolutely absurd, like the frequency at which like Twitter left is like engaging, Twitter and Twitch, all of them are engaging in like conversation, even about trans issues. She like pointed out to me that like there's literally never ever a conversation in which the conversation like in whatever, that if that goes on for like 2 hours, that doesn't devolve into trans bodies, right? Like this one happens to be somewhat of an exception for the most part, but like since she had made that statement, every single conversation, any open panel is going to get to that. And in the same sense, the amount of people obsessing over black issues specifically, the thing is, it seems like it's such a superficial engagement, is absolutely ridiculous. Even even when we were having like the N-word conversation like a couple days ago, it felt like I remember Demon Mama at one point, she was like literally gonna burst at the seams. If you watch the video, she was like literally like, it seemed like she was like gonna have a heart attack if she didn't get a word in. And it was like, I felt like I was perfectly capable of like voicing my opinion, but a lot of people felt the need to speak for me. And when Destiny and Vaush debated Eric Stryker and that other cat, one of their biggest arguments they kept saying, and I hate giving credence to Republican arguments, but this was something that they said, and I felt like, wow, this is somewhat true. Not in that instance, but in general. Like they were talking about like, why is it that there's always white people speaking for black people? Why aren't there any black people there? I would debate that nigga for like simply.
I actually totally agree with what you're saying. I'm so sorry. I just made money really hard. Go ahead.
I was like, yo, is this it? But yeah, like that's the thing, man. It is frustrating. Like it does seem like there's like this obsession, like for some people. But again, it's only at a superficial level. They're not genuinely engaging. But yeah, so I just agree with everything you said, Destiny. There, like I just wanted to.
Do you see where we like? It's the people who post those yellow squares too. You know, right? Like people who keep white progressives online who keep stepping in, keep putting their foot in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the issue, I'm of the opinion that anyone should be able to discuss any issue. I think that these ideas, while an experience or a familiarity with an issue, I think gives you like some weight to your involvement or to your perspective. I think anyone should be able to have it, but there's no denying that there's a pretty strong correlation between being white and posting cringe online. And I think like that's another one of the issues that we have right now. Like this was a really big issue back during the primaries. I know that other people in this panel are fully familiar with this bullshit, but the low information voters thing, oh my god, like we're circling right back around. And who died?
Hopefully she'll be back. Go ahead.
Or it feels like a lot of people. There's a really negative tendency to engage with these ideas, these progressive ideas, in a way which completely discounts the experiences and perspectives of the people that they would affect. I get a lot of this from accelerationist discourse too, like pure accelerationism. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. People who act like, America sucks, bro. Yeah, dude. What if we just tore it all down and like they don't care. They just like how it sounds. But this also falls back in that pragmatism issue, too. The reason they talk like that and the reason they act that way is because you can get social credit for acting that way. You get good boy points, you know? You get
it's virtue signaling.
Tendies. Yeah, it is virtue signaling, and they get tendies for this behavior. And I think that it would be a lot better if we stopped assessing people's worth in online leftist communities by how quote-unquote, like, based the shit they say is, and instead start evaluating about what they actually do, because that would shut a lot of these people up really quickly, and then people would have to fall back on actual accomplishments. What did I do? You know, what Antifa trash cans did I toss over? That kind of stuff.
Right.
So
I mean, I'm not down for the fucking like fucking activist dick measuring.
One second, and we're going to get back to the subject because there's a lot to this. I wanted to get just one other point on Fox News before we turn back around. But Destiny, would you go on Fox News? Would you go onto her calls? And do you think?
Of course. Yeah, 1,000,000%, of course.
Okay, good. All right, well, never mind. All right, sorry. I guess that answers that. I thought there'd be a more nuanced.
Yeah, even I probably.
Wait, is there anywhere
what would you argue about? You and him both hate the left.
True.
Let's go, Vaush.
Yeah, I wanted to know where this line is. You know, like where would you not go? What platform?
Any conversation that I feel like I can handle, I will have on any platform, anytime, anywhere. The only types of conversations I generally avoid are things related to like conspiracy theory. So if for that, I either would need to do a lot of special prep, or I would just like blanket say like I don't do this type of conversation because I don't think it's possible to responsibly have it.
You can't. It is actually impossible because at the end of the day, like their belief system isn't even based on like any cogent thing whatsoever. Like the thing that your rhetoric, the way you're debating people, is trying to find areas of incogency within their argument and trying to find areas of like cogency for yourself that you can say like this deduction deduction, right? You can't do that with conspiracy theories because it's all inductive, right? It's like, this probably means this and this probably means this, and then abductive nonsense where it's like, this possibly means this, and if you combine this possible meaning with this thing, then we get this idea. And then by the time, even if you dismantle all the foundations for one, they're all tied into all of these other conspiracies. So even though you dismantled all of their support for this one, it's like, well, yeah, but this one lines up with this one over here, which has an entire different web of meaning. So there's literally no way of actually getting to the bottom of that stuff. You can't debate that. It's literally impossible to do so responsibly.
Yeah, but there are definitely some like Nazis and stuff, like, or people that I personally wouldn't want to legitimize their platform that will not argue like that, right? Like they won't bring up those things.
That's not conspiracy.
In a more honest way.
Yeah, that's not conspiracy stuff.
If somebody that I consider like a good, or somebody that tries to be relative or won't go crazy conspiracy theory, I feel confident enough in the things that I believe in, especially if I know the topic ahead of time, that I would probably argue with anybody in any platform.
The only communities or people that I won't talk to are usually if they're reactionary or far right or something, and they're smaller than I am. Because at that point, they stand to gain way more from an interaction with me, even if they lose, than I would with them. You know, there are people who have formed entire careers off of embarrassing themselves. For God's sakes, Destiny, Aiden Paladin, didn't she get the impetus to start doing stuff?
I thought he was going to say Destiny. You're one of those people, and I was like, no, not like this.
So, maybe. I don't think she was.
This stuff just
before that. So yeah.
Yeah, this stuff just happens, or Mike, or whatever. And in some instances, you have to be careful, just because in a purely utilitarian sense, they stand to gain way more from losing than you possibly could from winning. You know? But.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
So we can go back to that previous conversation, and we're Vivian talking about activists and their dick measuring contests, and this is a thing. 100%. Oh, and Vivian,
I'd bring that one fucking hands down. Maybe. I don't know what fucking Fanatic has done actually, but like in terms of like lifetime activism and real life political fucking activism, I mean, I probably would win that one hands down. But I'm not fucking interested in like having like a dick waving contest. One, because like some of the things that you've done, you wouldn't want to be fucking talking about anyway. But also because it doesn't fucking help, right? Like when we talk about like what people have done and what people are doing, I don't necessarily care about like past activist actions or all that sort of shit, right? I care about like what their effect is currently, and not everybody has to be doing like not everybody has to be out at the streets on every fucking protest or trying to get every fucking leftist politician into office or what have you. But I do feel that like especially if you have a big platform here on Twitch, right? Like you should be leveraging those numbers to like in some way towards affecting like real life change beyond like just debating rightoids on the internet for clicks and likes. Like,
sure, but isn't it interesting that we're talking about dick?
You're thinking about a lot of things.
I sell merch.
I want to make sure we actually hit them all.
Sell merch.
But you're throwing out quite a lot of things here. So before we move too far away from this one point, I'm
just going to bring up, how is it that
Fanatic brought up
they want to talk about dick measuring and then she just randomly calls out my name? What the fetishization is that?
Who shows up on my panel often. I'm going to ask you all to go follow her on Twitch. As soon as I can type her name, I'll type her name. But I'll put a link in chat for you. But she also brought up something else to me when we were talking about harm/abuse language that's used among the left, right? So,
oh God, you mean when every single thing is abusive or harmful?
So what's happened on and I won't put words in Joe's mouth. I'll talk to myself now. What's happened on my platform is that certain individuals will come on, interact with others, like not even like the right, like on the left, but maybe not as far left as they are, right? And then they will use abuse language, like this hurts, like I feel unsafe. And I need to, I
hate it. I can't. A lot of this, we got to stop with that. It's too much.
It's very good at shutting down a conversation.
It's so
right?
gross,
especially with that language on the left. Yeah, that language here on the left is very easy for us to react to. Like, well, we don't want to cause harm, right? We don't want to be problematic in that way, right? So maybe we try to address the situation. Okay, what's causing harm? How can we resolve this issue, right? But it's a good way of refocusing whatever we were talking about before, right? Onto them, shifting attention. and stifling this, or labeling someone else who may be making some relatively benign point, right? And all of a sudden that benign point becomes, well, is this possibly toxic, right? It did something wrong. Did a wrong just take place in front of us that we're not actually realizing, right? Is it my privilege that's blinding me from what just happened? Or maybe is it like this kind of bullshit and people are just kind of using to shut everyone else down? So,
okay, I want to take the hard stance on this. I think that people that do that excessively are abusive themselves. Okay,
It is.
because
That's
using
exactly what
extremely emotionally emotive language to control discourse online, where people are not your friends. The online, unless we're talking private chat rooms, a public space where people can do whatever the fuck they want. If you're going to go in there and try to control discourse by using your emotions like a weapon, I think you're way more culpable for the abuse you're causing than you could ever possibly assign to them.
100%.
Now there are exceptions. There are times when that's used legitimately or without malice, but I have met so many people, what's the right-wing term, cry bullies, who use a facade of hurt to project harm onto other people. And those are the types that got ContraPoints booted off Twitter for a while too. This stuff has actual impacts.
Yeah, I think, look, at the end of the day,
that needs to squash this kind of behavior.
For
because
sure.
it is starting to be incredibly common and really take over a lot of the discourse. So, I don't know. I feel like we really need to at least cancel that kind of shit out.
For sure, but we never will, though, because that's where the problem happens, right? So all these purity tests, hold on really quick, all those purity tests and all the things that we're always talking about, it seems like the left is really incapable of applying it to themselves in specific, meaningful ways, right? So, yes, the idea that there's these people that are, always intimidated, always whatever, I'm not going to even say this person's names, but there's a specific person in mind. I'm pretty sure some of you guys know who this person is. Every time they come into a space, or if there's any kind of pushback against literally anything they say, their response is to hold up their hand to the camera and say, I'm actually shaking right now. I don't know if I can have this conversation. But they inject themselves into panels and different discourse all the time where they know that they're whatever, and then instead of us actually being able to gain any meaningful traction, now we're all just on the back foot of well, I don't want to re-traumatize this person. Twitter spaces are not your therapy. Get some actual freaking help so that you can actually be part of these conversations, or stay the hell out of it, because we can't even make progress, number one. Then you have people that are this is akin to this. I won't say this person's name either, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows I've recently had a back. Nigga, don't threaten me with a good time. That person I go all the time, goes into these spaces, starts talking about victims, then literally when you ask them for any kind of justification for the victimhood, it's it doesn't exist, or do your own research, but I'm not going to actually qualify any of it. So then as of now, we're supposed to be reactionaries with you and start okay, well maybe we should react, maybe I don't know, is this okay? But we don't even have anything to go off of, and now we got to just take your freaking word for it. Sometimes certain things aren't actual victimhood. Sometimes you can actually question the merits of specific things to determine whether or not there's an actual problem taking place. And the idea that we all have to be walking around on our freaking feelings and tiptoeing around your sensitivities literally is crippling to actually all of the work that we're talking about in this conversation about the positivity we can do. It's disgusting.
No, I agree to a certain extent. So I deal with a lot of fucking topics that are really disturbing to a lot of people. I might be talking about rape, murder, or I might be talking about suicide. I might be, when you're dealing with cults and extremism, you're going to be you're going to be talking about those kinds of things. And I always say on my streams, we're going to be talking about this thing. If it makes you uncomfortable, you can leave. It's totally fine, right? But when you get into debate panels and shit like this, right, you've got to expect that some of that stuff is going to come up, and you've got to take responsibility for your own mental health. We had a topic on here about which was about euthanasia or something a little while ago, that I asked Prime if I could just step out for this topic, because it wasn't super long after one of my friends had lost their life to suicide, and I was just not mentally prepared to be dealing with that conversation at the time. And I think that's fine, right? If it's a topic or whatever, you've got to take responsibility for your own mental health. Know what you're comfortable with, and step away if you need to. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing weak about saying this conversation is too much for me at this moment. I'm gonna take a step back. If anything, that's strong, right? You can do that.
I know, but the presence of the penises in the room right now are actually making me feel really unsafe. I'm shaking. No,
Okay.
I'm actually shaking.
No.
No, but
I think
That's it.
This is their go-to. Perps will
Destiny, and then we'll go to you, Vaush.
Okay, sorry, yeah, for the third time. I think that it's super valid to recognize that like safe spaces have value, and we can have safe spaces for certain conversations, but not every single place needs to be a safe space.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's fair.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
safe spaces are cool. You know, they had one back at my old university. It's pretty. I mean, it was literally just like a little back room behind the like Latino student center where you could do studying and listen to music and stuff. And there are online equivalents of that too, where you can have a reasonable expectation of not being confronted with anything too emotional.
Anybody from Vaush's community,
you know?
I super appreciate it. I respect that guy so freaking much.
And
he's so freaking good. Him and Destiny are like on
That's their
point.
go-to argument, in fact. You know, we have concerns about trans women in women's spaces. Actually, I seize up when I imagine sharing. Yeah. And, you know, no matter how evocative you want to be with it, usually the arguments boil down to like, I am triggered by the existence of trans women, which, you know, hot take, not a great argument.
What was it Fanatic said about anytime trans people get brought up? It's like no time at all before we start talking about their bodies. Like, what was that? I forget.
Well, in the context of perfs being triggered by trans women, I mean, that's
no, I know. I'm just meaning.
Well, whatever the case may be. Yeah, I just think it's really disingenuous, especially when it's used as a substitute for an argument. But it seems like everybody here agrees on this. I mean, if you're online long enough, you're going to find some dipshit who tries to essentially bully you out of holding a position because they're upset by you holding that position.
Hey, the rude boy, I'll play you in that. That'll be my first guilty gear. I'm 100% down to do that. That'll be my first time.
People can make an informed, you know, you only have to watch Prime for a little while to know that, like, there's going to be a variety of fucking topics come up. I don't want to, like, force anybody into having, like conversations they're super uncomfortable with, but like
of course,
I said, you 100%. Have to take responsibility for that mostly. So when people start springing shit on people like unexpectedly, you know, like, I don't know, you're in a fucking conversation with someone and they just come out with like the most transphobic fucking rant ever. At that point, I'd be like, Prime, maybe, you know, kind of irresponsible platforming this fucking person. Maybe we should just get them off the fucking panel, right? Like, I think I've only ever done that like a couple of times, and it's mostly been for chatters who are sitting there repeatedly saying transphobic shit.
Well, it's also about, like, what about the mental health of the people who are engaging in the discussion itself? Like, and that's what I wanted to talk about. I know that, like, Viv, I haven't seen you like really bully someone, but the way that people have like bullied people they've deemed as like impure or whatever.
You and me both feel that way.
It does feel like they don't mind just completely chucking someone's mental health to the ground. And even when you do say something like, "Oh, like I'm shaking, this is making me suicidal right now," like, what about the mental health of the people that you're saying that to? Like, that is so. That's also really, really problematic because that can trigger everyone that is in the room. You don't know. Maybe that person's suicidal and they're just not open about it.
Right.
Like, it's just not a good idea to talk like
for sure.
I want to take this back to like the crybabies thing that people were talking about. Like, I think so. You were talking about like people just calling everything
crybully, bro. That's one of my favorite.
I said earlier about like hyper-puritanism in ideologically based spaces. Everybody's encouraged to like take a more and more hyperbolic version of the ideology that you have in place. And so it goes from like, you know, people shouldn't be like saying this particular thing to women, or maybe you made a woman uncomfortable or whatever, to straight up you're like a pedophile, abuser, groomer person, right? Just because you said like one thing out of place that made a woman feel uncomfortable. Like, sometimes it does get to that stage, but I think it is only like the hyper ideologically puritanical that go down that route, and I think that's behavior that we should absolutely challenge and try not to have those people in such insular spaces where they're consistently encouraged to one-up each other on puritanism.
Sure. And Vivian, I want to say first, I think everything you just said was 100% based. And I do want to say, I do think that we do have to be reasonable, right? Like, because I know no one here in this panel disagrees with this point, but I just feel like it needs to be stated because I think otherwise people will use this as license for inappropriate behavior. There are actual positions and actual takes and times where people genuinely do feel specific ways. And I do think it is not that hard to be responsible, like to say, okay, like, this is something I'm not going to be so hyper aggressive about this topic. I know how sensitive trans issues can be, and so like a lot of times I will step back if there's like a trans conversation happening where I'm like, you know what, man, I'm not going to engage here. I'm going to let these people, they seem like they're doing a good job. I'm going to kind of chill back. And even like literally talking about anything, like there does take, like, some of us might be suffering from more or less degrees of being on the spectrum of autism or things like that. Sometimes we can miss certain specific cues that have that deal with specific, like, where people are, like, clearly, demonstrably, like, being upset by something. We should be responsible to that. This isn't licensed to just be like, F your feelings, Republican style.
And just being ignorant, right?
Exactly. And I think we can't just be wholly ignorant and just go ham with that.
That's like, people do wade into fucking conversations that they don't really know a lot about, and they say a couple of dumb things or whatever. But I guess, like, you know, the point is when, like, if they're told, like, you're saying some dumb shit, like, sit back and learn or what have you, and they just keep pushing, like, really, like, harmful shit, that's the point at which you can be like, yeah, this person's obviously not willing to engage and just wants to talk shit. I think we you know, but we do need to give people a chance to just sort of go, oh, wait a minute, yeah, maybe I'm being a bit of a dick here, like, but that's real, I don't know, that's real sort of, like, low-level shit.
Yeah.
So, okay, fair enough. Now, going back to what Fanatic said previously, though, is the left equipped to actually handle this problem? Because we do want to reduce harm, right? That's, like, part of our mantra.
Because the left isn't aware that, like, cultic coercive control exists within the left as well, right? You should all read my article, Vivian Woolf on Medium, right? Like, analyze as to whether these fucking coercive behaviors are prevalent within your social groups. Do they stymie critical thought? Do they are you constantly using thought terminating cliches and not thinking about whether they actually apply to the fucking situation or not? Are you constantly, like, thinking you need to one up other people in being the most base, the most leftist? Like, maybe these are kind of warning signals that perhaps you're engaging in some kind of abusive behavior towards what should be your comrades and your community.
Well, yeah, I don't like gatekeeping either.
Okay.
Bad.
I guess. What?
Okay, so I guess we've covered that. All right. There's two other points I want to, at least two other points I want to cover before we're done here. So, Viv, you're saying you're most concerned about, like, the health of Twitch politics, right? Like, that's.
I mean, yeah, I can only really have any kind of, like, serious influence over this particular space, and I think it's for, like, people in this space to decide where the fucking lines are. We don't want it, like, infected with fucking Nazis and shit. And when people come into I don't know, we used to be really, really good at this. When a new person came onto the scene who was, like, really, really fucked, right? We would literally get them deplatformed in the space of a few fucking hours. But it seems like people are much more willing to, like, platform really, like, harmful people who perhaps don't even have that much of an audience right now, right? So there's no benefit of you reaching out to their audience and deconverting them. Or
can
whatever
we
the
talk
fuck
about Doobie? Because that's really what we're talking about, right?
No, we're not. I don't
so
care
then
about
who
fucking Doobie.
So then who
What
are
if we just
talking
like
about?
arguing with Nazis?
Well, because Doobie's gonna be like, oh, if you're talking about me, then I have to cover it and blah blah blah, and we're gonna have to fucking
Well, he's not allowed in.
go
So
through the 4
But
hours.
he's a cute frog.
Before. I've said everything I need to say on Doobie and the politics community server. Like,
He's a
we know
frog.
that his mods ended up like getting fucking doxxed by neo-Nazi terrorist groups. We know that he consistently allows, like, actual fucking fascists on there with, like, no fucking
Sorry,
no.
he can't actually defend himself. So,
Yeah,
like,
censor.
let's leave it alone, right? Like,
I mean, that's just a fact of the
no,
matter,
no,
right?
come on. Like, he can't defend himself, and you know what? He's a friend of the channel. So
He shouldn't be, because, like,
No,
you
but
can
he-
see
but he is.
But that's not
fucking
fair. He's not
joking
here
around
to
yeah.
defend himself.
deliberately because you've partnered with him.
No, this is exactly it, right? Yes, Doobie. Oh, fuck. Not and the reason why I had my people were asking, like, why isn't Doobie here, right? The reason why, because I feel like the conversation would just focus on the politics Discord server, because it's a unique space here, and so that's why I wanted to, like, expand this. I'd love to have him, like, after we're done. I'm going to give him the opportunity to respond to any of this because again, I don't want him to be easily attacked without being a response. So I'm going to give him that space. But Doobie is a person who disagrees. He disagrees vehemently, right?
That's the way to
Yeah,
put
he
it.
does. And he's wrong. And you can just look at your fucking chat for some of the bullshit that's been said tonight for the kind of people that get brought into this community because you decided to party up with Doobie. If you think that his view on like how to de-radicalize people within his politics server is right, like I fucking disagree, but I don't think it's even that big of a problem. It's just like you can see the effect of how like two communities clashing, the kind of language that ends up getting used within your community because you've partnered with that community. It's that simple. I know you can see the character of your community change over time, and I know you can see like where those effects come from. So it's like I'm not fucking levying like any kind of crazy accusations that aren't like based in fact here that you can observe by yourself.
I'll attack him too. More like Doofy, am I right? Get him in here.
I like Doobie. I think he's a funny guy. I've never minded being in conversation with him. I think he's a cool dude. That being said, because a lot of other servers will ask me to partner with them or can you guys do mutual links or whatever. And I spent like a fair bit of time like reading through the politics stuff. That server gets really fucking wild. Too much for me to be comfortable.
Oh yeah, I'll be honest. I get about 30 to 40 ats from that place a day, calling me a degenerate pedophile.
There's a lot of crazy stuff that
they're
goes
all
on.
12-year-olds, I can figure. But yeah, no, that actual Discord server, whether or not we're not talking Doobie, but the server itself is a cesspit.
That was literally the first time I ever encountered a race realist. The very first time I ever encountered a race realist was in Dewey's Discord. It was but it's not him.
I have nothing against.
I'm gonna have to bring him in now.
See, you did that. You did that.
I'm friends with Doobie, right? So I can give his argument, right? Like even though I disagree with him, like his argument here is that he feels like when you create an open environment, he agrees with Vaush that a lot of these like Nazi arguments and problematic arguments are really, really faulty. And when you put them up to scratch, especially in an environment where Nazis are willing to go, right? Or I guess not Nazis, but they'll call them fascists, are willing to go, then it is a place that they can get de-radicalized and leave their echo chambers. And so like, even if you disagree with him, which I do, right? That doesn't mean that he deserves to get canceled. And it doesn't mean that Prime deserves to get canceled.
I never said he deserves to get cancelled.
Well,
okay, I don't fucking hate.
You don't think that he should
shut
be
up
on here?
for half a fucking second. I don't hate Doobie personally, right?
Yeah,
I don't have a fucking like major problem with him as a person, right? I think that he thinks that he's doing the thing that is best to like try and at least he gives good arguments as to why he thinks that like running a server the way he does is a good thing, right? But I also think that we can't deny the facts of the matter of what like partnering up with that fucking community does to your community, right? Destiny has said he wouldn't fucking do it. Vaush has said he wouldn't fucking do it. Prime has done it, and he can see the effects on his chat and his community from doing it.
Wait, I just want to make one clear distinction really quickly. So I think that a good way to de-radicalize right-leaning people is to put them in left-leaning communities where their bullshit isn't really tolerated, but they're still allowed some leeway, and then over time they start to integrate.
That's how the politics
it's more of just a grab bag where all ideas, as reprehensible as like Holocaust, not none of that, but like outright racism and anti-racism just sort of bubble together in some like irreverent pot. It feels like the Discord server equivalent of an Hearts of Iron 4 game, you know, where people just like they slap on their LARP hats and everyone like jousts with each other. I don't know how much that does to actually de-radicalize people. I'll admit though, I haven't spent much time on the server, but I like.
But Prime hasn't partnered with politics. Literally, if you look in the about section, Prime's not advertising politics like all the time. So I just don't get it.
Doobie, if you can hear me, I'm not sure. I'm DMing you, so if you are ready, let me know. I don't want to just drag you in here, then your avatar sits here, you're not even ready. So, Doobie, if you're ready, if you want to do this right now, let me know. DM me.
We already did this for like 3-4 hours before. Like there's a whole fucking stream of us going through the various fucking ways in which like I think that he's mismanaged that space and opened people up to harm.
No.
Vivian, you did this though. You were repeatedly warned.
Into a leftist space where he can hear good arguments, like he heard tonight, against like deplatforming and platforming responsibly, right? Because he has such a big platform, I would rather like include him in that kind of conversation, right? And so we can convince him to be more responsible with it. rather than just
I'm
saying,
just really
okay, don't
regretting
go
the
on this
movie.
platform.
Yeah, Vivian, you did that. They it was repeatedly asked, like, not to name drop him if you didn't want this to happen. Like, you literally summoned him. You literally drew the pentagram and summoned this nigga, bro. That's your fault.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, repeatedly, Prime was like, no, let's stop. It's not fair. He's not here. You're like, well, it doesn't matter if he's here. They're like, hey, he's not here. Don't do that. Well, it doesn't. You literally repeatedly. Come on.
I'm the big bad. I'm sorry. It's my
So
fault.
he'll be here in a few minutes. He's gonna let me know, and then it's gonna be here.
And he'll sit here and he'll lie and obfuscate about the state of things, and you'll let him in. There's no way to prove either way, like what anybody is saying.
So look, you're saying that so I'll respond to the things that I can respond to. You're saying, well, the character of your chat has changed, but my stream has also grown. It's like just a lot, right? Since you first found me, my stream has grown just in general, right?
A lot because you partnered up with Doobie, right?
Hold on. Sure. How, first of all, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that Doobie is like the source of all evil in my chat? Look,
I'm not saying he's the source of all.
People came in here and called me the N-word, right? When I had like an average of 10 viewers, right? People did that like on the regular basis. That's the thing that happened long before I met Doobie. I only met Doobie like it was in November or something, right? So hold on, I'm gonna pull in, but I'm gonna finish my point after I do.
Sorry.
Who are some of the worst Nazis you think you've had on this show, by the way? Do you think Ankar was like particularly bad?
No, but I think it is okay. Viv, I think it is really fucked up though that you've like kind of attributed a bit of like a bunch of Prime success to like to the politics discourse.
Channel in your community.
So hold on.
A lot of stuff I'm not aware of.
Sorry, yeah, I'm gonna.
You're about to get a crash course, Vaush. You're getting a crash course.
No. Hold on. Viv. I've given you plenty of time to talk. You're gonna give me time to talk, right? I'm gonna respond to you. All right. My channel, my Discord, everything has grown a lot, right? Over the past, and it's thanks to a lot of people's help, right? It's thanks to just like hard work. It's thanks to my team who's been along with me the entire way, right? And some of it, yes, is thanks to Doobie, because Doobie will shout me out on his Discord server, and people are like, oh, hey, let's take a look at whatever's happening here, right? So certainly, but to imply that like the source of all evil in my chat is from him. No, I'm sorry. Like just like in other chats, right? That don't have. No, Vivian, seriously, I will mute you. Let me finish, please. So, just like in other chats here, especially in Twitch politics, right? And people get continuous harassment happens here. It happens within my community. And it's been like that from the very fucking beginning. From the very beginning, it's been like that. And it's continued on, right? And I have a bunch of transgenders. So you're talking about the transphobic statements that happen in chat. Yeah, that happens. The more trans individuals I get, the more transphobes.
Worthy Simba, thank you so much for the freaking sub, man. I sincerely appreciate you. Hey, do this test.
And like many others.
Since you're joining the fam, right? Do that test.
I'm happy to do that. But that
share your
comes
results.
With abuse. It comes with abuse just being black, just having opinion, and not being a white male on the internet, right? Yes, you're going to attract toxic attention. That's the fucking internet, right?
Are you saying white privilege exists?
It doesn't all stem from like this source of all evil that the politics discourse is. Now, if you're asking me to simply defend the whole existence of politics, I will not, right? Like I'm not going to defend some other organization. I'm going to let Doobie do that himself, right? If you're going to say that problematic shit happens there, yeah, I know, I'm aware, right? But
thank you.
For me, I am open.
Thank you, Rugger.
I am dedicated to open discourse, right? Could they be doing better work on managing that in the politics Discord? Absolutely. Could I be doing it? Absolutely. Could anyone here be doing that? Absolutely. Right. But I refuse to, and this is to anyone, right? So don't fucking ask me ever again. I'm not going to drop these people. I'm not going to toss these people out because you happen to think they're problematic, right?
Okay,
I'm not going to. Was I still talking? I think I was. Thank you. So I'm not going to be tossing them out just because you or anyone else. Not I'm talking to you, Vivian. I'm talking to the audience in general. You or anyone else just happen to think that they're problematic, right? Like I'll make that judgment for myself if I want someone within my community, right? DB has treated me with kindness, treated me with respect, and treated members of my audience that way, or members of my panel that way as well, right? And he's had a lot of fucking spicy takes. But yeah, other people have as well. And I don't simply drop people because they disagree. It's fine if people disagree, and sometimes vehemently. So I'll never do that. So you can save your tweets, right? You can save your ats at me because I don't give a shit. I never will. So fuck you. Doobie, go ahead.
Wait.
On,
You get to fucking...
Oh, no, dude, you had plenty of time.
You
will get a chance to respond. Holy crap, hold on. You'll get a chance to respond. I always let you respond. You will get a chance to respond.
In all fairness, I think Vivian should respond first before Doobie.
I
just want to say one thing, 10 seconds.
Okay,
if that's fine.
Okay.
Cool. I did not say that Doobie was the source of all evil for your channel. Okay.
Politics Discord server.
I simply said it. No, or the politics Discord server, right? Or your partnership with him, or anything like that. I said it was a net negative of an impact on your community, basically, right? I did not say that he is the only source of bad shit that happens in your channel. So please don't try and make it out like I did. All right.
I always say that you implied that, but that's okay. We're gonna have a disagreement with that. That's okay. All right, Doobie.
Hi. So I think that like I've had this argument like a billion times before, right? Responsible platforming. How are you letting these ethnonats on your server? They're racists on your server. There are transphobes on the server. They're racist, Holocaust deniers, everything. And the reason for that, Vaush, is because I agree with you. I'm not afraid of these people's arguments. I think their arguments are shit. Vast majority of these people, their positions are supported by memes and infographics. It takes 10 seconds to debunk this shit. There are some people that I think are dangerous, right? That I wouldn't platform, right? That when they come on, they know every single fucking Nazi, Holocaust denier talking point. And unless you're really prepared, they will make you look stupid in an argument unless you know what the fuck you're talking about. So those people I ban, right? I don't feel comfortable platforming those specific people. But the average, I think the average white nationalist or ethnonat or quote unquote Nazi on the internet, it's just a stupid fucking kid who got into 4chan poll, and they just need someone to make them look stupid to realize that they're just spouting nonsense that they can't support. And I don't think that getting these people into a leftist space is. I know that there are some of them that are maybe on the fence that can be won over that way. You get them to a leftist space, they hang out there, they wanna trigger the lefties and shit, and you get them into an argument. They lose, they start to feel bad, you start talking to them more, they start seeing black people as human beings and not as fucking caricatures, and over time those people can be de-radicalized. I've seen that happen before. But I think most of these people are just not going to go into those spaces. They don't want to hang around those people. They think those people are cucks and whatever the fuck else. Right? So my position has been for the last 3-4 years or whatever, that the way to de-radicalize most people is to expose them to fucking everything. Because I don't think the bad ideas win, right? Call this the battlefield of ideas meme. I don't think the bad ideas win in these spaces. I think you can, there are people, like I said, there are people that are genuinely dangerous that shouldn't have access to these spaces, but the vast majority of these people are stupid kids with memes and infographics. I think that
what are those odds? You saw that 50 rings? Come on!
What I've done or what I do, right? When it comes to Nazis or people that I think are genuinely dangerous, right? That I think we'd all agree are dangerous, like a Nick Fuentes, for example, or a fucking what's that guy's name? Cultured Thug. That's actually how I met Eris. She was debating this Holocaust denier on the server. And when I have these people on, what I do just about every time when they come on for an AMA or whatever the fuck, is I reach out to someone competent, someone that I trust to be able to debate this person, make them look like a fucking idiot to their audience and also to the young kids on the server that have already been driven down some alt-right pipeline by these morons. And I say, hey, can you please come on and fuck with this guy? Please be here and debate
Culture
this
Thug
dude.
did look like an idiot.
Yeah, he did.
100%.
He looked like a fucking. He backed out of the debate with Eris, and then afterwards, when we tried to schedule a quote a one-on-one rematch on Holocaust now, he flat out said he didn't care how many Jews died in the Holocaust. I flashed that out on the server. Hey, this guy backed out of the debate. He's a pussy. And that was it. Right? I think that that's how you beat these people. You don't beat them by hiding from them. You don't beat them by withdrawing your forces from the battlefield of ideas or whatever. Because when you do, they step in. They want to debate. They take over those spaces. I think it's extremely important to confront these people.
I just want to say, if I may.
No, go for it.
On an intuitive level, just because of all of the very funny ads I get from the people in your community. I feel like it's not the best place, but I also recognize that those people, if they weren't in that server, would probably be elsewhere in some other server, and it's possible that rough and tumble approach actually just is what my beliefs look like put into practice. It's impossible to really know, right? I mean, you can't really do math on like how many people have been radicalized versus de-radicalized. Nobody really knows. It's always going to be something I'm a little bit skeptical about in the case of your server.
Vaush, can I interrupt you really quickly? I just
want to say, I think your intentions seem to be good as far as I've ever been able to tell, and I like you as a person, so I have some faith in the project.
Wait, let me just explain.
So
Vaush,
I'm surrounded. I have to kill one person. Then you can do it.
Okay, stop. Vaush, I think you're actually a really good example because you do get those ads on the server when people call you a pedophile. And whatever the fuck else, so post videos out of context. Like, it happens all the fucking time, right? And all the time, right? And I get DMs. Oh, why do you have this pedophile on the server? Oh, Vaush is a pedophile. How could you have this guy on the server, right? And I've had I literally have a fucking copy pasta, right? With the context, what you were actually saying, everything ready, and I send it out to those people, and I've walked fucking over a dozen of these people through this. At the end of it, if they don't agree that what they said,
appreciate that, by the way,
taken out of context, and you're not a pedophile, and they keep spreading the shit, I fucking ban them because at that point they're not interested in engaging. Honestly, they're just they know the fucking truth. They don't care about the truth. They just want to call Kami a pedophile. It's literally all they want to do. So fuck them, right? So it's not like this is not like a totally free range community, right? Like I don't allow everything, right? If I know that someone's being an asshole, being dishonest, they're out. This is why it bothers me so much when Vivian calls me Nazi adjacent. I said, oh, Nazis have doxed my team. Yeah, that's fucking true. And the reason they did that is because they fucking hate me, right? These people have been trying to dox me for years, right? They've attacked people on the mod team. I've literally gotten multiple people arrested. I've had the FBI raid people's homes, right? Because as the server gets bigger, right, we're good because there aren't many lefty servers where these Nazis can go. They will gravitate either to their own little echo chamber servers where they get more and more radicalized, or they go to my server. They go to one of the bigger servers and they try to dog whistle and shit until the mods find them and they get kicked out. Right? So I don't think it's useful to kick them out if they're not the dangerous kind, right? They're not the ones that are just totally lost. If they're just these dumb kids, I don't think kicking them out saves them. I think it pushes them into the echo chambers.
I don't think I should smoke bomb.
Right? I don't want them in the echo chambers. I want them in my chamber so that I can bombard them from all over, from every fucking position, with how stupid they are for saying this shit. And hopefully it saves them. I've seen so many people change. I've seen people come into my server as flat out fucking racist white nationalists. And fucking 3 months later, a year later, they're like libtards, like everybody else. I've seen it happen so many times.
How many people are in your server, DB?
Right now, I think there's about 43,000, or a little over 43,000.
So your anecdotes of 100, maybe 200 people, the fuck do they matter in the scale of what's actually going on in that server? You don't know, right? You have no fucking idea how many people are being moved from your server to more fucking extreme servers. And by the way, even if your entire fucking argument is true, you've given several examples of how extreme fucking harm has been done to people in your community by neo-Nazi terrorists, right? And you want to come on this panel, right, that fronts to the general fucking public and say, hey guys, come join my politics server, a place where people literally get fucking doxed by neo-Nazi terrorists. That's the kind of shit that I'm talking about, and that's the kind of shit that I'm saying, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe you can get neo-Nazis into a space and fucking debate with them and talk with them and shit, but that space should not be a space that you encourage any and all fucking people to go into, because any and all fucking people could be the result of a neo-Nazi dox because of the space that you fucking created. And by the way, right, I don't think that anybody goes into that space and thinks, my God, the Nazis are really outnumbered here. There's that old fucking anti-fascist story about there's a bar in the town, right, and one Nazi comes in and the bartender's oh well, it's just one Nazi, it's fine, and then a couple of his mates come in and it's oh, it's just, and before you know it, what you have is a Nazi fucking bar, right? And before you know it, what you have is a Nazi fucking server. I'm not convinced that the Nazis
I actually completely agree.
Can I
Nazis are the cockroaches of Discord.
Question of Vivian.
What?
Can I ask a question? Wait, so Vivian, I don't think there's an empirical way to determine whether or not a
He
server
said
like
that
this is
point.
doing good. So
I was gonna say the
what
same way you
changes
can't say
would
that he
like
did it.
to
You can't
see
say
if
how
you
many of those
had
are
control
Nazis.
over that
This
sort of
argument is
thing
vacuous.
to facilitate a better.
So
better
I've
outcomes.
been involved in like several servers that are very, very similar in the way that they operate, right? That's essentially what our de-radicalization servers were supposed to be. That's what Faraday Speaks' de-radicalization server was supposed to be.
Just as a real quick,
right?
so that we don't ever
We
talk
had-
about
we had a
Wait,
bunch of-
can I please respond to her?
the deregulation servers. That can't be a real thing. I don't believe that like actual Nazis go into these servers. There's no possible way.
Okay,
Wait, hold
look,
on. Wait, hold on. But
we
they
didn't
did.
call
Wait,
them
please.
DRAD
They
servers.
did. Oh my god.
We didn't
Please,
call them
they-
UAD servers, right?
Yeah.
But like the idea of the project was to set up a space in which there were like a bunch of lefties
It's-
who knew what the fuck they were
it's not a
talking
Nazi
about,
hub.
right? And we would let Nazis trickle in like a couple at a time or what have you.
There's no way of
that
knowing
wanted
that.
to like debate the left and shit. And they would just fucking sit there and hopefully we would be able to move them towards the left or disabuse them of some of these like shitty ideas. And it
I
worked
think-
for some because some people just need that engagement because they're already thinking of leaving extremist movements. But ultimately, it ended up in a shit show that resulted in like international fucking investigations into terror groups. Because as soon as the Nazis catch
But
on to
that's
what you're fucking
that's your
doing,
goal.
right,
That's your goal,
they,
Vivian.
I'm almost done. As soon as the Nazis catch on to what you're doing, they want to fucking hurt you. They want to hurt you. They want to hurt your mod team, and they want to fuck up whatever the fuck you're doing in that.
They're cucks. But what changes would you
Can I please?
would you
respond?
want to make?
I'm not convinced that these projects. I'm not convinced that these projects can be done in a safe manner. And I think that everybody who is involved in one of those projects should at least be aware and consenting to like and knowing like how bad it can fucking get. I don't think you should be like dragging random people off the street into one of these servers where they could potentially end up on a fucking atom off and kill list or whatever, right? That's my position. Like, sure, get a bunch of dedicated leftists to preach to Nazis or whatever. Sure, maybe that works, right? But like just coming on here on Prime's panel saying, "Hey, everybody, come into my server," like I think that's a really, really fucking unsafe way to do things.
But see, Vivian, it sounds like you really want to just be. Look, it's 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. It really does sound like, Vivian, the more this conversation goes on, that you want to be the arbiter that decides who's actually righteous enough to have these conversations, and you want to like deplatform all the people that you don't feel like should be able to have this conversation. Like you just want the total control here. That sounds a little absurd. You can the same way how you.
Real Nazi.
Yeah, but I don't know about all that.
Can I
Okay, go ahead.
just
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm saying that people should enter into this with informed consent. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
So
okay.
Vivian, okay, so Vivian, you said that there are people on my server being doxxed by Nazis, right? And Vaush asked you what you would do, right? And you gave the example of these de-radicalization servers, quote unquote, that you've been involved in. But those servers,
That's
three
what
of
he
them
said
that I
he's
know
at.
of, literally fell apart because they were infiltrated and people were being doxxed by Nazis. Right? So the
Yeah.
thing that you were involved in, that you're presenting as an alternative, literally fell apart.
presenting it
The
as a
exact
fucking
same shit. Wait, hold on,
alternative.
no, please.
Saying it
No,
doesn't work.
listen,
Saying it's
listen.
Stop misrepresenting me then.
Let him finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, DB.
She keeps doing this.
Did we?
Fuck, the Nazis already got him.
Oh,
Goofy.
God.
Thank you so much,
All right, well, hopefully
and
everybody-
Jamidas.
saying that
Thank you.
these
Nobody
servers are
really
an
does bits
alternative.
here, so I super
I'm
appreciate
saying
it.
that
Hey,
they are
all the rest of the
analogous to what
fam,
DB's trying to
y'all,
do on a much
community
larger
challenge
scale.
just started. Just
And
do the
they-
stream
they
points. It doesn't cost
they
you
were
anything.
fuck-ups.
Everybody who's
They
on the
were
stream,
experiments
use
that
your stream
didn't
points, please, and
fucking
boost the
work.
stream if you
They
can.
resulted in tragedy.
We're at
right?
2K. We can actually hit the
And
maximum.
DB scale,
Thank you, Darko.
DB
Thank
servers
you,
are on a
everybody.
much fucking larger scale.
I don't know why I
and
forgot
it has
to
had
bring
much
this
more
up. ADD.
little mini fucking tragedies going on.
DB, you back?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Well, to be fair, any
Twice?
community of a large enough size is going to have those tragedies.
Oh, your last
happen
penny.
no
Oh,
matter
thank you,
what,
W.
right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't
even
need
if
to
those
encourage them.
Thanks,
Jesus.
Roach.
Well, no, it's not a matter of encouraging them. It's like, let's say, for example, that you have 20,000 online neo-Nazis, okay? Now,
Mhm.
because neo-Nazis are neo-Nazis, these people are going to harm themselves and those around them. And they can do so in their own communities, or they can do so in a community where there's a possibility that through all the tear and suffering, some people there might actually be de-radicalized. So the presence of harm might not be a strike
Dang,
against
Airman,
these servers,
thank you.
because the
I
harm
don't know how
might
to
happen
pronounce
whether
that.
or not they're in those
Airman?
servers. Those servers just happen to be
Hey,
the only
playing
place where
solo.
there
Thanks
could be
for the
some
follow.
perspective
Appreciate
good.
you.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I disagree. I
I'm
think
kind of
that
treading
the-
carefully in this part of the
Yeah,
conversation
yeah,
because I
we
don't
hear
feel
you.
like it's
We
my
hear you,
fairness
buddy.
to
Can you
really
hear
do
us?
that.
Wait, can we get? I'm really want to hear
Yeah.
for Vivian. What was this question was asked like 2 or 3 times and I haven't heard an answer yet. What should we do differently with the server?
What should we do differently to the
What should
server in terms of like on red?
With this server? What if you
Yeah,
could,
in
like,
terms
if you were, let's say you were made Doobie, you were in Doobie's body, and you could enact some
Thanks
change
for the
in the server.
follow,
What would you do?
I mean, I would literally just ban all the fucking Nazis from that
ENFP.
space. I want to force the
Did you
online
read through it? Was
into,
it
like,
accurate to
as
what you would say,
fringe
by
a
the way?
fucking space as possible to reduce their ability to like recruit and
Who
organize.
was it? Let me
That's
find
that's
Just make
my
their own
objective.
Discord
Worthy
server.
Simba? Would you say that
Okay, can I
representation was
please-
accurate?
Yeah, they will just make their own Discord server, but it will have less like it has less ability to fucking like recruit people from outside of it, right? Because it's smaller, less people fucking know about it, etc.
We can recruit them.
Okay,
Like,
but
you
Vivian,
can
Vivian, it feels like because you failed, you think that like everybody's gonna fail. I didn't fail. Right? When we were dealing with Adam Waffen, no, stop.
Failed
When we were-
multiple fucking times.
when we were dealing with Adam Waffen morons, right, attempting to dox him off team, attempting to blackmail me into deleting the server. Actually, ironically, they were literally seeking the same thing you are. People being forced into smaller and smaller places where they can come in and radicalize people and pull them into other servers. Right? This is so you're literally seeking the exact same thing they were first off. But when we were dealing with that, right, what I did, right, was I interacted with them directly. Banning them didn't fucking work. I banned them 100 times. They'd make a new account. There's no way for Discord to stop someone just having like a fucking VPN. They come onto the server again, and in the middle of the night, they're in a voice channel spreading their Nazi shit, right? Just, trying to attract kids to like some other server because they know that if their line was, I'd really like to talk to you about this, but I can't really because I'm not here. Let's go to this other server, right? And they'd get pulled to some other server, right? So, and what I would do is I would find out which servers those were, and I'd get them deleted by Discord, right? But they just make another server, and this happened over and over again, right? There's no way to stop this. So what I ended up doing is interacting with these people directly, and I literally pulled some crazy fucking like mind game shit to get them to leave my mods alone. I literally convinced these people that I was
sure. My dad, I'm like very well aware of him.
To back off because they're fucking with my shit.
Yeah, I remember.
Right?
Yes,
and then
my
while this
friend
was
Knives.
happening,
I'm pretty good at remembering those
Better
things.
hope they're not watching this shit.
No, it was crazy shit, right? I
my dad used
contacted
to
the
be a
FBI,
hard
I
P, and he's a
contacted
J now,
Discord, I
without
contacted
question.
every fucking
I'm
organization
like
that I could think of.
100% P.
Say, hey, track these people down, please, because they're literally threatening people in this community. They're trying to push people to suicide. They're spreading like child porn. Discord is full of so much
Nazis
evil
love
shit.
child porn.
Yeah, it's fucking. So, Discord is full of so much evil shit. Right?
Am I being red pilled now? I didn't know none of this.
At least 6 of these people that I know of arrested. Like I said, I've had people raided by the FBI.
No, but he's not saying that it shouldn't be hindered. He's saying that he's found a effective way of hindering it.
Directly, right? That I think has gone far beyond just banning these people because banning them doesn't work. Right? If you're talking about like delete the server, kill the community so everybody's in smaller servers. Well, hey, those Nazis still exist. They're just gonna go into those smaller communities. They'll radicalize people there, or they'll pull people from there. That happens all the time, right? Please, now listen. So I want to be very clear. We don't allow open Nazis on my server. Someone posts Hitler shit or
Actual bullshit.
Listen. Someone posts like Hitler shit or swastikas or anything that could be considered pro like Nazi, they're banned. Right?
Yeah,
and
you will allow.
Listen. No, I'm gonna get there. Now we will allow Holocaust tonight.
That sounds a little hard to believe.
Nationalist discussions, the race IQ shit. But that's because I think all these things are really stupid positions.
That's crazy.
And I'm not afraid of them. Right? But the moment someone says, "Hey, I'm a Nazi," here I am. They're banned. They're gone.
This is fucking just like the dumbest fucking way to deal with Nazis ever. Because if they know they'll get banned if they say I'm a Nazi, but you're going to allow all the fucking talking points that Nazis engage in. Yes, you still have a server full of Nazis. They're just not saying, "Hey, I'm a Nazi."
Massively overstating.
So I'm talking to my channel. I'm muting it intentionally whenever I decide to.
White national.
I let you speak.
People are literally talking about every time.
Hey, let her finish, please, Vivian.
Let me just ask, right? Like, how, like, you get that shit all the fucking time. I bet if I went into your fucking server right now, I could probably pull up a shitload of fucking posts that were like absolutely fucking horrific, right? That would like demonstrate almost without a doubt that the people who posted them were like at the least Nazis, if not fucking like genuinely considering doing violence to people. How much of that shit do you think, like Destiny, you have a pretty big fucking server, but you've got like pretty strong rules around the kind of language that can be used and the kind of shit that people can say, right? Like, how much of that that
People
shit do
still
you get?
accuse his
Do you
server
have a
of being filled with
constant
Nazis.
problem?
Yeah.
We don't allow advocating for violence. What the fuck are you talking? We don't allow people to say, "Oh, we're gonna go shoot these people up," or "We should take care of these people." We don't allow any of that shit.
I never said advocating for violence. Where the fuck are you getting this from?
I personally stopped two mass shootings that I fucking know of.
Him to answer.
Right, so I'm aware that these people exist.
Oh,
They
for
exist all over the
fuck's sake.
fucking internet, right? So to say that like we just allow these people to go into the server and make calls for violence is fucking ridiculous. Why
It's
would you
not what I
say that?
fucking said.
Yes,
Not
you
what I fucking said.
Okay, then
No,
clarify.
why-
'Cause it sounded a lot like what you said.
That's not what I fucking said, so shut the fuck up. Let Destiny answer the question. You have a big server, you've got strict rules on the server about language and
what was
kind
the
of thing
question?
people can say.
Well,
do
to be
you have
fair,
a-
his server is a Kyle Rittenhouse Stan fan club. So
Oh, Vaush.
Wait, what's the question, Vivian?
Sorry?
What's the question? I wasn't asking.
Oh, the question is, you have a pretty pretty decent sized server, right? I don't think it's quite as big as politics, maybe.
I think it's similar. It says I think we have around 43,000 members. I think.
43,000. Yeah, so I guess it's like near enough the same, right? Like, and you have some pretty strict rules around like the kind of language that can be used and the kind of things that people can advocate for within the Discord server, right? Now, people probably do get banned fairly regularly for like saying the R word and shit, right? But like, do you think you have a particularly huge problem with people preaching neo-Nazi bullshit in your server?
Not particularly, no.
No, but that's not a fair comparison. One, Destiny's platform isn't like specifically and only politics, right? Like it's a huge portion of his platform at this point, but it's not literally the politics Discord. If you start searching the way I was gonna say it, like if I can finish my point, like you've been like talking over everyone this entire time, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish this point anyway, and then afterwards, then you guys will be able to jump in. What I was gonna say,
I don't know if this means anything.
what I was going to say is that the reason why these two things are not analogous, if I can finish it, then you'll see why it means something. The reason why these two things are not analogous is because if you look at like the politics Discord, like if you search politics and Discord together, that's the Discord that came up. I found it by happenstance right before I found Prime Kai's channel because I was just looking for political discussion on Discord. So the likelihood that if a neo-Nazi or a Nazi was going to be looking for this kind of information, they would probably the likelihood that they're going to have that presence there is going to be they're more likely to find it on Budubi's server. But it's not like but that doesn't speak to the issue that the idea of policing something such that you can completely eradicate it from your platform is absolutely ridiculous. We ran into this problem with Wall Street Bets when they were like trying to take down the Wall Street Bets Discord. They were like, yo, we have like literally 1,000 bots that are like all like meant to track this thing. We like hyper sensitive to any of like these like ridiculous slurs and all that stuff. They still got taken down by Discord because at the end of the day, there's literally nothing you can do to prevent any of this thing from absolutely happening. But so simply saying that there is a presence here of a minority of people that say something is absolutely ridiculous. And also a point that you made earlier that I didn't get a chance to respond to because I'm just letting Doobie do this for the most part. When you're like actually like attacking him and like, well, yeah, you're doing the minority of people here, right? Like how many people do we know that are actual like Nazis or whatever, yada yada yada? Like you're saying you only converted X amount of people, but you don't know the actual presence of Nazi. Like you can't quantify the actual presence of Nazism on his actual server. So I mean on his server. So then at the end of the day, like trying to say you only got this many people, but this many more people there when you don't even have a base number to base it off to be able to determine how many people are actually converted and how many people are actually there. It's literally groundless. It's literally vacuous. That's not an attack you can actually make.
What I can do is I can use the Discord leak scrape of DB's server along with a bunch of other servers that it was connected to and look at the prevalence of hate speech within those communities and compare it to the hate speech in other communities. And like, I could bring up the fucking Discord leaks page right now, and we could go through all the...
Wait, actually,
Doobie's community is, of course, going to have more hate speech because one of the explicit purposes.
I think it's very reasonable to assert that actually Doobie's community has a much higher prevalence of that than like your average fucking Discord server.
Yeah, of course it does.
I just said
Doobie's
that.
community is oriented around the idea that you can change these people's minds. It's deliberately, it's a honeypot. So the fact that there's more hate speech there doesn't necessarily mean that the broader project of de-radicalization isn't taking place.
Okay, that's that's fine, right? And like my entire argument so far, like personally, I don't think that this works on a scale that is reasonable enough for the kind of risks and harms that people are taking, right? But maybe it works. Maybe you fucking de-radicalize some people in the server, and it's like a net good somehow. Okay, my argument has never been that this doesn't fucking work. My argument has been that we shouldn't be fucking partnering up with random front-facing platforms where anybody can go into it and potentially meet up with these people who and may be fucking harmed by them or recruited by them. That's my position, right?
Okay.
It's not that
I would
the
interject
server,
that,
the space
but I
shouldn't
can't,
exist.
'cause
Well, I
it's-
think I could
it's
make
his
a case
turn.
for that
It's his turn.
eventually.
The thing is, I don't agree with your latter point,
You
but I
did
agree with
make
the
that
former
case,
point.
though.
I agree with the former point. I went through this exact same change. Like I used to platform people that had way more controversial views that they allow on politics, and I now don't allow that on
Ozzy.
CC because I personally felt, especially with CC being focused on quality discourse, it felt particularly dishonest and harmful. And exactly what I was talking about, where I was very concerned about people who had really good rhetoric skills and people who had really good debate skills and all that stuff, and there were just not.
Thanks, Kurama Desu.
I was scared about them being able to just go into voice chat, and I didn't know who else was going to be countering them in that voice chat. And so I didn't want to be responsible for, say, a Nazi winning a debate sometime, or someone coming out thinking that race realists are right about IQ. So, like, I do think that there's some legit criticisms to give Doobie. I just think that the way to do that is, the way I've been doing it with Doobie for a long
I would play
period of
Marvel
time,
Infinite.
where I think
if
I have
people wanted to
convinced
play
him
that,
to reduce
like that
the
game,
harm
but I don't
in
like
some
Marvel
parts of his
3.
Discord, rather than just saying, oh, anyone who associates with Doobie, you deserve to be put on lists. You also deserve to be canceled, and you shouldn't.
What the fuck have I said that?
Well, you've kind of implied before that I deserve to be put on a list because I was associated with Doobie.
You need to stop saying put on a list, right? The idea that some
Freaking
fucking
you been
pegged you as a
but that's
person
what you
of
said.
interest worthy of checking out is very, very different to like
No, hold on.
put
It was a
list
doxing list.
boxing and
Don't
fucking
look at
action.
that way. So it's literally a fucking doxing list. What are you talking about?
We've covered this. We covered this part. So I don't
Yeah,
have
we
to
did
retract.
cover it.
We
I haven't-
did-
Wait.
The point is that
What
you
is
shouldn't
that?
be
I want to know.
shouldn't be yelling at Prime to get rid of Doobie.
What is the list? Wait, I want to know what the list is. What is the list?
I can. So okay. So what happened? Eris banned some guy from her server. That person was connected to some Antifa group, right? And got Eris put on her list as a Nazi, as a fascist, right? This was literally a doxing list.
I guess I should do
right?
that
These people
more
were
often
intending to
since
dox
Twitch.
her.
Do you have
Right, so we had to
notifications
talk to
turned on
this
for my
person,
stream?
Eris
Because I don't think
prove
it
that
tells
she's
most
not a
people when
Nazi,
I'm
not a
going.
fascist, and get this person to take her off that list. The last time this came up on the panel, I think it was like a month ago or some shit, Vivian was defending this, right? Saying that because
Number one,
you were defending it. Please, no, listen, no, stop.
You were saying I should.
Vivian literally never lets anyone finish a sentence, ever.
At a time.
Wait,
So I want to let him finish, and then Viv, I
What is
promise
the
you-
list?
Wait, am I on the list?
Okay,
You
wait,
probably
please.
are on the
No,
list.
stop, please.
Am I on the list?
Fucking
begging
kidding me.
You're definitely on the list, Vaush.
So no, okay. So first off, you assumed that she was on this list because she was associated with me in some way. That's not true, right? It has nothing to
Unnotified,
do with
like
me. It was
unclick,
literally
turn on
some
notification, and then
moron,
turn it back on, and it should fix it.
Thought she was a fascist and got her put on the doxing list. But then bringing this doxing list, right? Is, this is just a list of people that need to be checked out. This need to be looked into. It's literally a fucking doxing list, right? So the way that you're framing this even now is deceptive as fuck.
Okay. So if that was if that is the case, as I said earlier,
my own list.
I'm gonna fucking write a list in a minute. Look, if that was the fucking case, right? If somebody was like, oh, let's dox this girl because she fucking kicked me off my server, yeah, that's fucking dumb. I don't know any fucking anti-fascists who would fucking support that. All right.
No, but he didn't tell them that. He just told them that I was a Nazi.
Absolutely.
Wait, are we really?
Absolutely. Whoever the fuck.
What is this,
Whoever fucking did that, if
288
that's the
points
case,
shy?
That's fucking horse shit. Okay. Like.
Can I contribute?
I don't even know what the fuck you're
Really be
talking about when you say, oh, somebody's been put on a fucking list.
Oh my god.
All I said when we were fucking talking about this previously is I think it's reasonable because your Discord was fucking scraped by Discord leaks, right? Along with a whole bunch of other like fascist Discords and shit to find to track the presence of the fucking far right online.
Oh, you already
it's
maxed
perfectly
out.
reasonable for somebody who's like connected to your server to be like somebody that people look into and go, well, is this
Thanks,
person
bro.
like, is this person's server like also a fucking haven for neo-Nazi shittery, right? That's fine.
Wait, when we
Also,
say look into it, we're literally talking about creating like a mass docs list. Isn't that kind of
no, look, if there's a fucking...
Wait. What do we realistically think this list is going to be used for? As somebody that spent a great deal of his life on the internet, this is a docs list. This is what you're describing. Nobody is going to quote-unquote look into these
Yeah, now she just wants to interrupt everybody every time.
Where they live,
I mean,
this is wild.
we're talking about Unicorn Riot, right? Which is a fucking journalistic organization, right? We're not talking about like some dingy little fucking Discord server of anti-fascists somewhere in the fucking dark ass corners of the fucking internet,
Yeah,
right?
but there are groups like that do the exact same thing.
Vivian, you've literally.
I'm gonna create a list of all white people.
And when we talk about how like anti-fascist doxes are compiled, right? Anti-fascist doxes are generally compiled by like listing a whole fucking shitload of like the person's previous behavior, posts they've made, an attempt to basically categorize them and say like this is why this person is dangerous and this is the kind of behavior that they've engaged in. Quite often it doesn't even include fucking addresses or anything, right? Although it will if they have that shit available. So if anybody fucking released
No, Vivian, you can't be.
Let her finish, please. And I can do all
if anybody released a docs with somebody's fucking address and name and shit on it without a good fucking justification as to why this person's like a fucking neo-Nazi or whatever, they would be instantly fucking condemned by the anti-fascist community as being somebody who's just dangerous and in it for themselves and trying to fuck over people who've hurt them.
What is the justification? I really want to hear this.
What's my justification for what?
Well, for being a neo-Nazi.
Shut the fuck up. What is it? I haven't talked in a long time, so now I'm gonna interrupt people. I just want to know what the justification is for putting someone on the list. Is it just they're a Nazi?
Well, I don't know what they mean by a list, right? Like,
You seem very familiar with the list. Like when
You've been talking about this whole time. You didn't know?
I fucking talked about it with her before, and I got the impression that what had happened was she was put on some fucking list because she had a connection to Doobie's server, right? Which would be like, people going, well, here's a fucking shitty server, blah, blah, blah. Here's some of the people involved in it. We want to report on this. Who are some of the other people involved in it? It's perfectly fucking reasonable that they would look into people, right? But if she's saying that, actually what happened is somebody got kicked off her server and put her on some kind of docs list. I don't know anything about that, but if that's the case, then that's fucking reprehensible and shouldn't have been done. But the idea that, like, just because a list exists somewhere, this fucking, like, random fucking list that I haven't seen, I don't know shit about, right? Like, that like its nefarious purpose is to like dox and destroy people. I just have no idea.
Well, wait, to be fair, the only reason you would ever collect addresses of people because of their political views is to threaten them. So you can make an argument for names and you can make an argument for employment, but if you're going to
there were fucking addresses now, Vaush.
Hold on, please. I do want to hear from Destiny because Destiny was trying to make a point.
No, I just want to say, like, regardless of your opinion on this matter or the other, like, to be perfectly clear, if you're compiling addresses, the only reason you're doing that is to threaten people.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. Yeah.
Why is that okay? Why are you the arbiter of when that's okay or not?
Well, because hold on, wait, because you're playing both. Wait, Vivian, hold on. You're playing also.
You gotta mute her.
Super soldier, okay? It's all good. But I just want to say, earlier you were saying oh, we don't. It's just a journalistic organization. We don't even collect addresses unless they're there. And now you're acknowledging that the reason you put the address is there to threaten them, which kind of flies in the face of the journalistic.
I'm not a part of Unicorn Riot, by the way. The language you're using here is suggesting that I'm somehow a fucking part of this. I'm not. I'm not a part of Unicorn Riot.
How many lists are there?
I read their fucking shit that they put out, but that's about it, right? Like, I'm not a part of this fucking organization. I don't know. I don't know if somebody's compiling some fucking like lists with people's fucking addresses on. Yeah, if you've got somebody's fucking address, right? If you're compiling a list of addresses, you're probably intending to like dox people, and that like largely is bad unless they are like a fucking neo-Nazi and you can prove it, right?
Okay.
So, like, I don't know shit about this fucking list. Stop implying that I'm somehow involved.
You've been aggressively defending this list, Vivian, this whole time. You've been aggressively defending it, like, very, very hard. And now when, like, you keep interrupting, it's fine. And now when people are finally, like starting to hammer down on the list, like, 10 minutes into a conversation where you've used the word list 1,000 times, now you're like, I don't know what a list is. I don't even know why we're using the word list. How are you walking it back that hard after so aggressively defending
What is
it?
the nature of this list? What does it fucking include? What is the purpose of it? I've been told now that it's like some fucking like list of people that need to be doxxed. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything about this list. All I can say is there are some behaviors that I would be accepting of, right? Which is like, it is perfectly reasonable to investigate people who are connected to proven fucking fascists, right? But like,
That's very ambiguous.
Viv, you have advocated for the doxing of Nazis online.
You're about to misrepresent me again. I would not advocate for randomly collecting the addresses of people, putting them on a list just because they pissed off one of your mates. That's
you
not
wouldn't be
my
glad they were
stance at all.
So this is starting to get circular. So
I've been
what I
called a
want to do is let
No, wait. I don't think this is getting circular. I think we're actually getting somewhere. Wait, so Vivian, do you think that if somebody's a fascist, their address should be posted publicly online for everybody to see? Name, address, occupation?
Yeah, if you can reasonably prove it, it should be posted with the information of the kind of action that they've been involved in. I don't think we should like dox random fucking people who just post the N-word on Twitter or whatever. But if they're actually affiliated with any kind of like fascist organization or engaged in recruitment or trying to push people towards action, then yeah, I mean, like, we're getting
there's
into
a big gulf between like
Hey, hold on, actually,
Nazi and Adam Waffen.
Two or three follow-ups on this, and then I'll stop talking. I swear to God. What happens if people on that list start getting harmed? Would you still defend the existence of that list, or do you think that the list would be a bad idea?
If people start getting harmed?
Yeah.
That'd be the point of publishing the
like,
in what way? I mean, the point
that somebody okay, I can real quick. Okay, this is somebody shows up at somebody's work that's a fascist because if you posted the name, the address, and where they work, they show up at their work and they start like throwing eggs at their car. Do you think that you would defend the existence of the list still?
Yeah.
Okay, does that ever extend to a point where people are getting harmed? So let's say somebody's tires get slashed, or let's say somebody's like windows get broken, or let's say somebody gets assaulted. Is there a line at some point where you stop defending the existence of the list?
So with anti-fascist doxers, this basically doesn't fucking happen, right?
I'm not asking if I'm saying if it did happen, because that is the ultimate goal of creating lists like this. That's what ultimately happens.
What? To get people fucking like assaulted or killed? No, it's not.
Well, at some point, yeah.
Post their address.
I mean, no, it's
yeah.
not. Literally not.
Where they
Anti-fascist
work.
Like clearly you guys like have no fucking understanding of like the broad fucking like history of anti-fascist work.
Vivian,
Okay, you're probably.
because anti-fascist doxers have been dropped for fucking like decades, and like this very, very rare, like any kind of like physical altercation, like very, very fucking rarely happens. Usually what happens is like along with the docs, there'll be some like action items or whatever, right? Which is like, hey, broader anti-fascist community, you should engage in these actions to like get this person removed from their job, their fucking, whatever, right? Like these are the people that process their payments, or these are the people like just generally make it harder for them to exist in the public sphere.
If people on the right were making these types of lists for people on the left that were either identified
They
as
do all the time.
Are you okay with those types of lists existing? Do you think it's all fair game?
So the difference between an anti-fascist dox and a dox from the right wing is when you get doxed by the right wing, people do actually show up at your house and they do try and fucking murder you.
Wait.
This is what happened when the base were fucking arrested in the beginning of 2019.
Would you come out against? If it started happening on the left, would you come out against the lists? Would you say, okay, well, hold on, this is a bad idea now?
Sorry, what?
If people on the left started to actually hurt people in real life based on what they saw on these lists.
For one, I don't even know what you're talking about with like lists.
Hold on, engage
right?
with the question. When you don't engage with this, it makes me feel like you're afraid of answering this question.
I'm not afraid of answering anything. I'm very open.
Okay, my question is very specific and very pointed. If people started to get harmed that showed up on these lists, would you be opposed to the list on the left if they were fascists that were getting harmed?
So first off, I don't know what you're talking about with fucking lists, right? But like,
there it is again. See,
individual people being fucking doxed.
This is my point. Look, every time. No, you can't, Vivian. You keep doing that. Literally, look. He just asked you. Vivian, it's okay. Calm down. Look, he asked you a series of questions. He asked you a series of questions about a list, and he kept going. Wait, let me finish. Someone.
Stop yelling.
Okay, Vivian, can you mute Vivian because she won't let anyone talk?
I'm gonna start muting people. I will start muting people now.
All right, start with Vivian. So anyway, so I was saying, thank you. I'll finish. All right, thank you. I'll finish. Thank you.
And hold on one second. Before you do, right? Look, this is why I didn't want to go back to this because it's back to the personal and it moves away from like the actual topic we're going to talk about. I actually was trying to move us away from this topic. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have Dilly on. I didn't want to have any of this. But this is where we're at now. So look, I'm going to let you finish your point, Fanatic. We're going to be able to finish your point, right?
I want to jump in after as well.
Oh, fuck.
I haven't talked much at all.
Fine. Vaush and Doobie, right? But we're going to keep this concise, right? I have no, and Viv, yes, Viv, you'll be able to respond to. Of course, Viv, you'll always get to respond. I never will not let you be able to respond. You understand that, right? I don't want this to
Hey, thank you guys so much for the boost, baby. We in there. Good looking out. I appreciate it.
I was trying to avoid this, but. So, also, what I wanted to do, like, with our remaining time, is, like, I had a question for Destiny and Vaush. I was literally trying to turn attention away from Viv, but now we're here, okay? So, Fanatic, finish your point, then Vaush, then Doobie, and we're going to move away, and Viv can respond to all of this, of course.
Prime, to be clear, if you wanted to do that, you should have told us, don't go in on Viv, not, I don't think we're getting anywhere. Because clearly, where we're getting somewhere, the place we were getting was...
Just uncomfortable.
You should have said that. Yeah, you should have just said that. I would have left it alone. All right, but okay.
No. It's fine. It's fine. It is. It's fine.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead, Fanatic.
Vivian, you can't keep doing this because like what I feel like is it's starting to be like slightly disingenuous. Like this is the second time you've gone down this road where someone's like, we're talking about a list. In the beginning, you're literally the first person to introduce this list, by the way. After you introduce this list, then people start talking about it. And then Destiny's asking you a series of questions with the word list in it. And each time you engage, list. Wait. Okay, all right. So you were the second. So then every single time you engage it, like, yep. Like I would think the lists are okay. Yes, I think lists would be good for this reason. Yes, I think this can be on a list. Then after like a series of questions, all deductively going to the same thing, and I can obviously tell where Destiny's going, then you go, you know, actually, I don't even know what you're talking about when you're meaning lists. Like, this isn't a thing anymore. Like, you can't keep doing that. Like, you know what the hell is going on. Like, and again, it really does point to, because when he keeps asking these questions, like, how do you define what's actually on this? How do you define, like, who's actually a fascist? How do you define what's a neo-Nazi? What's the results? If this happened, like, it really does seem like you want to be the arbiter of what's right. And then that's arbitrary as hell. Nobody's going to just instantly subscribe to the idea that you get to decide, or anyone you agree with gets to decide who's a fascist, who's a Nazi, who gets to get canceled. That's all arbitrary and it requires submission by certain people who aren't going to do that. I'm not going to submit to that. I'm as far from a Nazi you can get. I'm a nigga. But at the end of the day, I'm never going to subscribe to the idea that you get to be the arbiter of who gets to be this. I get put on a list, and then people start showing up to my house and doxing me. It gets dangerous as hell, and it's arbitrary. Freak out of here. This is that totalitarian nonsense that I can't agree with.
Okay, so now Vivian will respond, then Vaush, and then Vivian will respond. Then Doobie. Vivian will respond. Then I want to move on to a final point that I just wanted to ask Vaush and Destiny. That's all I wanted to do. All right, so I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead, please, Vivian.
Okay. The fucking reason I said I don't know what you're talking about with lists, right, is because it depends on how the fuck it was set up, right? If you've just got like a list of random names and you don't know who the fuck any of these people are, and you're just like, somebody said once that this person might be a Nazi, and then you go dox them and fucking and ruin their fucking lives, obviously I would be so fucking against that. All right? Like, I think that you need to. And if any of you have ever looked at a fucking anti-fascist docs, you will see that they provide a preponderance of evidence as to the kind of activities that the person has been involved in.
Antifa determined, look at the evidence and determine that it was right.
Whatever, I'm going to stop looking at the fucking screen, or it's going to drive me insane.
Every time, bro. Who's going to evaluate that?
You have a preponderance of evidence to suggest that this person has been doing harm, right? Recruiting for fucking white nationalist organizations, whatever, right? And basically every fucking anti-fascist docs includes this, and usually includes like some kind of action items with like, you know, you should get them fucking deplatformed or stop them from receiving payments through this fucking thing, or phone up where they're working and say, hey, you know, you've got a fucking Nazi working for you, whatever, right? I don't know. I don't know why you're saying that, like, I'm being fucking disingenuous. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm trying to be really, really fucking accurate, right? If you just talk about like random fucking lists that like pop up out of nowhere, like I can't really fucking address it. Like, obviously
you addressed it 4 times until he walked you into the corner.
Fucking evidence that can then be presented to the general public, right? And then people can make that judgment as to whether they want to engage with those action items or not. I think that's fine.
Okay, so I want to give Vaush a chance. Please, Vivian, let him get it out. Sure. Then you will be able to respond, right?
Yeah, okay. So look, as a fellow Antifa super soldier, I'm very amenable to the idea of being aggressively anti-fascist, okay? That's very cool to me. The problem that I have is that when we're irresponsible with stuff like this, look, all I'm saying is I have flashbacks to tankies on Twitter who are trying to dox me because they were calling me a fascist, okay? I don't know if I trust... The problem is that back in the day, anti-fascist action was usually done by a dedicated group of individuals who worked together with a common cause. But nowadays, the internet makes it so that literally anybody can do this and get involved.
That's
exactly it. That's my point.
It's not
She's saying it better than I could have.
Committed as it used to be, and the less committed it is, the more variance there's going to be in the outcome of this type of behavior. Now, if you're talking about if they're like Nazi doxers. And then you're counter-doxing the
Hey, okay, we got us a song. Let me get that. Good looking out, America, Nacho. I super appreciate you. Thanks, babe.
Chapter leaders. Okay, they're involved. But the problem is, like, and I'm going to be real, like, you were talking about lists earlier, and I guarantee you that if I
cringe, but do it anyway.
I would probably find the addresses of people that don't have any actual organization.
Show them to me and I'll denounce them. Like, I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
That's such a Ben Shapiro response, bro. Show me the person and I'll fight it with you.
And I'm like, I don't know.
But you're advocating for it.
Vivian, stop.
You
brought it up.
Brother.
You mentioned lists.
No, I didn't. Eris brought it up.
You defended the existence of the lists. You described their contents. You explained how you felt about different ways in which.
Hey,
if it is this, then I'm okay with it. If it is not,
that's what I'm saying. I love Vivian. Though she's an amazing person. I just don't like her anti-fascist positions because it starts to become really totalitarian,
like
authoritarian.
They don't collect addresses unless they can get a hold of them, and they try to find them on.
What do you think investigative journalism is?
Do you think journalism is collecting dox lists on like random Twitter
not fucking dox lists. Vaush, please look. This is what I'm fucking saying, right? Like, I don't know what Eris means when she says a list. Okay, she says that now I am made aware.
About a list.
That's we talked about.
I keep making the same point.
Previous impression of what she meant when she said list.
But now you don't know.
And apparently, that is not what she fucking meant when she said list. Okay. This is the problem when I say I don't know what you mean.
But I told you it made me feel unsafe. That's how I introduced the subject when we discussed it earlier. Right? I said it made me feel unsafe and made me scared.
It was bullshit. Okay. I promise you, and you can take me on faith or not. Okay. I promise you, I am trying to be accurate and honest. And I don't fucking hide my beliefs. I try my very, very best to like tiptoe around TOS for some of them.
So let him finish, please.
Tiptoeing around TOS means you're not being fully honest. That's what that means. So when you think of a docs list that you would be comfortable having published, what types of people would be on that docs list?
I just said that to someone DM'd me, and I just told them, I love Vivian. This is just a sensitive topic for her. She's actually a great person. I genuinely agree with Vivian on so many things. So go ahead. Yeah, I don't want people to get an unfair representation of who Vivian is based on
people who have engaged in organizing with far-right and white nationalist fascist groups, right, that have recruited for them or have engaged in some kind of activism towards their ends. I'm not talking about the average fucking Trump voter. I couldn't give a shit about them. Like,
if you organize let's say that you organize like a Blue Lives Matter march, should you be doxxed? And then anybody that participated in that?
If you organize a Blue Lives Matter march?
Yeah, do you think those people should be doxxed?
I think if somebody organizes a Blue Lives Matter march, they would be somebody who's like worth looking into. And if they had like other connections, then maybe. I don't know. Probably not. Most of the time. If it's just somebody who's like, oh, I really like the police, let's have a Blue Lives Matter march, I don't think anybody really gives much of a shit.
Is this why all the lefties kill all the other lefties historically whenever they get in power? That's what I'm feeling
right now. That's what I'm an anarchist. Okay, this is what we deal with. We get backstabbed, not the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right. So, Vaush, are you done your line of questioning?
I have so many more, but I cede my time.
Okay, great. I'm sure you do. All right. So, DB, you can get on this, and then Vivi can respond, and we can move on from the subject, please.
Sure. So I think that the listing has kind of been battered to death. I think it is pretty clear that Vivian is avoiding saying that she'd be okay with these people being beaten, doxxed, whatever, because it's an unpopular position, because TOS, whatever the fuck.
Literally say.
No, don't. You're being dishonest. It's pretty like transparent. So like, I think my biggest issue, right, with the way that this has been presented is, Vivian, you called multiple people on this panel right now Nazi adjacent, right? You've called me Nazi adjacent when I've had ringleaders of Atomwaffen and other, like in L9A, other crazy ass, worse than Nazi groups, right, trying to dox me and threatening to kill me for years, right? You've implied that you believe that you've doxed me, right, in chat on Prime's channel multiple times, right? I think if the line was, you better take care of those tax problems. I have no fucking tax problems. So whoever you think I am, that's not me. Leave that dude alone. But I think it's pretty clear, right? Like that you think that I should be doxxed. You'd probably be okay with me being attacked physically in the real world. Right?
Yeah, that's the problem that I was getting at, even with the platforming thing, bro. You can't be the arbiter of this stuff.
And you're like the least rational person on this. I mean, I think you've called Vaush Nazi adjacent, right? I think like you're like so, I don't know. I don't even know how to end this. I'm trying so hard, right? It just seems to me, I was upset, right? I was really upset. But it just seems to me like, I guess the mean would be that I'm not disappointed, because it seems to me that you have failed, right, in de-radicalizing people, and because you have failed, you think everybody else has failed, and you've got all this bitterness that's swelling up, and you're just lashing out at every fucking buddy. But the truth is, I've de-radicalized more of these people than you ever will. That's the truth. I've done more to combat these fucks than you ever will. That's the truth, right? And you can talk to the fucking people in my community. I can point you to the fucking FBI agents I've spoken to the detectives that I've spoken to find these fucks and put them in jail. I've done so much work. Right, so you call me Nazi adjacent, yes, say that I should be doxxing, that I should be
INTJ. Dang, I'm jealous of all J's.
I really don't.
Hey, Vivian.
I get you don't like it. Go ahead. I'm done.
Vivian, can you please just really quickly, just for entertainment purposes, at worst, can you define what is a Nazi to you specifically?
Okay. You can respond to any and all at the end.
Yeah, sure. Like, fucking, like 90% of what DB just said there was just like a lie. I don't even know how to fucking address all of it. Like, the idea that I'm being dishonest, like, about not wanting to overstep the line into, like, saying we should dox fascists. I've pretty fucking openly tweeted, like, the other fucking day, in fact, when somebody was like, Vivian thinks we should dox fascists. I was like, yeah, I fucking do, actually. All right? So there's no fucking tiptoeing around. I'm not being fucking dishonest. I didn't try to dox you or imply that I doxed you. I was talking about where you're fucking getting your money from and why you fucking come up here and defend Gavin McInnes when he actually is a fucking fascist.
Where do you think I'm getting my money from?
So I don't care, all right? Fuck you. I'm done talking to you, all right? Because all you do is fucking lie, okay? Now,
so you didn't answer the question, Vivian.
To answer Fanatic's point, right, how I define a Nazi, right, is someone who is clearly a fucking fascist, who also has, like, heavily fucking anti-Semitic views, right, who buys into the whole, like, Juden fucking controlling the world conspiracy theory, okay? Like, that's pretty much enough for me to call them a Nazi, I would say.
All right.
That's okay. I just the reason why I asked that question, because I just think it's a super duper high barrier, right? And like you clearly have your like I just feel like you really clearly have some super duper like authoritarian leanings, right? And like it's okay for you to have that, but well, it really does appear so from this conversation. But it's okay if you deny that. Maybe you deny the title. It seems like you're perfectly okay with certain people having the ability to make judgments on other people, and through those judgments, be able to like enact specific forms of justice, be it deplatforming, putting them on lists, and collecting information such that they can enact this justice. You're okay with that. That, in my opinion, would sound like it'd be authoritarian, because then it would require whoever these arbiters are of being the authorities in this thing, and it sounds like it wouldn't afford many people very many defenses against this kind of action. The reason why I feel like it's being challenged so incredibly is because of the fact that most people recognize that the idea of any person having some sort of like supreme authority, it does become very arbitrary. There's like plenty of people that question. There's plenty of people that question our justice system. We recognize how arbitrarily that's applied. There are plenty of people that will question police officers or any other form of authority. A lot of us just are resisting to authority in general. So the presence of a list of any kind sounds a little bit dangerous because one, we don't trust. I definitely don't trust anybody when it comes to collecting or harvesting this data properly. I don't trust anybody to keep this information safe. Leaks of all sorts of things happen all the time, which would expose people to large amounts of danger. Me less so than everybody else. But I mean, these people are a lot more popular, so then they're going to deal with that. But a lot of us are going to be exposed to this kind of information. The idea that there would even be a list and that people would be using this list with nefarious means, it's not that far removed from reality. So I think your authoritarian leanings on this specific topic, I think are a little bit, I think that's what people are rejecting overall. Like 99% of the stuff that we've ever spoken about in my entire life, I've always agreed with you. I think you're an amazing person. I just think when you get to this anti-fascist stuff, I think you start sounding a little bit more authoritarian than I think most of us are comfortable with.
Authoritarianism, right, is not fucking people collectively coming together in order to protect their communities from fucking neo-Nazis, right?
This is not
Authoritarianism is not like a bottom-up fucking judgment from people, right? Authoritarianism would be basically what the fucking government does when they decide that somebody's shitty and they just fucking throw them in prison and shit, right? Community organizing, community action is not fucking like authoritarian.
This is not. I don't like that characterization. You have to be a little bit more honest. This is aggressive, offensive action. This is not defensive action.
Sure.
Okay? But any other docs people across
It's also not community action. You're not defending your community.
Action.
It's a small group of online people
making. It is defensive action. I don't. We're talking about the practice of like doxing fascists in general at the moment, Vaush. Like, if you want to talk about like the specifics of whatever list Eris was put on, I've already said I don't know the character of that list, and I can only judge it when I do. Okay, like.
I'm just saying, I think it's a little disingenuous to frame this as like community defending itself when, like, objectively speaking, what this actually is a group of online people with a political slant making these decisions.
And like, I'll steel man the fuck out of the defense. Like the reason why it isn't like you have a community of people who are. They feel like they're being unfairly maligned by the police, and this community of people comes together to like figure out like who they think on the police force is a fascist, and they organize like some proper response, and they go to fucking city hall and they're like, hey, we've got this and this and this, and at the very least, even if they don't do that like political action, they at least alert their fellow community members like, yo, this officer is a fucking fascist. We think he patrols on these fucking routes. Like, don't fucking go there. Like that would be more of like a community action.
Yeah, that's very reasonable fucking action.
Somebody's like YouTube videos or Discord logs to fight, and then try to dox them and get them fired from their job at university because they share Nazi memes online. I don't think that counts as like community self-defensive actions.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about so many different forms of action here at the same fucking time and trying to lump them all into one.
Okay, I'm talking about like real quick, hold on, because you keep like hand waving everything. So I asked earlier, I was very clear on like what kind of list you would want to make. Now, if your answer was, well, I think that people should be making lists that are locally relevant to them and their concerns, that would have been valid. But that's not what you said. You just said anybody that was a fascist. So that's why I'm giving you the line of argumentation right now. I'm not trying to hold you that. If you want to walk that back, or if you want to say something different, like, okay, well, I think it should be more local, then sure. But earlier, like the only qualification was being a fascist.
Yeah, and the only qualification is being a fascist if you can fucking, like, prove that they are. We live in a global community of anti-fascists and anarchists all fucking working together.
No, hold on. Global community is... Okay, hold on. A global community of anarchists is probably one of the funniest expressions I've ever heard in my entire life, okay? Stop, okay? Yes. The idea that...
I work with people from America, I work with people from the fucking Australia.
That's great, but, like, the idea that somebody from New York is finding fascists...
in Ukraine...
Somebody from New York finding fascists in California, I don't know if that would be considered a defensive action. That just sounds like, at that point, like, or at the very least, you're with my written
problem is that these
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if that
networks, these fascist networks aren't like individual to a particular like little area, are they? They are national. If we're talking about like members of particular fucking groups, like I don't know, fucking AIM or like the Proud Boys or whatever, right? This is a national fucking movement that we're talking about. So it's like, you know, it does require like a somewhat national response. I do think that people should be most focused on their like immediate fucking community, but for some people, that immediate community is just their fucking like online community and friends there, right? So it really, really depends on what kind of like community you're fucking part of, and what you're actually trying to fucking achieve. with regards to like there being no oversight, right? I do have to keep fucking saying this, that like every single anti-fascist docs I have ever seen includes an absolute wealth of evidence of like internet posts, affiliations, previous activism and behavior, criminal fucking records, all of this sort of shit.
I think the reason why people don't tend to trust that, the reason why people
can look at and determine whether or not this person is actually what's being said.
I think the reason why people push against that, okay, for two things. So one, the authoritarian part, I don't know if I would agree with Fanatics using authoritarian, but it feels authoritarian because it's basically like a single kind of entity is making a pretty big executive decision on who belongs on some like get fired from your job and potentially suffer like real life consequences list. That feels a little authoritarian. That's number one. Number two, the problem with the fact that there's like quote unquote a lot of research doesn't usually matter. And all of us know this. Like nobody even reads articles anymore. They just read headlines on Twitter. And the type of quote unquote research, like if you wanted to put together any of these docs on me or Vaush or probably almost anybody else in here, depending on how long you've been alive, dude, you can draw connections to anybody for anything. Nobody's going to go through and actually vet. Well, hold on.
Have you seen an anti-fascist docs? Like, would you like me to send you a couple as an example? Because I think you might like change your mind if you did.
That would be nice. This is like a radically different thing before from you being like, what are the lists though? But if you if you actually have access to some, I would be very interested in seeing
I don't have a list, right? I have individual anti-fascist doxes that are reported in various like anti-fascist media outlets. I can send you what that looks like.
The idea of like drawing these connections, these can be done in a very haphazard way. Like, am I friends with Nick Fuentes? Well, I've been on 4 podcasts with one, and here's a clip of Destiny saying,
sure, yeah, and that wouldn't be good evidence.
Put together stuff like this like so easily, and I'm like, I'm
that
very.
Wouldn't be good evidence. And the anti-fascist.
I just want to say I might be on Vivian's side if I trusted the online left at all.
Sorry, what was that?
I might actually be on your side, or I might have been 2 years ago, but the past 2 years have so blackpilled me on the online left that I don't try. I just don't know if there's any group, any online community that I would trust to handle that information appropriately or responsibly.
Yeah, I mean, the layperson is not capable of like doing this kind of shit generally, right? Because it requires like proper hardcore investigative work. It requires like fucking going through like all kinds of shit to get fucking addresses, phone numbers, like locations, all kinds of fucking shit, right? Like it's a difficult thing for the layperson to fucking do. And there are people who are like incredibly fucking good at it.
What's the reason
the results are generally policed like by the general community. Like a lackadaisical shitty docs, like nobody's really gonna pay any fucking attention to it, and if it's like genuinely like you fucked up here, like they'll get laughed out and shot.
That's not true, Vivian. Look at what happened with Aiko. Like she tried to die, or she tried, like specifically posting all of that ridiculous information that like seemed unfounded. No one asked for actually evidence for any of the things. She literally refuses to give it. People still buy into that stuff all the time. The idea, hold on, the idea that people aren't going to believe something because there's no evidence.
What Aiko has to do with this?
Because I think Aiko is a perfect example of somebody that's making a claim. I'm explaining it. I'll explain. Since you don't know, I'll explain. We're giving an example of somebody that's providing something with little no evidence, or the evidence is nebbishy at best, and the response has still been crazy vitriolic and calls for canceling of someone, even though there's no real solid evidence to it. And so even in those cases, I mean, that's a perfect example where people aren't actually looking for the evidence. The idea that anyone on the online left is actually looking for evidence in these claims is absolutely ridiculous. How oftentimes, even in this panel, where I'm like pointing out sometimes, even where the left is clearly misrepresenting a position, and I have to find out the actual data, and be like, okay, look, here's where the actual statement was. This is actually taken out of context. But it didn't matter. People automatically are going to respond in the way that they do. Like, Cuomo has been accused immediately. No, cancel this nigga. He got to lose his job. Like, people aren't looking for actual evidence. Now, I'm not sitting here simping for this nigga Cuomo, but I'm just saying the idea that people are going to be looking and holding up some sort of purity standard to the idea of these doxes is absolutely unfounded in comparison to anything else we witnessed in the left so far. That's ridiculous.
It's not unfounded. You're having that kind of fucking perception because you're comparing Aiko to a bunch of long-standing anti-fascist organizations and media outlets, right? These are These are two very, very different fucking groups of people. Some rando on the fucking internet versus like I said, recognized fucking organizations that have been doing this work for fucking decades that do fucking police each other and that the broader anti-fascist community scrutinizes. ICO is fucking irrelevant to this conversation. I'm sorry. Like this totally different.
So, all right.
Thing.
I think we've got it. So we'll leave that alone. Oh,
but nobody in this fucking space knows anything about what anti-fascists are actually fucking doing, and that frustrates the fuck out of me.
I think the problem, even if we knew,
we're all anti-fascists here.
I just don't think the idea of this like putting together fucking docs lists when we might not know exactly what quote unquote anti-fascists do, but I think almost all of us in here have had a taste of like what the extreme left is like. And I'm sorry if this sounds like really disconnected. I understand my life is very online. I am way more scared of getting like some crazy left-leaning like mob against me than a right-leaning mob right now, because right-leaning mobs have no fucking power online. Like if they want to come and try to kill me, sure, although I don't think most people do it, but left-leaning people have a much greater influence that they can exert over you right now in terms of quote unquote cancellation. So I mean like when we talk about like defending the idea of like these quote unquote lists, okay, you know who else made lists? Hitler made lists, and he had people killed on those lists. And you know what?
I knew you were gonna fucking say it.
Given the opportunity to put together a bunch of lists, people get canceled. I do not trust fucking anybody.
I knew you were gonna fucking say it.
I don't even trust.
I don't know the nature of these lists.
Okay, I'm not even talking that much of this debate. Okay, I'm not even talking about that. Let me just finish right there. Okay, I don't trust anybody online to put together any of these types of lists. Even people that are like part of these more kind of like mainstream organizations, like fucking Vogue, I wouldn't consider to be like crazy Antifa people, are doing really weird shit when it comes to canceling people. And like we've seen this happen time and time again. I feel like that's just a bad road to go down. I think it also explicitly, rather than implicitly, gives permission for people on the right to encourage them to begin the same type of stuff. And I don't want to see those.
They're already doing that.
Yeah, but it's frowned upon. I don't think like mainstream media people at the very least would come out and be like, oh yeah, I think it's okay if you put together a list of people in BLM and go and fucking do things to them. But like when we start saying that this type of behavior is permissible, I mean, I don't know. I think it gives like a green light.
They'll pick an individual within BLM and try and get them from their job or whatever. Like
Antifa sound off. Okay, wait. I just want to say one last thing. Okay, I don't like the assertion you made that I'm not familiar with the work that anti-fascist groups do, because without being too specific, I've worked with them back before I was online. And
back
look,
when you were a right-wing libertarian, that seems unlikely.
No,
when was he a right-leaning libertarian?
They're like when I was like 15. So
okay, yeah, because I've been for better or less for like 9 years. I don't think he's ever been on my stream as a right-leaning libertarian.
Between the Metica years and what you are now.
Right. So between 15 and 27, that's the range we're working with here. Anyway, the issue that I have is that I'm a little bit concerned about the sort of broad sort of potential for abuse with these lists. So an example that Destiny gave, the idea of like being very specifically targeting, like trying to find out if a cop is a fascist and then try to find out what route they're on and so on and so forth. I think that's good. And I think the importance here is to make it a component of community action as well, because unfortunately, in the broader like discourse, I don't know if it is either optically or practically effective for the left to be associated with like doxing lists, even against fairly heinous people. Even if you leave aside the possibility that these lists are misused, which I think is virtually guaranteed, is given my interactions with the online left, the broader issue is that what we want to look like, what we want to be, are communities defending ourselves against fascists. But when you engage with this in just the broad, like the entirety of the internet, without any specific connection to any on-the-ground action or any interest held by a broader community, that cop example, that's relevant to regular people, not just Antifa super soldiers or whatever. But like online, it's like this guy, here are the lists of the mean things that he's done.
Okay, look, I just want to be really, really fucking clear here, okay? Because like the amount of times lists has been said in this fucking conversation is just like driving me fucking insane. So the list thing, right, that I said that I would be fine with, okay, is Unicorn Riot, which are an anarchist media outlet, right? Who have like scraped various Discord servers and so on because of their connection to literal right-wing terrorist groups, right? Like Atomov and 09A, blah, 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 right? And then used that information in order to report on the ability of these groups to recruit online, okay? Now, with regards to a list, the only thing that I would be like, oh, well, that sounds kind of reasonable reasonable is if this is just like people that they have identified as being connected to these servers that warrant like a little bit of further investigation, right? I'm not talking about like putting up doxing lists or whatever, right? In terms of like doxes, that most people like I don't know, most researchers are like, well, this person is obviously a fucking problem. We've seen them at like a few protests and shit, and maybe they've assaulted some people, or maybe they're like whatever, right? We should look into this person and investigate them more and try and work out like who they are, where they're coming from, what their fucking connections are, etc., so that we can warn the general community that they're operating in of the danger that they pose. So very similar to what Destiny was saying, although we have to recognize that these organizations are national as well. So like they can be all over the fucking place, and the links are definitely international, right?
Hey, Darko,
like,
I'm glad you noticed.
I'm not down with like, let's just draw up a list of random people and dox them and then find out. Like, no, that shit's fucking stupid. It's a really dumb way to go about things.
Fair enough. All right. Hold on. Let's go on to the one. All right. Anyway.
Been putting in work this panel.
So, now, yes. Okay. I just wanted to ask one last thing to Destiny and Vaush, because it was brought up, of course, of how Doobie runs his a Discord server, right? How he manages that community and like what controls are put in place. A few weeks ago, Destiny was on this panel for something, and a guy brought up like how I guess if memory serves me correctly, it was both trans and how women are treated within his community. He was talking about controls that he had done, like things that actions he takes when he sees vitriolic behavior, right? So I wanted to give Destiny, I want to give it a shot because people are talking about like, oh well, he's not a responsible platformer. He doesn't run his community and the way.
Who does it? Me? Am I the he that you keep bringing up here?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want you, Destiny, to be able to talk about the controls and the mechanisms that you use to keep your community safe, right? And Vaush as well, because I'm really curious as to what you might be doing. So yeah, let's start with that. Like when you see bad behavior, toxic behavior, dangerous behavior within your community, what actions do you actually take? Yeah.
You just have like a hardcore no hate speech or whatever, and then if you're asking like stupid bait questions, usually you get banned. Okay. So like there are certain topics. I don't know how common these are on the internet anymore. Even in my Discord server, because we banned them so hard. Like dumb questions like "Are traps gay?" Like stupid stuff like that just insta gets you banned. Like stuff that is just there to like start dumb conversations to like bait people or troll people or whatever. Like that type of stuff's gone. And then anything that if you say you're like transphobic, homophobic, or whatever, or if you do some weird Nazi shit, that usually gets you kicked off pretty quickly too. But like the rules hopefully aren't like too extensive. Like it's just basically like chill with the hate speech, and then if people want to argue or debate or whatever, I don't care about them. That's fine.
Okay. Sure. So, but I guess part of the issue was that your community was compared to Doobie's in the size, right?
I think my moderation style is way different than Doobie's.
Okay. All right. And so the moderation that you were just saying, that's the extent of it, and you think that is sufficient to keep out the worst actors, or to make sure it doesn't get infiltrated by far right?
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, I don't think very many people want to hang out if they can't be like hateful. If they're those types of people, if they do hang out and they aren't hateful, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right. Vaush.
Anybody who's been to my Discord knows how heavily moderated it is. The main reason for that is because I felt like I was never able to strike a really good balance between it being like a safe and comfortable space for the people in my community and it being like a contentious debate bro server where people had the opportunity to argue with people with worse opinions. And I eventually settled on having it be a very moderated community that's focused more on being a comfy space, in large part because I think my day-to-day streams probably give everybody the debate juice they need, and then if they want to chill afterwards, they can go there. We're also really strict on not safe for work content. Mainly because I don't know. I feel like like memes aside, I feel like sometimes Discord can be like a really inappropriate place for the conflation of like political and flirtatious discussion. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for that, because yeah, it's striking that balance that you were talking about. Yeah, it's extremely difficult. My server, my Discord server is actually particularly small, especially compared to your individuals. But my bigger problem is obviously like managing these people like live in front of everyone else, and so I guess I just face different issues than the rest of them. But thank you for your advice, and yeah, I'll so what I'll do, one, I'm gonna let you all some sort of final word in here. I'll let Vivian have the final word in this, right? But to my honest, the stream is not ending. The stream is not ending. So this is the part where I actually do shill, right? So capitalism incoming, right? Capitalism incoming. Hey, everyone. If you enjoy this content, you enjoy what just happened here, right? Or if you hate me for what just happened here. Well, yeah, that I don't give a shit. Here, do me a favor, hit that follow button, hit that notification bell so you know I'm going live. I do this 6 days a week. 6 days a week. And this week has actually been pretty crazy. If you've actually been here, you know, it's just kind of escalated day after day. And then here. So yeah, we do this 6 days a week. If you don't want to miss out on this content, right? If you don't want to find out after the fact, if you don't want to catch up, like why did this conversation happen? Well, this conversation happened because of something that happened 2 days ago, right? Okay, so come to Prime Kai, the Prime Kai channel, PRIMECAYES, Prime Kai, right? Come to this channel and hit that follow button, hit that notification bell, do it right now. Do it right now, because you do this all the time. You're missing out if you're not here. Okay. So another way to support is to sub to this channel. We're doing a lot of work here. It takes a lot of work to put all this together. Constantly get all these guests in front of you. These illustrious, amazing guests, like and most certainly Mixed Vivian Wolf. It's not easy to get her on here. So if you want to support this platform, do me a favor and sub to this channel, or gift subs, gift bits. Use our PayPal button below, right? Scroll down on desktop, use our PayPal button below to help this channel. You can also do ! donate in chat and use that to donate. And if I can type these things right, because I can't type right at this point. That's one way. Or you can go to our Patreon, ! Patreon in chat, and you can help us out there. Also, we have a YouTube, ! YouTube in chat. To get to our YouTube page. We're trying to grow that platform. Now is the time. We're going to be posting clips. We're going to be posting VODs, highlights, right there. So if you want to support this channel,
I'm so mad. That one attack, right? Bro. But also, I took the chance. I knew. That
helps too, right? Because that keeps the channel alive. That keeps the content alive. And plus, follow me. Yes, you here, like you in this channel, follow me. You and Vaush's channel, follow me. You and Destiny's channel, follow me. Yes, I'm going hardcore. I want you to follow me. I want to grow this. Thank you so much for all the other individuals who have been so kind to help us out, to help this channel, keep this channel alive. So I really do thank every single one of you. But yes, hit the YouTube, hit the Patreon, hit the PayPal, hit anything. All right, great. So I'm going to give these individuals an out. And we might have others come in afterwards who want to continue this conversation, but that'll be after these. I'm going to make sure these people can leave and do other things if they like. So yeah, that's the thing. So we'll start with Fanatic. Fanatic, what are your final words on this? And please shill yourself really hard because we got a lot of people here. Go ahead.
All right. So look, here's what my final take on this is always going to be this. Everything sounds great. Authority always sounds great when the person who's in power is someone that you agree with. And I think that's the problem with authoritarianism, or just any kind of seceding any authority to any individuals. And so right now, if you might agree with some people's positions on the left, it sounds amazing. Like, oh, this sounds great. But then, we have the tendency in this country to kind of shift political spheres all the time. And so then when things are no longer democratic and we're Republican, all of a sudden the idea of Republicans having this ability gets a little bit scarier. So I think the best way is maybe not to be authoritarian at all, that we kind of see, we take back the powers of authority instead, and we let things be more community driven so that it's not like a select body at the top, because any select body at the top doing anything sounds a little bit disgusting. We saw, I won't have to go into historical examples of that. Finally, overall, I hope people don't take away from this conversation that Vivian isn't a great person, because if you listen to like the vast majority of her positions, you'll probably find out that you agree with her. We were going pretty hard on her because some of her positions were things that we questioned, but ultimately, the vast majority of political topics we agree about, like the vast majority. It's just maybe she might be okay with doxing for whatever these specific lists or whatever. That's okay. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure you'll find that she's a lovely person. You'll love the hell out of her if you actually spend a little bit more time with her and understand who she is. I genuinely feel that way. Finally, my name is Fanatic. I'm on Twitch as Mr. Fanatic, but my real name is, or the name that it's actually Fanatic, but everybody likes to steal Fanatic because they're losers. You can find my music on literally every platform under the name Fanatic. I just released 2 albums last year in the pandemic. I'll be releasing another album soon. I would say that I have the best ear on Twitch. That's something that bothers Destiny. I challenge him to go ahead and test it one of these days. I promise you, my ear practically, the way I apply it, like in a professional setting, is literally like unlike anything else I've ever seen from any other person. I'm going to drop you guys my latest single. I'm going to put it in Prime Kai's chat so that you guys will be able to find it. I wasn't ready to do that because I didn't know I was going to go first, and I'm always late to this. But here is the link to my latest single. It is a piano single made entirely by ear, and you can go ahead and check that out. That's me. I'm a musician.
Yeah. Please, everyone, go check out Mr. Fanatic's music. He makes fantastic music. Makes really good music. Music to chill to, right? After all of this, you might want to chill, right? So do yourself a favor and spam that link. All right, I give you permission. Spam the link. Or I'll spam it for you. That's what I'll do. I'll spam it for you. DM the link to me so I can spam it. Any which way. So help them out, and please continue to support this hype train. Yes, let's do this. Let's hit this hype train. I'm doing hardcore shilling right now. Yes,
these follows is going on. Let me get all of that. I appreciate all of you guys, sincerely. Thank you guys for checking me out.
Right now, so you know I'm going.
After this, I will demonstrate my ear really quickly for those that be hating and don't think don't think that my ears is like what I'm saying. And I'm normally not going around sucking myself like that, but it's just facts. It's being real. 100%.
You are in a unique situation, especially since you run your own very large Discord server. Eris, I want you to take the time to say your final words on this and shout yourself.
I mean, I be feeling myself sometimes, but it ain't like the OD self-suck like how I'm doing right now. I never make that
I'm
claim,
against completely deplatforming, but I do see the use, and I do agree with Viv that it is effective in certain situations. I just think it's really important that when you have a platform yourself, and when you have a big audience, that you need to educate yourself and be responsible with that. But it seems like everyone here really agrees, and I feel like all the people, especially Destiny and Vaush, have really worked on trying to be more responsible with that, and that should be commended. But in general, if you do want to be on a list, that is a good kind of list, you should join Calliope Club. It's a list of all the highest IQ people on the internet, right? That's 100% scientifically factual. So you should definitely join Calliope Club. It's discord.gg/Calliope Club. I am also a streamer. I just started. I stream every day around 2 p.m. And you should follow me at Eris on Discord. I just got a sub button today, so I'm super happy about that. And just in general, what I cover is
I'm a huge fan of both Vaush and Destiny. I only discovered Vaush through a debate that he had with Destiny, where I was like,
and examining
I think
them
Vaush
with
won
compassion.
But
Twice
ultimately,
a week,
I think
do interviews where
I think Vaush is pretty based. I think Destiny's super
real,
based. I like
and I
both
try
of them.
to feature unique people with unique experiences and asking questions basically that everyone's afraid to ask. Like the other day, I had a trans person on the panel, and we just went into the details that you just never get to hear about.
I couldn't do
and
that
can be really fun. Our next person that we're going to be hosting on there is Demon Mama, and I'm really excited to get to know her. So yeah, you should definitely follow me
I just
and sub to me if you want to support me. And thanks so much, Prime, for having me on. And also, Viv, I know things got really heated, but I think it was super admirable that you stayed here. You didn't rage quit. It's really hard to have so many people just railing on you intensely. That was really bad terminology. I'm sorry, but it's very hard to have a lot of people going at you a lot. And I think you still did great. Hopefully you stop supporting lists. Thank you.
She had to throw that in there.
She did that. Link is in my chat, and so I'm Fanatic. So in my chat, also you hit !Eris, you can find the Calliope Club. So you don't have to actually spell that.
Why she coded?
But it's right there, !Eris in my chat. Get to the Calliope Club Discord. It's a fantastic.
Eris is OD. She's OD. That was too much, bro. I wasn't ready for that.
Hit that follow button.
Hey, we got 50% boost. Pick that
right now. If you want to, please come find your link. But also, while you're here, hit that follow button, hit the notification bell, so you know I'm going live. Because I'm going to be going live, for instance, tomorrow. We're going to have a primetime royale. It's a game show type thing, right? If you like the Austin show, like the Raj Royale type stuff, then we're doing that, but on a political sphere, right? We're going to have some great guests, for instance, Dylan Burns. points. Tomorrow, you want to miss out? Hit that follow button, hit that notification bell. How about the hype train? We got 90 seconds left. Help us out. Help support this channel. We need your help. One more thing. Again, the YouTube, right? We're so close to 1,000, and then we can actually grow that. Right, that's a very important number on YouTube to get to 1,000. You can help us reach that number. Get to 1,000. Now's the time. Exclamation point YouTube in chat. The link is right there.
Looking out, Marcos. Yep. Right, so we popping out here. You could always hit that sub too. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, no. Save him for a second. We're going to Doobie. It'll be easier that way. Doobie.
Do I do the hyper beam?
You weren't meant to be here, but I'm glad to have you here any which way, friend. DB, thank you for coming in and being able to defend yourself and all that stuff. Really appreciate you stopping by. DB, tell us about yourself. Respond to anything else you want to respond. Now's the time to do it. Also, continue to help that hype train. That'd be great. All right, go ahead, DB.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to respond to anything else. I think it's kind of been beaten to death at this point. So please support everybody here, even Vivian, I guess. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord.
What's with these niggas taking shots, bro?
There. I got to warn you. Our community is not a safe space.
Jeez.
It's a blood sporty debate bro hellscape. And it exists because we felt like it was important for people to have a space where they can bring their golden cows for slaughter.
I guess.
Right? Ethnonats and racists, join up, please. Bring your flaccid belief systems for castration. I'd love to help you do that. We have an AMA tomorrow with Mr. Beat at 3 p.m. Eastern, I think it is. We have another one next week with Nick Fuentes at 7 p.m. Eastern next Saturday. If you disagree with either of them about anything, show up and I'll give you the chance to verbally beat them up in front of everybody. Prime, thanks for putting this together. It's a really good time.
All right, thanks so much. Exclamation point Doobie in chat to get to Doobie's server, discord.gg/politics, right? Yes. It's not safe. Go at your own risk. But you can have a good time if you want to argue with individuals there. If you want to find someone to argue on anything at any point in time, day or night, you will find it at discord.gg/politics. But it's a rough ride.
Beware.
But again,
beware.
Thank you so much, Doobie, for being here. Okay, now we get to Vaush. Okay, Vaush. Definitely appreciate you being a part of this. You had jumped in previously on our previous discussion, I believe was it on Wednesday night, and we had a really good time there. I thought this was a really interesting topic, and you and Justin have a unique perspective because you guys are one of the biggest games in town when it comes to leftist politics, right? On Twitch and on YouTube, right? So I really appreciate you stopping by, taking part in all this, sharing your experience.
Hey!
And fighting as well as you do.
We finally got our sub back. Good looking out, Schmargos.
Get any final response on this?
Hey, I super appreciate that.
Great. He's a pro streamer. He's an amazing streamer. This is why we look up.
And we're back. Hello. Yeah, I had fun. I like the battle, because battles are what you do in Bloodborne, which is, of course, my primary, streaming focus. We're coming up next on a boss called Mother Maria. As far as I understand, I'm the first person to have met her. This is like a mythic tier rating in WoW, as you watch the guilds knock down these bosses one by one. I guess maybe I might talk politics in the future, but I don't know. Depends on the moon cycle. Thanks.
Maybe you might talk politics. And god damn it. I suck at Bloodborne. I'm just not. Any time I don't have time to practice. It hurts actually. But please check out Vaush's channel as well. Vaush's video on Twitch, right?
Come on, bro. Come on. We were having a good day. This is a good stream.
Please check them out if you haven't done so already. I'm sure most of you have, and you don't need me to tell you that. Okay. We will go to Destiny. Steven, thank you for being so kind as well. All this nice things I said about Vaush, I copy and paste to you. So Destiny, again, thank you for taking part in all
Not
of this.
The first thing he's copied from me.
Oh. Vaush has been going
anyway, if you have a final comment to say on any of this, please take your time.
Yeah, I'm Destiny. I do politics and philosophy on twitch.tv/Destiny. Thanks for having me on. It's always fun to scream at Vivian. So.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy.
I love you too.
Agreed. Destiny's link is in chat as well as Vaush's. Yeah. Once again, hey, if you're in their communities, come to my community. We're doing this all the time. This craziness, it happens constantly. Hit that follow button, hit that notification bell so you know when I'm going live. do it 6 days a week, right? All except Sundays, because just like God and
Bro, these hands was ridiculous.
moving
Y'all see me whip out here?
person. And I need to say this, need to make it very clear, right? Is that I actually love Mixed Vivian Wolf. I met her many months ago, right? Close to when I was just starting. As soon as she came on, she was fascinating. I wanted a one-on-one interview with her because I thought she was so much fun. And I just sat there and I let her just talk for 2 hours because she can do that easily. And
that was some platforming.
I appreciate her experiences because they're unique, the things that she's done, because most people here.
QAnon
yes, actually.
She can't even let him get her outro. She got to interrupt this too.
Your first practice with these communities.
I love her though, but come on, bro.
So, she's done stuff that most of you, the vast majority of you in the audience, have never done. Right? She's a unique individual, one that I very much appreciate, even when she disagrees with me, and she disagrees with me often. Right? I do love Mixed Vivian Wolf. Let there be no question about that. Right? So I want to know she has my support, even though we may see things different. All right. Mixed Vivian Wolf, please.
Yeah, sure. Just to clear shit up, because there's a lot of dumb fucking shit going on in chat. I think it's reasonable for journalistic organizations to have a quote unquote list of people who they might be looking into in regards to an organizational network of people that are involved in radicalizing people online. This is not the same as a fucking doxing list or whatever. As somebody in chat posted earlier, I think it was a really good point, is professionals who investigate Nazis are based, LARPers who get emotional and put innocent people on lists are cringe. Yeah, absolutely. I fucking agree with that. All right. So just to make my stance absolutely fucking clear, for anybody who's Viv is okay with just putting anybody on a list for any reason. I know exactly how this shit's going to turn out because I've seen you rabid fucks go at various content creators and
that's why we've been so defensive.
Positions to them that they don't have.
That's why we're so defensive.
So if you have any questions about what my actual fucking positions are on this shit, you're more than welcome to come and talk to me. Possibly even in private if you want to get the TOS version. Okay, I'm perfectly reasonable with that. I do not hide my beliefs beyond what I have to in order to operate on this fucking platform. I mainly talk on my channel about cults, extremism, the far right, and trans issues. And if any of those things interest you, then you should definitely stop by. You should also follow me on Twitter. I'd really appreciate it if everybody followed me on Twitter, because one of the things that I really, really enjoy doing is getting experts in various fields to come on my channel and just have a fucking chat with me. I've had Daryl Lamont Jenkins, the leader of the One People's Project. I've had various anti-fascist researchers, various cult experts on my channel to talk about their particular areas of expertise. And the more Twitter followers I have, the more clout I have, the more ability I have to just reach out to somebody and say, hey, would you like to talk to me for an hour and share your knowledge with the general Twitch community? So I would really, really appreciate the follow on Twitter, even if you do absolutely nothing else.
Bro, I forgot to do the blue thing. I would have definitely. Sure. This boss is actually cancer. Maybe I wouldn't have.
Put your. I'll do it again. Your Twitch page there, but I can find your Twitter through your Twitch. But yeah, please follow Mixed Vivian Wolf. Again, we actually do love her here. We might not have gotten that after all this.
1v5 for how long? Holy
fuck! I didn't want that happen. I asked if you had anyone you could bring on, but it is what it is, right?
But I was expecting a 1v2 versus Vaush and Destiny, and you were like, yeah, let's get this person on, that person on, the other person on. Maybe some of them will vaguely agree with you, but no, it turns out
that's your fault for your position being so indefensible, though. You can't blame us for that.
Mr. Fanatics Music is still in my chat. Please go check it out. And while you're here, hit the follow button, hit the notification bell, because it's something we do 6 days a week is we have an open panel where you, audience members, yes, you, sing at home, you can be a part of it. You can discuss these issues or whatever the fuck you want to talk about. That's fine, right? That happens only here
Got
on this
3 more
channel.
cards.
It is unique existence here on Twitch,
9,
right? So you will never find anything
10,
else like it. So if you want to be a part of it, hit that
11,
follow button, hit the notification bell right now. Don't
12.
forget, don't walk away, don't forget, and then miss out on this, and then wait for another big event to rediscover my channel. Hit that follow button, hit the notification bell to know I'm going live. It's happening right now. Don't miss out. Okay. Also, exclamation point YouTube.
Yo, I might actually beat this boss. I'm in a good position.
We're trying
I
to
think.
grow that, hit 1,000. I need your help. Oh my God, sub to the channel. It's free. It's free. Just sub. Thank you. All right. Thanks everybody for being here. Really did appreciate you stopping by. So we're gonna roll on.
Yeah, I don't like
wanna
playing
thank
ranked
all
anymore
the
because
people
it
here,
seems
and
like it's
Destiny
cyclical
just
to where you
walked
never
away,
end.
taking shit, I guess. Thank you all.
I'll break it
for-
down when this
for
ends.
stopping by, being a part of this. We are going to have going on to our walk-on panel right now. Anyone here, of course, is welcome to join us. If not, that's okay. Thank you for spending your time, your energy, your passion, your knowledge with my community. I'm sure they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
No problem.
Bye.
I love you very
Peace out,
much. Be
man.
well.
Bye.
Hey,
Bye,
Vaush.
guys.
Vosh, really?
Bye.
Hey, how much I got to pay you to get you to review a debate? Oh, did he leave?
Escape is-
Oh,
He's
bro.
gone.
So
He
quick.
gone.
So quick.
He yeeted as quickly as he can.
Yeah.
Let's go. I want to challenge you in music stuff. Okay, come. I'm calling you. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Come on,
go,
man.
go do some music with Destiny. It'd be really nice to see you guys play piano together because you're both really fucking good.
I've been
I
wanting
can't
that
do
for
it
a
when I
minute.
usually sing when I play piano, and it's really hard because I usually sing lyrics, and I've listened to a lot of rap, so I don't think you.
Oh my God, I hate this nigga, bro. I'm not doing no music with you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, I'll catch you guys later. I love you guys. Peace out.